Hello, this is Doishy here for a bit of a different video style this time. You've seen a few gameplay ones. So I am actually going to be going through or attempting to go through the history of Doomsday from its creation up until now, and I am joined by the lovely Emidln. Do you want to say hi?
Hello.
Hello. So we're going to be going through the entire history from basically the first printing to this year, 2020. But first of all, I guess, Emidln, do you want to quickly introduce yourself? Who are you, and why am I talking to you about this?
Hi. My name's Brandon Adams. I've been playing Doomsday now for a very long time. It's 2020. I think I first registered Doomsday in a tournament in 2006. So 14 years.
Yeah,
Um,
and
we have, uh,
carry on.
and I've written a lot about it in the past. Not too many articles. A lot of things on message boards. Some of the message boards I helped create. Storm boards I created with some friends. Doomsday Wiki I sort of created to help evolve away from storm boards, which became message boards are really hard to organize information on, and especially in a for research purposes for magic decks, especially something as complicated as sort of Doomsday.
Yeah,
It just doesn't work. It doesn't work well.
I've been wanting to do this video or do an article on this for about 3-4 years now. I think I've been pestering you.
Yeah,
Give
yeah,
or
and I,
take.
I keep telling you, yeah, I'll totally write something down, and then don't do it.
Yeah, so Brandon is a veritable font of knowledge. He's got so much in his head, and every time I've kind of messaged him about it, he has given me a veritable essay in instant message speak on Discord or on Facebook chat or God knows what else on the storm boards, but nothing that's kind of coherent enough to write down. So that's why I thought, right, I'm going to get him on the mic, get him to record this, and then I'll do the writing afterwards. Try and keep it cohesive.
If what you want is rambling about Storm, I'm your guy.
And I think that's what the people who are going to be listening to this will be enjoying a big ramble about Storm. So I guess we shall start at the beginning. 1997, certain cheeky card is printed.
Yeah, I was
We
actually playing during this set. I started playing in late '94, early '95. I remember opening like Ice Age cards, and I was so excited for Mirage. And then uh, I I remember I got for Christmas one year. I got a box set that had three foreign language, so non-English, uh, uh, sealed products. It was a Mirage, I think an Italian Mirage starter, and then like a Korean Visions and a Japanese Weatherlight. And it came in this really cool. You can still find them; they're actually quite expensive now. This really cool like 500 card box that had swamp and like swamp artwork and black mana symbols all over it. It was really cool. And I
nice.
remember I opened Lion's Eye Diamond in there.
Did
And at the
your
time,
initial assessment? Did you, as a lot of people, see it as a bad Lotus?
it didn't even register to me as a bad Lotus because it was in Italian. And uh I looked it up. It was worth absolutely nothing. I read it. I read it again, and I'm like, no way. This card's horrible. Discard your hand because and actually at the time, so it I didn't actually learn to play Magic properly
Oh, nice. Well,
until
is this the classic? You learned from a friend who learned from a friend, and only
right.
once you
I
kind of
I
played in
learned
a
from my
shop or something.
cousin.
Yeah,
I learned from my cousin who learned to play Magic at tennis camp.
nice.
And so we historically had this. We had a good deck and we had a bad deck. And the good deck was always blue, white, black. So I
Okay,
was Esper.
I
It was
approve of those
always
colors.
roughly 72 cards
What nice? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
because you had to fit all of your best cards in there,
You
right?
did, you did.
And like we would be playing like sort of the best cards we could afford. And at the time, none of the cards were really that expensive. But at the same time, power was already like $50 for a Mox, 75 to $100 for a Lotus or something. We couldn't afford that. I was like 10.
Yeah.
Um, so we could trade and get some stuff. So we had like a Shivan Dragon. We both had
nice.
Gakken Blackblades from Chronicles.
Nice.
I remember we opened an Ice Age booster and we got an Icy Manipulator and we looked it up in, I think, either Scry or Inquest. And the first thing we came to was the alpha version. That was like $45 and we were freaking out.
You were like, oh my god, we've got so much money in our hands. And it's like, well, exactly. Actually, no.
Right. So that was the kind of time. And like, but even that point, I read the card and I was like, this doesn't do anything. I have to discard my hand. I only get 3 mana.
Okay.
Why? Like, why would I do this? I want to draw more cards, not discard my hand.
And at the time, did you pull a Doomsday at any point?
I did have a Doomsday because we had a Doomsday because I started putting Doomsday in my deck with Palancron.
Okay. Yeah.
Palancron and Mana Flare. So the idea was that you would meditate and you would put Mana Flare and Palancron.
So Mana Flare is that red enchantment that makes all your lands tap for additional mana. And Palancron is the big blue flying dude for 7 that if you cast it and it comes to play, you get to untap 7 lands.
And then it has an ability for 4 where you can pay 4 and return it to your hand.
I mean,
so if
this sounds like an infinite mana combo to me.
It does sound like an infinite mana combo, and so the last card was Stroke of Genius.
Nice.
Well, not the last card. It was only 4 cards. It was Stroke of Genius, and then usually something else. And that was like the first way that I started winning. It was actually I don't know where I started winning. It was how I started consistently beating my cousin. Because that was like the only person I would ever win.
So obviously this is jumping slightly forwards. So we're talking about some Urza's cards here. So obviously 1998, we've got possibly some of the most influential cards in Magic being printed, arguably.
I do want to call out, from playing old school formats, there was an original Doomsday combo that people played, and it involved using Time Twister. So you would Doomsday, and you could use Time Twister to sort of redraw some cards. And if you were very, very careful, you could net mana doing so.
Okay. So what was the kill condition for this?
Fireball, either Fireball or Stroke of Genius. You can do it with both. I think Stroke works slightly better because you can use it to occasionally draw extra cards if you built up enough mana.
And assumably this was at a time when Time Twister was not there, because there was no restrictions at this point.
Right. So the idea was that you could use Time Twister and you could use Regrowth to get it back.
Okay. Yeah.
And like it was, I think it required you to have exactly 2 cards in your hand. Like it was really janky. I don't think anyone seriously played it. If you check out Steve Menendion's History of Vintage, or I don't know if it's History of Vintage or History of
I think it's History of Vintage. Yeah.
History of Vintage. He talks about it, I think, in either 98 or 99.
Okay.
As like one of the very first. The first combo deck that everyone mentions is always Frostbloom.
Yeah.
The first engine combo deck. And Doomsday sort of followed along as like, here's what we can do if we just take all of the busted cards and then we find them with Doomsday.
I mean, it's a five piece slow demonic tutor. And
it's actually one of the reasons why it got banned or restricted in Vintage. It was part of a combo deck that people were afraid that as Wizards was afraid as they print more powerful cards, Doomsday is just going to get better and better and better.
Yeah, and we can also see some other cards here that are still played to this day. We've got Lotus Petal, we've got Duress. Those are pretty good ones.
So if we're talking about classic Legacy Doomsday, outside of the printing of the printing of Doomsday, like the Mirage Block gave us LED.
Yep.
So Ice Age Block gives us Brainstorm.
And we already had Dark Ritual from Alpha.
Yep, we already had Dark Ritual. Mirage Block gives us LED and Doomsday. And classic Doomsday was all about abusing like the best cards in the format. And so in Vintage, that's like Lotus and Recall and sometimes Time Walk, Yogg-Will, which we get in 98.
Yep.
And in Legacy, it was historically about abusing Lion's Eye Diamond because
Yeah.
it's just the most busted thing that's available in Legacy.
And I know at some
So
point, ill-gotten gains was often played as a, not necessarily in Doomsday, but like as a Storm combo card as well.
yeah, we'll get into that, but like it was the it's interesting if you look at the cards that are available to Doomsday or available to combo decks in Legacy.
Yeah,
The fast mana has not really improved all that much.
that's true.
The only notable addition really is Rite of Flame.
Yeah, it's almost like Wizards realised that, fast mana, pretty good, pretty good.
Yeah, it's not something they've got. And then the cantrips have improved a little bit over time. Like we obviously still have Brainstorm, but we've upgraded our Slate of Hands and Serum Visions into Ponders and Preordains.
Yeah.
Upgraded Impulse into Ponder, that sort of thing. Ill-Gotten Gains was one of the ways that a traditional Storm deck could just increase Storm count. You have 7 cards in your hand. You can play 6 cards and then Tendrils. That's 14 life loss. Unless your opponent is very generous, that's not the game. Unless they've been very reckless or generous, to concede to you, you don't win the game there. So Ill-Gotten Gains can help inflate Storm count.
Yeah.
If you look at the Tempest block, we get Lotus Petal. Or actually, Mirage also gives us Mystical Tutor, which is important.
Yeah.
Mystical Tutor, Vampiric Tutor is banned in Legacy, but Mystical is important. Vision, or we move forward to Tempest. Tempest gives us Lotus Petal, which we play to this day, very important, and Intuition actually, which was very important to early Tendrils decks.
Yeah, because
not so much to do with it.
Yeah, and it's obviously also been seen in a lot of show and tell decks to act as a pseudo 5th to 6th copy of show and tell.
Right, and that's actually how it was kind of played in early Storm, early Legacy Storm. We'll talk about that a little bit.
Yeah.
I'll probably bring up Iggy Pop a little bit, but that's essentially you're trying to Intuition for 3 Ill-Gotten Gains.
So obviously in 98 you're having fun jamming versus your cousin.
I'm casual.
Yeah. So what is deck. What is the you said you had the Doomsday in your casual red, black, blue.
Casual. It was kind of like EDH almost.
Okay, yeah. So what was your Doomsday pile in this casual format?
Meditate, Turnabout, Mana Flare, Palancron, and Stroke of Genius.
Wow.
Or Fireball.
And that is a combo. So would it be normally a pass the turn, or would you?
Yeah, it would be a pass the turn. Like there's no.
Yeah.
Like I think I had a Brainstorm in my deck. No, I don't know. I think I had an Impulse in my deck that I could use to draw into. Okay. Or like if you get lucky, you could have Stroke of Genius, but then you wouldn't have it to use your pile, so you'd have to kill with.
Yeah.
If you paid 4 mana for Stroke of Genius, you probably wouldn't have enough mana to also pay for Meditate and Turnabout.
So this would obviously be in 99 because this is when we've got Urza's Legacy, which is where the Palancron and friends came from. And this is interesting because we've got a number. So obviously Legacy at the time wasn't as it is today. So Legacy and Vintage shared a ban list, I believe.
Yes. It was called Type 1 and Type 1.5. And the rule was anything restricted or banned in Type 1 was banned in Type 1.5.
Yeah. So as you can see here, everyone knows, or everyone who's kind of looked at the history of Magic knows that the Urza's block was a very powerful block. And you can see that from September of 99, where an ungodly number of cards were restricted in Vintage or Type 1 and therefore banned in Type 1.5.
Yep. It's also worth noting about the portal sets. They were not legal in Standard Magic until I think 2005. Either late 2004 or 2005.
Yeah, I've got them on one of my next slides.
Okay.
But yeah, so as you can see, Doomsday banned in Type 1.5. So obviously the deck was doing something.
I think it was just that it was scary, right? I don't think it was so much that it was doing something. It was just kind of scary. You have some other cards that are important both to Vintage Doomsday. Imperial Seal and Gush have both seen a lot of play in Vintage. We get some people's favorite Brainstorm artwork. Not I personally am an Ice Age person.
Fair enough.
But
I have to
a
say,
lot of people really enjoy this Masks artwork.
Yeah, I am a big sucker for the Masks artwork, and I hate to say it, also for the Dark Ritual, but we'll get to that at the end.
So we get Defense Grid out of here.
Yeah.
There's not really a whole lot else that Legacy is getting out of here. Maybe Misdirection. Misdirection has seen play more so in Vintage than in Legacy.
But what about Gush?
Gush would be awesome in Legacy, but it's banned.
Yeah, but I mean, at the time, was Gush 1.5 playable?
At the time, so I started playing 1.5 competitively around the time that 1.5 became Legacy in 2000.
Okay.
2003, 2004.
So Gush didn't feature as part of your Mana Flare deck at all, then?
No. I didn't have Gush. I had a lot of the untap, the free, quote unquote, free spells that would come into play and untap themselves.
Is that including a Time Spiral?
Yes, that was including Time Spiral.
Yeah.
I don't think my deck was legal in any specific form.
It was legal,
it was probably in Vintage legal, but because everything was restricted and we only played one of anything.
So we've got a bit of a time jump now, and this is a busy one. So for 1.5, you had a few things like Consult, Necropotence being banned, Fact Fiction being banned, Gush being banned, Mind's Desire being banned. So I assume it was
these are all sort of just side effects of the Vintage environment.
Yeah.
In Vintage, you had some really interesting stuff going on. It was really the Vintage decks evolving away from sort of the traditional we have card advantage matters control decks into these combo control monstrosities that are really are the focal point of today.
And we've got some key printings here. So first of all, the Storm mechanic.
Yep. So we get Storm mechanic, and specifically Mind's Desire, the only card that's ever been preemptively restricted in Vintage. It was interesting.
And we've also got, one of our newer, so far in the timeline, our newer example of Fast Mana and Cabal Ritual.
Yes, so we get a Cabal Ritual. One card we didn't mention in Urza's block is we got Reign of Filth.
Oh yeah, I completely.
Which
shame on
isn't
me.
as important to Legacy Doomsday now.
But yeah, I own a Reign of Filth, and I have played a Reign of Filth before, and it is a quality card.
I have made a lot of mana with Reign of Filth. I have had some very filthy turns.
It's particularly good. The best use of Reign of Filth, as anyone who's played it, is when your Death and Taxes opponent goes to Rishton Port your Black Source. Yeah. And in response, you Reign of Filth off it and laugh.
Yes. That is indeed a quality play.
So we've got a few other interesting cards, some of which we still play today. Massacre, brilliant sideboard card. A lot of people still play Cabal Therapy.
Yep. Cabal Therapy was more important when we had Probe.
Yep.
Actually, at the time, so in 2003, actually until Thoughtseize was printed, which I think was 2007.
Yeah, it's quite a bit later.
We didn't have enough. Cabal Therapy was the second discard spell behind Duress.
Yeah. And
so you had your choice of disruption in in 2004 when the list split, you had Duress and then you had Cabal Therapy as sort of like your secondary discard spell. But here we also see Xantid Swarm and Orum's Chant.
Yep.
Which were both really important to have always been pretty important to Storm combo. We see a couple other cards that are really interesting and have sometimes, obviously there's Tendrils, there's Burning Wish, which still see play today. We have the Fetch Lands, which define Legacy as a format.
Yeah.
Along with Brainstorm.
And
you
we've
know,
got
besides
days.
tendrils, there's like this. There's brain freeze, which
Yep.
used to be more important before Eldrazi's were printed. It was a lot easier to kill someone when one out of 10 opponents didn't just naturally be immune to it. Second Sunrise and Predict are actually very interesting cards because they enable one of the first Doomsday piles that saw play in Legacy. So the idea being you could predict your brain freeze, and then you can draw Conjurer's Bauble and Lion's Eye Diamond. You can play your Conjurer's Bauble, play your Lion's Eye Diamond, activate Conjurer's Bauble, choosing nothing the first time, and then breaking LED for white mana, and you draw Second Sunrise. You then play Second Sunrise with your three white mana, and it gets back Conjurer's Bauble and LED. And now your Conjurer's Bauble, you enter this loop where Conjurer's Bauble targets Second Sunrise, and LED pays for it, and you do this over and over again until you have enough Storm, and then suddenly you get blue mana and you return
Brain Freeze. Yeah.
Yep.
And this is a really neat pile which costs what 2 blue and a draw. Yeah.
Yep.
So.
Yep, it's 1 and a blue for Predict and 1 other. So 2 colorless and a blue.
Yep.
And there are some other piles that sort of existed. That was probably the first one that I had heard of. A little bit later, we'll get Sensei's Divining Top, and there's another pile that's very similar.
with a card that I've just remembered existed but forgot to list down. So we'll jump ahead now. So obviously we've had a nice big time skip. So 2004, this is where, as you can see, Type 1, Type 1.5, they split. Type 1 becomes Vintage, and Type 1.5 becomes its own thing. And there's a number of cards that suddenly enter the Legacy scene again, with some key exceptions. Well, so there's the ban list, I should say, continues to be in Legacy, but a few cards are unbanned effectively. Yeah, and so this includes a number of really interesting ones. So obviously we've got...
I think at the time, actually, I want to say at the time, Bazaar of Baghdad was also banned.
Okay, yeah.
Or was banned shortly before this, because I believe Bazaar Dragon was a legal deck in 1.5. I think it was like somewhere around 2003, 2004. Bazaar, yeah. I think you could play Bazaar Fueled Dragon combo, which Dragon combo is you get a Bazaar and your
animate dead.
You animate dead your dragon, and then it keeps untapping your Bazaar, so you mill your whole deck, and you eventually have access to animate dead anything you want.
So for those listening, that would be animate dead on World Gorge Dragon. So World Gorge Dragon, when it comes into play, has a trigger that says when it comes into play, exile all other permanents you control, which includes the animate dead that's enchanting it. So the animate dead goes away, which means World Gorge Dragon dies, goes to the graveyard, which means the second trigger of World Gorge Dragon triggers, which is when it leaves the battlefield, return all those exile permanents back to your battlefield. So Animate Dead comes back, and each time you do this, you can tap all your lands, which will then come back into play untapped.
Right. So everything comes into play untapped when it comes back. And so you can, usually if you have any lands that make mana, you make infinite mana. If you have any creatures or permanents that have the ability to draw a card, you can draw your deck. Or with Bazaar, you can mill your deck. And then, eventually you decide, once you've milled enough cards, you decide to return a creature that isn't dragon, which I think at the time was Ambassador Laquatus.
Okay, yeah.
Which is like a 5 or a 6 mana creature, something like that. It has an activated ability for 3. Target player mills some number of cards, maybe 3.
Okay, and so just like with the looping of the LED into infinite brain freeze, you've got the looping of all your lands into the infinite Laquatus mill.
So,
2004.
So
we've got
2004.
We've got Legacy.
This is really where Legacy starts, right?
Yeah.
Because we get cards that are, if you look at even modern, like if you look at a modern test list, so the Epic Storm, right? It's Grixis colored blue, black, red, with sometimes some splash into green. Storm. It, the cards that it gets out of this unbanning, it gets Burning Wish, Chrome Mox, Lion's Eye Diamond, Lotus Petal. It used to play Mystical Tutor before it got rebanned.
Yeah.
We've received a lot of stuff.
We've got some interesting printings. So obviously Night's Whisper, which is still sometimes played today. We've got Beacon of Destruction. So talk to me about Beacon of Destruction in combo.
So actually, I think that was 2005. I think if you skip to 2005, I don't know if you actually have it listed here, but Doomsday gets unrestricted in Vintage.
I don't have it listed here yet.
And to my knowledge, the first real Doomsday deck occurred. Like, there was always this theoretical Doomsday deck that involved, the time twister with regrowth to rebuy Lotus and Dark Ritual. Like, that was theoretically possible, but realistically speaking, and that's actually why Doomsday got restricted. But Steve Meandeck and some of his friends on Team Meandeck, which was a Vintage team at the time, came up with a very novel kill, which was Ancestral Recall, drawing Black Lotus, Dark Ritual, and Mind's Desire. Dark Ritual could be replaced by Mana Crypt, I believe. And so you spent 1 blue for Ancestral Recall, you drew 2 mana sources and a Mind's Desire. You played your mana sources, paid 1 more colorless, and either a colorless or a black, and you cast Mind's Desire with 3 copies of Storm. So you get 4 total free cards with 1 thing left in your library. Well, what's good if you only have 1 thing left? What good are 4 copies? Well, Beacon of Destruction is interesting. It does 5 damage to a target, but then on resolution, it shuffles itself back into your library. So you get 4 copies. You get to reveal with your first Mind's Desire Storm copy, Beacon of Destruction as your only card, deal 5 damage to your opponent, shuffle it back into your deck, and you usually offer the opponent the cut when you're shuffling a 1-card deck.
Yeah.
I do anyway. It's rude if you don't.
Of course.
And then the other copies resolve, and you keep revealing your Beacon of Destruction. So for 2 mana post, and 2 mana post Doomsday, you could deal 20 damage. And if you had an extra spell you could scrounge from somewhere, you could even get up to 25.
Yeah, and obviously that, if you were to put a Tendrils in that slot, that would only be what? Doomsday itself, Ancestral, Ritual, Lotus.
Yeah, you would get 6 you get 12 damage.
Yeah. So
because you would get 5, you would get 4 Storm copies. You would get actually you'd only get 5. You'd get 10, right? Because you'd get Mind's Desire, you get the 4 spells, you get the Tendrils that you played, and then you'd get the Storm copies off that, so you'd get 10 life loss.
Yeah. So we also had some other interesting printings. One which you already mentioned, Conjurer's Bauble. So this has had two major plays in the History of Legacy Doomsday. The first one we've already mentioned, and the second one will be coming to a bit later. And then we've got one of the greatest and saddest cards in the History of Legacy, Sensei's Divining Shop.
Yeah. So I see we have Echoing Truth here. We didn't mention Chain of Vapor, I think, in the previous slide.
Oh no, we didn't, but it is here. Yeah.
Oh yeah, but it was there. So Chain of Vapor was historically the go-to bounce spell, and then unless you're dealing with exactly Chalice of the Void,
which was printed in this time as well, around
which was printed in 2004. So 2004, we get all of these Storm cards. And so Mind's Desire Beacon never really existed in Legacy because Mind's Desire was banned.
Yeah.
Gifts Ungiven never really did anything in Legacy because Gifts Ungiven was more of a vintage card because it could always go and find Yawgmoth's Will and Black Lotus.
Yep.
And without having Black Lotus and line and Yawgmoth's Will, it wasn't efficient enough in Legacy, and because you can't double, because Gifts Ungiven requires you find unique cards. There's not really anything you can get that is close enough to Lotus plus Will. Like you can try to get stuff like Dark Ritual and Ill-Gotten Gains, and it never quite worked out.
And it's a little mana.
In fact, I probably have some. There's probably some private forums, old Magic team forums where people have tried a lot of iterations of this. Night's Whisper saw play, in various Doomsday decks. It's seen play in different Tendrils lists as just like a efficient way of drawing cards.
Yeah,
and then top is sad, and top is actually the second Doomsday kill.
Yeah, so the card I forgot to mention previously is Helm of Awakening.
Ah, yes, Helm of Awakening out of Visions. So the way, so Helm of Awakening is a two mana artifact.
Yep.
2 colorless. All spells, yours and your opponent's, mana costs are reduced by 1 colorless. So that's interesting because makes all of your stuff free or cheaper. It makes Sensei's Divining Top specifically free, and if you have 2 of them, if you have 2 tops, you can tap a top to draw a card on top of your deck. You can now tap your second top to draw the top, play the top for free, tap the top, draw a top, play a top for free. You get Infinite Storm.
And then you can rearrange your top 3 cards to then grab, I don't know, maybe a Tendrils of Agony?
Or a Brain Freeze.
Much more mana efficient with Infinite Storm.
Yes, and so you start seeing a Doomsday kill that involves, I think it was Ideas Unbound, typically.
Yep.
But you'd play like Ideas Unbound, which I don't remember if that was 2004 or 2005.
That was 2005.
Okay, so it was in the Kamigawa block, but it wasn't in Champions.
Yeah.
Historically, blocks were released in fall.
Yeah.
Of a year.
So
I say fall. Saying fall of a year is, I guess, not super useful for our Australian friends.
Not just Australian. I mean, I'm from the UK, and fall is not a term that we use.
Autumn friends.
Or quarter three. Quarter 3
is when the first. So, in Magic's far history, we used to Wizards would print blocks, release blocks of cards. And they would typically have 3 sets, a large set and 2 smaller sets behind it. And usually they would print the large set in Q3, quarter 3, and then they would print the follow-up sets around the new year and in Q1 and Q2 of the following year. So Champions was printed 2004, and I think Betrayers and Saviors was 2005.
Yeah. So let's jump forwards to 2005. So this is actually when the starter sets, 1999, 2000, and the portal sets become legal in Legacy.
Yes.
So that adds things like Grim Tutor, I think.
It adds all of the bad tutors. So Portal printed a bunch of... Portal was printed at the same time as Mirage, or around the same time as Mirage and Visions. And so they featured miscellaneous sorcery speed tutors, because in Portal there were only creatures, lands, and sorceries. There were no instants, and so you had sorcery speed versions of the Mirage tutors. Well, some of the Mirage tutors. So Worldly Tutor had Sylvan Tutor, which is a sorcery speed green tutor. It finds a creature, puts it on top of your library.
Yep.
Blue, instead of having Mystical Tutor, which finds instants or sorceries, had a sorcery personal tutor, which finds sorceries, because instants didn't exist in Portal.
Yeah. And we also had Imperial Seal from Portal Through Kingdoms.
We had Imperial Seal, which is the Vampiric Tutor, sorcery. Yep. And then we had Grim Tutor, which was released in Starter, which was like Portal 3. It was like the 3rd or 4th version of Portal. And it is actually more... It's a cross between Demonic Tutor and Vampiric Tutor. It costs 3 mana. It finds any card you want. and it loses 3 life. It's actually reprinted recently in what was the most recent core set?
Double Masters? No, not Double Masters.
I think it was like Core 2021 or something.
Yeah, we've had a lot of sets.
It's been reprinted. They're cheap now. They used to be very, very expensive.
Yeah,
because Portal was not very heavily open, and it was one of the few cards that was good out of Portal. Yeah. And so, really, in 2005, what Legacy received was Imperial Recruiter.
Yep, from Portal 3 Kingdoms.
Which came from Portal 3 Kingdoms.
Yep.
It received
the reanimation Loyal Retainers.
Loyal Retainers, which became important a few years later.
Mm-hmm.
So Loyal Retainers, I think, is like 2 white, or it's like double white or a white. And
it's 2 and a white, I think.
2 and a white.
Yeah.
It's a very low mana cost. It allows you to sacrifice it and return
a legendary creature from your graveyard to the battlefield.
Yeah, and I think maybe that was put there this turn, or just the top one or something.
It might be the top one. Yeah, the old style formatting.
Yeah. So it received those. Personal Tutor, which wasn't relevant for a very long time, but Grim Tutor started to see play in Legacy.
Yeah. And I know there's some lists on MTG, the source, that talk about the use of Grim Tutor, and a lot of people saying, well, how can I afford this deck if I want to play it?
Right. I think actually the first thread in something called Fetchland, the first response to the Fetchland Tendrils thread is like, this would be a fine deck, but I can't ever afford these Grim Tutors.
Yeah. So
yeah, actually let's see here. Your deck could be as good as Hulk Flash and never see play because of the price tag. Nobody is shilling $600 for a play set of tutors. Nice. Anyway.
Yeah, so 2005 actually is the year I started playing Magic. So I was taught by, just like you, I was taught by some friends actually. And the first deck I got handed to learn with was just a straight like burn deck, I think.
Right.
And I won my first game, and so they obviously said I had beginner's luck. And I immediately, from learning how the colour pie worked, gravitated towards blue. Because that's how I think. But yeah, so 2005, we get Ideas Unbound. So if we go back to our Ideas Unbound Helm of Awakening pile, how did that look?
So you Ideas Unbound, and you draw Helm of Awakening, Helm of Awakening, Helm of Awakening. Sorry, there's 2 helms. There's also a Helm of Obedience.
Helm of Awakening. Yeah.
Helm of Awakening, and then you get top, and then your bottom card is
Brain Freeze.
Brain Freeze or Tendrils. If you already have a top in play, it's a little bit better because you can you don't have to, the second top can be an LED.
Yeah, so obviously assuming you don't have a top in play or a helm already in play, the whole thing would cost 2 triple blue, because obviously the Brain Freeze gets cost reduced by the helm as well. But if you have, say, helm already in play, it only costs 3 blue and 1. Or if you have a top
if you have it already in play, let's see here. You tap top. If you have Helm already in play, you play Ideas Unbound.
Yeah, so blue for Ideas, 1 for these. Oh no, you don't even need the helm. Just blue, triple blue. But you can replace the helm with, say, an LED.
Right, so it's only double blue.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. So it's and this was this actually was sort of the first alternate, or the first non-storm Doomsday pile that I personally found incredible. So it didn't rely on the graveyard.
Yep.
So the first pile, the second Sunrise pile, is vulnerable to a lot of stuff. And it using the graveyard at the time, one of the most heavily played sideboard cards was Tormod's Crypt.
Yep.
And this was just really bad against Tormod's Crypt. This didn't have that vulnerability. It was only really vulnerable to Pithing Needle or Null Rod. And Null Rod wasn't very heavily played. Pithing Needle was seeing some play. But it was uncommon that people would bring in Pithing Needle against a deck that would play this, because Pithing Needle was actually quite bad against Lion's Eye Diamond.
Yeah, because
and usually once people learned that it was bad against Lion's Eye Diamond, they sort of just wrote off the card against this style of deck.
Yeah. So this is obviously when, roughly, according to your notes that you gave me the other day, the BZK forum started.
Yeah. So at the time when Legacy of Vintage split, a lot of people were forming vintage teams with sort of their friends and other people they play tested with. There were a few sort of well-known vintage teams. I think if I'm thinking of some of the names, there was like Short Bus, Meandeck, GWS, ICBM. Some people that I knew started a team called Team Blitzkrieg, which I always called BZK because I didn't necessarily like necessarily saying that I was on Team Blitzkrieg.
Yeah, some of the historical connotations.
Yeah, some people felt weirdly about that, or maybe not weirdly. Some people had feelings about the word.
Yeah.
That I didn't necessarily want to invoke.
So this is when you first started getting into competitive Magic, or what was Type 1.5. So what made you jump into suddenly playing a bit more competitively?
So I was playing. I moved. I graduated high school in 2004, and so that was 12th grade. I was going into university, and I moved to Chicago as part of a co-op and university thing. And I started playing at a place called Graham Cracker Comics. And they had at the time, one of the largest weekly Legacy tournaments, or they still call it a 1-5 tournament.
Yep.
On Monday nights. And this tournament series, up until COVID, was still going semi-routinely, still firing from the same group of people. It moved from Graham Cracker Comics to College of DuPage to I think Hot Sauce Games most recently. So it was still sort of going on and sort of seeing the same people over the course of 15 years.
So
I started. I came into the format and I had a mono black deck that over time had evolved. Playing with other people, I started playing at card shops, and we found out that our EDH style, or what would eventually become known as EDH, that style of deck was not good against real Magic decks.
Yeah, it turns out throwing your favorite 72 cards in a pile and hoping it will win games with maybe some dubious rule sets as well.
A 72 card deck with 18 lands.
Do you know what? I can dig that ratio.
Yeah. We had a couple utility lands, but you never tapped them for mana. Right? Like, you didn't tap your strip mine for mana. It was just synchro.
So I had this mono black deck.
I had this mono black deck. I actually posted about this on Reddit at one point. My first Legacy event, I registered a 64 card deck. It was mono black. I did not own Nantuko Shade. And I don't think I owned Sinkhole either. And so I played this mono black deck. It was kind of like mono black Bakula, but again, I didn't have any of the good cards. So I had Dark Ritual, Hypnotic Spectre, all 8 black Pump Knights. So Pump Knights were Order of the Ebon Hand, which is a 2/1 cleric with the ability for double black, it gets +1/+0. And for a single black, it gets First Strike, and it has protection from white for 2 black mana.
Nice.
So there was one printed in Fallen Empires as a cleric, one printed in Ice Age as a knight. I played all 8 of them. The deck was really bad unless you played against exactly the mirror, or against a deck that only had Swords to Plowshares, because I had 12 creatures that were pro-white.
And did anyone run the equivalent of like all the white creatures, so like White Knight and stuff? Was that
I didn't face that. I didn't face that, but I had this deck. It didn't. I think I had Wastelands and Mishra's Factories in it.
Yeah.
I think I had like sideboard, like choking sands or something.
Nice.
It was quite a bad deck. I had Unholy Strength in there.
Okay,
Which
so you
actually
rock up. You rock up with
Unholy
this.
Strength is really good with first striking knights, by the way. I went 2-1 in my first Legacy event, and
Wow.
I went 2-1 because I played against a deck that had STP as removal, and
Nice.
my opponent was like counted my deck once. I remember, I distinctly remember them pile shuffling my deck and counting it and saying, "You have 64 cards," and I said, "Yeah." He's like, "Do you have 15 cards in your sideboard?" I said, "Yes," and I let him count those too, and then he lost, and he was not very happy about it.
That's fair.
And I played against a player who had a mono black deck that was like my deck, but more of which would play an extended, which was like good spells, like Nantuko Shade, and had sinkholes and stuff. And he kind of got a little blocked on black lands, and I had first striking knights, which are very good against Nantuko Shade.
Yeah, especially if they
So
don't have the mana to put into it.
right, and sort of when you play, the other thing is at the time black decks didn't have any removal. Fatal Push, Deathblade, or is it Deathblade? Death something blade. The good 2 and 1 mana black removal spells we have today.
Oh,
Didn't
Doomblade.
exist.
Doomblade.
Doomblade.
Yeah.
So you had things like Diabolic Edict
And Terror.
and Terror, which was unplayable because it didn't hit black things. You had like Vendetta, which was like maybe playable because it was only 1 mana. It was like destroy a non-black creature. It can't be regenerated. You lose life equal to its mana cost, maybe.
Yep.
Or
Life to its mana cost, I think.
right. But so my deck, I was playing 4 Engineered Plague, and I think I was playing the Meandeck as removal spells.
Was that the extra 4 cards?
Yeah, I think it was actually.
So
and
what made, so you obviously did well with this mono black pile. You went 2-1. So what made you suddenly go, maybe I should look at something a little bit more competitive, or at least gear towards the combo?
I started looking at forums to try to. Someone mentioned to me, "Hey, maybe your deck is pretty good. Maybe it would be a little better if you trim down to 60 cards." And thank you, anonymous person. That was good advice. Highly recommend that for anyone out there. If you're thinking about playing a deck that has more than 60 cards and you're not playing Yorion, actually scratch that. If you're thinking about playing a deck that has more than 60 cards in it, stop.
I feel like we should target that towards Goblin Lackey 1, who I believe is on a 61 card main at the moment.
Yeah, it's good advice. You don't have to take free advice. Do with it what you will. We have. I was on the forums, so at the time the main forums were the Mana Drain, which had the Mana Leak forums, which was a legacy subsection. Star City Games had forums which were pretty active, and then I think MTG Salvation was starting to get active around this time as well. I was looking around. I found a really cool deck that used Smokestack and Time Vault to just skip all of your turns and then make your opponent sack all the permanents. So they'd eventually deck themselves while sacking 2 to 3 things a turn.
And was this the early iterations of Stacks, perchance?
It was a legacy variant of Stacks, and then a card was printed, I think, in 2006, 2005, or 2006, 2005. No, wait, when was it? Was Ravnica? That was
2005. Yep. Bottled Cloister.
Flame Fusillade.
Flame Fusillade. Oh, okay.
And it comboed with Time Vault to allow you to go into time debt to deal infinite damage. So Flame Fusillade is a 4 mana red sorcery. It says all your permanents gain the ability to tap to deal 1 damage to any target. Time Vault at the time had the wording of costs 2 mana as an artifact, came into play tapped. You could skip your next turn, to untap it and put a time counter on it. And it had some other text around like tapping it, removing some time counters, or removing all your time counters and taking an extra turn. That part was irrelevant. The part that mattered was you could pay a turn, you could skip a turn to untap it. So you could go into time debt. You could skip your next 20 turns to untap it 20 times, dealing your opponent 1 damage each time along the way. So it was interesting. You could have this combo stack, combo prison. And so I started playing that. Time Vault got nerfed at some point because it received another level of power level errata. It was on its like 3rd or 4th power level errata at that point. I was a little upset. I started looking into Storm decks, as like I really like the combo aspect of Flame Vault stacks, and I started playing a lot of Iggy Pop. Iggy Pop is sort of was the first common iteration of Blue-Black Storm and Legacy. Iggy Pop was called Iggy Pop. It involved ill-gotten gains. It was invented by Mike Baumholt, I think is how you pronounce his name. He was on Meandeck. A lot of people on Meandeck, they wrote and posted a lot about Legacy and Vintage in the early days. It was blue-black deck. It used intuition to go find 3 ill-gotten gains. And then it would try to play Dark Ritual, Cabal Ritual, LED, try to find 2 of those, and loop ill-gotten gains. If you have Dark Ritual plus an LED, you make 1 mana on every iteration of ill-gotten gains. If you have Thresholded Cabal Ritual, 2 Thresholded Cabal Rituals, or a Cabal Ritual and an LED, you make 2 mana each iteration of the ill-gotten gains.
Yep. So, and then hopefully you would have either tendrils in hand, which would then subsequently go into the graveyard, or intuition to find.
You actually make enough mana to intuition at the end.
So you had intuition for 2 cards of whatever and a tendrils, or 3 tendrils, I guess.
3 tendrils because
okay.
Have to. Has to be like that. Yeah, it's so that deck was like, 16. It was 16 pieces of mana. So Lion's Eye Diamond, Lotus Petal, Dark Ritual, Cabal Ritual. It had 8 tutors. So it had 4 Mystical Tutor, 4 Intuitions. It had 3 to 4 tendrils, 4 ill-gotten gains. It usually played, I think, 15 lands, sometimes 16. Sometimes it played a Cabal Pit as a way of killing Meddling Mage. Sometimes it played like a Chain of Vapor main deck because it had Mystical Tutor. It almost never played removal or actual disruption like Duress, because like if you think about it, if you duress your opponent and take their Force of Will, and then you cast Ill-Gotten Gains reads, it's 4 mana, it exiles itself on resolution, and each player discards their hand and then returns 3 cards from their graveyard to their hand. Well, your opponent gets back their Force of Will you just duressed.
Plus a blue card, presumably, to pitch
plus
it to.
Plus a blue card, plus something for their effort. Something for their time. Yeah. And it's not a good exchange for you.
So, did it run things like Leyline of the Void? Oh, no.
Leyline hadn't been printed yet.
Not quite. It was in 2006 it gets printed.
Right. So, Iggy Pop was existed in 2005.
Yeah.
I don't know about 2004. I don't remember seeing it, but it might have. I think it was a 2005 deck. Around 2006, we started getting a bunch of very interesting cards.
So
when Starter was made legal, we got Strategic Planning. So the deck also played Brainstorm and Impulse.
Okay.
And then it usually played a couple other cards that were just like garbage slots, like Chromatic Sphere at one point.
And Strategic Planning is that one from Portal 3 Kingdoms, 1 and a blue sorcery. Look at the top 3 cards of your library, pick 1, put it into your hand, the other 2 go into your graveyard?
Yes, and it's had some recent reprints.
Yeah.
I think it's been in standard recently. But at the time it was actually very expensive because nobody had it because it was Portal 3 Kingdoms. And so it was another copy of Impulse, right? But it was interesting because there was a copy of Impulse that put stuff into our graveyard, which was exactly where we wanted it.
Because then you could get it back with Iggy, or you could use it to fuel Threshold for your Cabal Rituals.
Right, it had to do our Threshold. So we started seeing a lot of cards that were very like 2005 was sort of the prototype blue-black tendrils. Like we had the idea that, we're going to throw a bunch of spells together. We're going to have some sort of engine. At the time, that was intuition and ill-gotten gains. And then we're going to go into finish with the tendrils.
So you obviously
Out of the
got...
sideboard, people would play... they play different cards on the sideboard. Sometimes you'd see Xanthid Swarms. Sometimes you'd see Orm's Chant.
Yep.
Sometimes Defense Grid.
So you obviously got interested finding these lists online as you were searching, and I believe you joined this BZK team in the forums after meeting someone called Evenpence online on some vintage forums.
Yeah, Colby Evenpence. So I met him. We talked about Ubistacks. We talked about a deck that was about how to build a mono black combo deck in Legacy. Like, could you build a mono black combo deck with Draw Force? So with Cruel Bargain and Infernal Contract. And using like Culling the Weak and Shield Sphere, a deck that eventually became known as Spanish Inquisition. And so in 2000, as 2005 was turning in 2006, we were getting a lot of good cards for Storm combo. We started to get let's see here.
So
there were...
we got a couple. So we'll jump to 2006. So we've got Guild Pact, which had notably the ley lines in. Disascension, that I don't think had too much in. Cold Snap, which obviously is had some interesting things like Rite of Flame be printed. And the big one is probably Time Spiral, where we see the Storm mechanic returning for Empty the Warrens and Grape Shot.
So we can maybe amend this a little bit, but Guild Pact gave us Leyline of the Void, which was important in Iggy Pop, because if you remember, it plays 4 Ill-Gotten Gains. And so if you start the game with Leyline of the Void in play, and you cast Ill-Gotten Gains, what does your opponent do?
Cry, probably.
They exile their hand, and then you return 3 cards.
And that way, even if they do have, say, 1 Force of Will that they try and use on something, they cannot return that later on for ill-gotten gains.
Correct. And then against people who don't have Force of Will or don't have Force of Will in their hand, there's a very good chance that we can just make them start on 0 cards, which is a powerful play.
Pretty good.
Dissension actually is maybe secretly one of the most important set. It didn't give us very much. 1 card that I'm aware of. But it's, I think, maybe one of the most important sets for Legacy.
Yep.
It gave us Infernal Tutor.
Yes, it did.
So Infernal Tutor is what started the shift away from Iggy Pop into Fetchland. Because when people started playing Infernal Tutor, the question, because when you draw hands with Infernal Tutor, your deck was like basically Ant, proto-Ant, right? And so when you draw hands with Infernal Tutor, your deck is sleek, streamlined, it's efficient. When you draw hands with Intuition, you're like, oh god, this costs so much mana, so much work. Like, sometimes they have Tormod's Crypt. It's just, it felt bad. And then the other thing is, with Infernal Tutor, it became obvious that we didn't need all these ill-gotten gains, because we could build enough Storm count with like 1 or 2 copies of ill-gotten gains. We didn't need 4 of them. The only reason we played all those extras was Intuition. And so if you played the deck at the time, like the big, huge knock against it was you'd draw these hands that had like 2 or 3 ill-gotten gains or a couple copies of Tendrils. They were horrible. Like, you don't want the first copy of Tendrils in your hand.
No.
Let alone the other 3. So Dissension sort of like, well, is there a better way? Do we have to play all these expensive cards? And it sort of started on this shift of, well, what can I do? Could I play Merchant Scroll like they do in Vintage, and say Merchant Scroll for either accumulated knowledges, like play 4 AKs and Merchant Scroll for, the extra AK, or a Brainstorm? Could I Merchant Scroll for Mystical Tutor to go get something? And then that sort of led into, can we play Grim Tutor instead?
Yeah.
Grim Tutor is more expensive, but like it's the same cost as Intuition, but it plays off Dark Ritual. And it's not vulnerable to Graveyard Hate. It can combo with Ill-Gotten Gains all on its own, although a little bit more expensive. Like, you can still totally play rituals and LEDs into Grim Tutor into Ill-Gotten Gains. Completely works.
So, rolling it back a little bit.
Around that time, we were looking at that. I met a person in 2006, and we started who went by the screaming name of Wasted Life, who now goes by Bryant Cook, which is his name. And we started talking about
people listening might have heard of him.
Might have heard of this guy. He keeps playing this deck. He calls it like Black Belcher, or uses these hashtags like ban Rite of Flame. He's done okay with this deck.
I hear it's solid tier 3 at least.
At least tier 3. Like he occasionally wins a tournament with it or something.
Yeah, like you might have seen his name pop up every so often. So you met this guy online, and obviously you started talking. I know you were also talking at the time with Even Pence still, and a user called Disillusionist. You were obviously, you said you were looking at this mono black combo deck you were trying to build with the draw fours and stuff that you said then became Spanish Inquisition, which people might traditionally know as mono black Belcher to some.
So 2006 we were sort of 2006 and 2007 were the years we were learning how to build Modern Storm. And we were throwing out this idea that we had to be this really involved, intricate engine deck, and we could just be efficient. And cards that were printed here, like Empty the Warrens, the thing that Bryant and I talked a lot about was like, how do we push this Empty the Warrens cards? I think the proto test lists were about abusing Empty the Warrens, but also like culling the weak. And so they were playing like he was playing like Priest of Gix. I think there was like a red Priest of Gix that came out in Time Spiral block, maybe.
Not for a while, I don't think.
Maybe it wasn't that. There were a few creatures that had sort of like upsides to sacrificing them.
Yeah.
A Priest of Gix is the one that comes to mind. I think maybe Trinket Mage to go get LED and then sacrifice with Culling the Weak was a thing that was tried. Eventually, Cold Snap was released, and we got Rite of Flame, which just threw away all of that other garbage.
Yeah, I mean, while looking for efficiency, having 3 mana do nothing creatures that with marginal upside doesn't seem the most efficient.
Right. And then Rite of Flame like started like the idea that like we could really push this Empty the Warrens card. Like Empty the Warrens, it was everyone who was playing a Storm at the time sort of looked at Empty the Warrens and said, something from this card is really good against control to this card is really, really good against everyone if we just play it on turn 1.
Yeah.
And so that was sort of Tess was taking some of the more efficient things out of Iggy Pop. So the Infernal Tutors, all of the fast mana, pairing it with Burning Wish and main deck Empty the Warrens so that you could just empty the Warrens way more often, either off of Infernal Tutor or off of Burning Wish. And you still had access to like Ill-Gotten Gains if you needed it. So Tess was evolving. I think actually the very end of 2006 might have been my first. I think I'm the first tournament report in the Tess list, like the Tess archives.
Yeah.
Not a tournament report I'm especially proud of, but it gave a snapshot of the deck in, I think, late 2006. Actually, I think I might have written the tournament report like early January 2007, but it was either New Year's Eve or New Year's Day 2007.
So you were probably feeling a little tired and emotional in some ways.
Yeah, it's not my best writing and not something I'm especially proud of, but it definitely was the report there, and it showed us playing things like Plunge into Darkness.
Yeah.
So trying to go a little bit deeper than Impulse.
So while you were obviously work on this mono black list, and you had you guys also work on this Storm list. So this is when you kind of first forayed into Doomsday as a competitive thing by trying to segue it into this mono black Storm list to increase your business count.
Yeah, so the mono black deck came out of I met Even Pence on a forum for Ogre's Card Shop, which if you played in the Midwest in the mid 2000s, you might recognize. It was I think at some point jointly owned by Robert Vroman and a owner called Ogre, whose real name I completely blanks my mind. Although he might be on my Facebook. See if I can pull that up.
Yeah, and so
They had a store forum, and I met Even Pence there. They were sort of playing with this mono black deck, like the prototype to this mono black deck, which was Spanish Inquisition. And Spanish Inquisition used Draw Force, but it also played Diabolic Intent, and we later upgraded Diabolic Intent into Infernal Tutor.
So for people listening, the draw fours are cards like Cruel Bargain, which is costing black, black, black for a sorcery, and it says draw 4 cards, lose half your life rounded up.
Yes. And so with Portal being legal, you could play 8 of these. Actually, 12 if you were willing to go into blue.
For Meditate. Yeah.
Meditate. But in the mono black list, or we say mono black, at the time, most mono black decks were black green for land grant.
Yeah.
We played a low land count, so we played Lotus Petal, Chrome Mox, land grant, a couple Bayous. We played Dark Ritual, Cabal Ritual, Lion's Eye Diamond, Culling the Week.
Yep, Culling the Week is 1 black instant for as additional cost, sacrifice a creature, add black, 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 black to your mana pool.
Yes. And to fuel that, and to fuel Diabolic Intent, which is Demonic Tutor, but you have to sacrifice a creature, we played what we called Tallmen.
So these are the 0 mana Phyrexian creatures.
Yeah, zero mana artifact creatures. So Phyrexian Walker, Shield Sphere, Ornithopter. Or Kobolds. Kobolds were an option. And there was a sort of divide in the early SI lists between a red splash and a green splash, where the green splash would get things like Naturalize. The red splash would get access to Simian Spirit Guide, which came out of Planar Chaos, which would have been 2007.
Yep.
But it also received a few other cards. You could get Kobolds, which would imprint onto Chrome Mox because they're red. They cost 0. They're 0/1s, so they don't block Goblin Lackey very well. But they do make mana to cast Empty the Warrens, and so SI has, we classify things, and it has mana, it has creatures, and it has initial mana sources, rituals, creatures, and business. Business being the 4 draw force, ill-gotten gains, and infernal tutors, or diabolic intents.
And eventually the tendrils of agony you would be.
And then, the kill condition, which was a tendrils or a belcher. Right? And so if you're playing ill-gotten gains, you're playing a tendrils because you can go get 1 or 2 ill-gotten gains, return, you can play some rituals, play infernal tutor, go get ill-gotten gains, return a couple rituals or LEDs, get another ill-gotten gains maybe, and infernal tutor, play those out, get maybe another ill-gotten gains if you still need storm, or go get a tendrils and kill them. Belcher was played because the deck just played very few lands, and it was a natural kill condition. And it was good in matchups where your opponent would stop you from playing a lot of spells in your turn. Like if they had Arcane Lab, for instance.
So why did someone go, hey, we already run a load of cards that say black, 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 lose half our life. Let's add another one again in Doomsday.
So I mentioned we had this Storm engine.
Yeah.
Right? So we had this... in the black-green lists, everyone didn't agree on playing Empty the Warrens without red mana yet. I think today, if you look at a Storm list, if you're playing LEDs and some sort of 2-mana tutor, you're just putting Empty the Warrens in your deck. But at the time, it wasn't that obvious to us. And again, like 2006, 2007, we were really learning how to build Storm. And Empty the Warrens was a way of winning that wasn't graveyard dependent. But if you weren't playing Empty the Warrens, we were looking at other business spells that could win the game if, like, you know, that could win the game without Storm. We were looking at ways that could win the game without necessarily having to use the graveyard with ill-gotten gains, and Doomsday was something we were sort of floating around. Other things we tried were like Null Profusion, which is recycle but in black.
Yeah, so that was printed in Planar Chaos as a color shifted recycle. So 6 mana enchantment, 4 black. For your maximum hand size is 2, and whenever you play a card, draw a card.
And so when we picked Doomsday, when we were looking at Doomsday, the idea was like, well, we already have all these rituals. We already have this draw 4. What if we Doomsday, put a draw 4 on top, and then we can draw into like ritual, ill-gotten gains, or like we could do something like get ritual, ill-gotten gains. And then since we already had all these tendrils in our hand, maybe that would be enough. Maybe we could get maybe we could cast Doomsday and then cast a draw 4. It was pretty clunky, didn't work especially well, and I don't know if that list ever.
Oh, I think we lost him quickly.
And I'm back.
And you're back, right? So yeah. So you obviously tried Doomsday in this mono black SI list. As you said, it was kind of clunky, but at the same time, as you alluded to before, there was this divide happening with Storm. So tell me, obviously there was the Bryant Cook school that started looking one way, and then there was also this Fetchland Tendrils list that started appearing. So you start talking about that.
So prior to that, there was a pretty big divide between I would say the sort of like efficient Empty the Warrens lists and old school Iggy Pop. It took a lot of people a long time to realize that you don't have to play Ill-Gotten Gains. 3 copies of it and 3 copies of Tendrils in your deck. It took a long time to get people away from playing. So at the time, there wasn't a lot of online Legacy being played except on like Magic Workstation and Apprentice, which were some virtual programs that are virtual tabletops. They don't enforce the rules.
Yep.
It's like Cockatrice of today, or Untap, I think .in or IM or something from today. Moto didn't allow you to play Legacy at the time, and so it wasn't really being represented there. There were paper tournaments, but most places didn't have paper tournaments available every week. And if you were lucky, you lived somewhere where you could play paper Legacy once a month. And so the meta wasn't evolving especially fast, and people didn't get a lot of time to play, so it wasn't obvious. They didn't get enough reps in to see, a more efficient list was better. So the first divide was really like people pushing Empty the Warrens hard and everyone else. Like efficient lists playing a bunch of cheap tutors and Empty the Warrens and then everyone else. And then from the people pushing the cheap tutors and Empty the Warrens, there ended up being this divide. And it was about mana base.
And I believe, so you had one school which was the rainbow mana base, which we're seeing actually at the moment in some of the depths lists. So this was things like City of Brass, and what else?
Gemstone Mine.
So lands that
Forbidden Orchard.
Lands that tap for all 5 colors mana with some sort of downside. The other side of the argument was where we start our focus, which was Fetchland Tendrils. So obviously the big deal was here, running fetch lands and dual lands.
Yes, and so like it got to the point where we were discussing lists, and I just wanted to like talk about the list that was playing fetch lands, and so we called it Fetchland Tendrils because it played fetch lands. Yeah. And later tests would eventually, like, if you look at the early Fetchland Tendrils lists and you look at modern tests, they're very similar decks. That's sort of like the format has squeezed out almost all the efficiencies. And so even today, if you look at like Ant, like before 2020, before like mid 2019, Tess and Ant were very, very similar decks.
Yeah.
2019, 2020 has done a lot for tests.
It's been an interesting couple of years.
It's done a lot for a lot of decks.
Yeah, but we'll get there. We'll get there
Yeah.
eventually. So,
so with Fetchland Tendrils, we were, it was diverging, and the reason we wanted to play Fetchlands instead of Rainbow Lands was Brainstorm. Right, it's the classic thing of I want to cast Brainstorm, I want to fetch away the bad cards.
Yeah, was it also in part to do with Fueling Threshold as well, or was Cabal Ritual not really played at the time?
Cabal Ritual was still played as a 4-of. So like this list, if you're thinking about Fetchland Tendrils, in I guess for the article we can put some of these lists in.
Yeah.
So Fetchland Tendrils was this evolution of Iggy Pop. So we cut the fat, and we were playing. So but we still had all the rituals, all the fast mana. We still had Lotus Petal, Dark Ritual, Lion's Eye Diamond, Cabal Ritual. We still had Infernal Tutor. We were still going to get Ill-Gotten Gains because we didn't have a better alternative. But we could also go get Empty the Warrens as another thing we could do that cost less mana to win the game.
Yeah.
So if you think about it, how much does Empty the Warrens cost? It's 6 mana to win. If you're doing it off of a tutor, 2 for the tutor, 4 for the Empty the Warrens. Ill-Gotten Gains almost always cost 7 mana. 7 to 8 mana. Because you have to have 2 for the tutor, 4 for the Ill-Gotten Gains, and you have to have mana floating to cast your rituals again.
Yeah. So interestingly, we've got this. So historically, we've got this divergence from old Iggy to the new efficient list. The efficient lists go to a 5-color list and the Fetchlands Tendrils list, and at the same time, elsewhere, we're having these discussions happen, which start talking about Doomsday. And obviously Doomsday at the time, as we discussed, were these decks that existed that could run this Helm of Awakening top loop combo, or this graveyard-dependent Conjurer's Bauble second Sunrise loop, both of which obviously get a bit of an upgrade in terms of Grape Shot being able to be used as a kill in 2006. And I believe it was a certain person who was called Breath Weapon on MTG Salvation Mandrain the Source, who started the suggestion of maybe taking the ideas from the Fetchland Tendrils lists and the ideas from the Doomsday combo lists and putting them together.
I believe that's correct. And so, this started for maybe 2 or 3 years. There were sort of 3 heads to Legacy Storm. There was Tess, which was playing Rainbow Lands so that it could support Rite of Flame, Burning Wish. And then it would also play like Xantid Swarm out of the sideboard. And then at the time, the big difference between Tess Tendrils and old Iggy Pop is when we were replacing all of that fat, we replaced it with efficient tutors, but we also fit in Meandeck Disruption. And so if you look at what's different from even the test list that I was playing at the end of 2006 and Iggy Pop, was I was main decking disruption spells, main decking Defense Grid and Xantid Swarm. We were in Fetchland Tendrils, we main decked Duress and Orm's Chant. That's something that nobody else did. And that was sort of pushing us toward, we're pretty good against control, but like, could we be better? And we had mystical tutors, so the early lists were playing like 1 Orm's Chant, but that was even a big upgrade over 0. Because if you don't play any disruption spells and you're playing Ill-Gotten Gains and Tendrils, you have to kill them with double Tendrils most of the time if they have counter magic.
Yeah.
Which is just
what suddenly brought the whole? Okay, so this guy Breath Weapon, or girl, I guess, comes along and goes, right, Doomsday, Sensei's top, Tendrils of Agony, put them together. What drew you to that list or to look at those lists?
So we were already playing some number of Sensei's Divining Tops because they were actually just pretty good in Blue-Black Storm. We didn't have Preordain yet, and I think Ponder was still on the horizon. And so Sensei's Divining Top was a card that could just give us a lot of selection at the time with our fetch lands. and it could sort of extend your hand size so that when you untapped and you had this 8 versus 7 scenario, it was actually 8 plus 3, right? You had a 10 versus 7 scenario. And, you didn't get all 3 of the extra cards, but it was enough that you could sort of overwhelm control opponents. And so we already played a couple of them. And Fitchland Tendrils sort of evolved out of Iggy Pop by going to Grim Tutors, and then cutting Grim Tutors for just cantrips. Ended up what happened. We eventually ended up down at like 1 or 2 Grim Tutors, and Grim Tutor was starting to be cut for Draw Force. Because Draw Force were something that we recognized out of Spanish Inquisition, were just really efficient at beating control. If I can spend 3 mana against land still. So one thing to consider, if I take a step back, is how the format looked at the time, right? In 2005, the 2 main decks that everyone talked about that you'd see at every single tournament were Goblins and Landstill. So usually blue-white or blue-red. So Landstill is like traditional hard control. Force of Will, Counterspell, some way, Standstill as a way of getting card advantage.
Yep.
Mistress Factory.
Mistress Factory is your win condition.
Yep. And then they would play some would play Cunning Wish, some would play Lightning Bolts, Swords to Plowshare, some would play both. It was sort of just like, hard, blue control today. You could go with it wherever you wanted, but that was sort of the core. Counterspell, Force of Will, Brainstorm, your removal spell. These decks were very slow. They killed with Mistress Factory. Maybe they were a little faster if they had Decree of Justice, but they were pretty slow. So if a lot of times, if you could just pay 3 mana for a Cruel Bargain or an Infernal Contract, you'd lose half your life, but they couldn't punish you. And you just draw 4 cards, and then you'd be able to kill them. And if they countered it, you were trading 1 for 1, that was fine. Because they didn't have that many hard counters. Unlike today where we're dealing with Flusterstorms, Spell Pierces, Veil of Summers, occasionally when we're trying to duress them, they really only had Force of Will and Counterspell.
Yes.
All they had.
So given the state of the format, you had the Goblins deck that didn't really run Permission.
Goblins was looking at playing things like Chalice the Void in the sideboard.
Yeah.
As a way of answering combo.
And then this blue-based control deck with Force of Will. And so this is how...
There were some Threshold decks that were beginning to exist. Threshold is sort of the predecessor to Rug Delver.
Yeah, so it's Canadian Thresh running Werebear and Nimble Mongoose.
Yeah, well, even before that, there was this Threshold list. It was coming out of Extended Grow, which was... Yeah, it was Nimble Mongoose, Werebear. There was a white list that played Mystic Enforcer and Meddling Mage out of the sideboard. And there was a red list that played Fledgling Dragon.
There recently was, if you're interested, if anyone listening is interested, there was a History of Archetypes on Delver recently posted up that you can find on the link to on the Legacy subreddit. And that was actually a really interesting read, despite my feelings against the archetype. And that covers all this tempo stuff. So, and the history of.
Interestingly, in 2006, in BZK, we were mostly a vintage team, and I was starting to assemble some legacy people. So some people that I played on Magic Workstation with quite a bit, Chris Saunders, and then Kyle Capello, David Kaplan was out of Toronto. Was actually a vintage player that we started playing a lot of legacy with. Introduced me to a guy named Lam Fan.
Oh yeah, Lam Fan. Lam Fan has had very good results, I know, with Blue Red Standstill in the past and other
Blue Red Standstill. Yeah. He actually top 8'd, I think, the first Legacy GP with Threshold, with White Threshold.
Yeah.
He also I think top 8'd Legacy Champs in 2006 or 2007 with Blue Green Threshold. He was very good at designing these bird shit style, which was an archetype, these Threshold style decks.
Yeah.
Um,
So you and this group of guys on the BZK, you obviously
we
saw.
were both playing a lot of Storm and a lot of Threshold at the time,
Yeah. So
which was interesting.
you saw this storm-based Doomsday list that could be, and I've got notes from your chat a week ago or so saying that you spent a few days sketching out lots of different ways that Doomsday could kill with
Yeah.
this
So
storm
we were
engine.
looking at. So I was in college at the time, and I had a lot of free time. And so one of the things I would do is I would think about like what are different sort of Doomsday piles, right? Well, how can we utilize these? Because I saw some Meandeck's articles on vintage Doomsday, and I had seen discussion and participated in discussions about gifts and end games and how do you construct gifts piles, and I wanted to apply some of that to Legacy Doomsday, to see is this something where I think it has enough legs, like because Doomsday at the time was good, but if you could both stop creatures for Empty the Warrens and you could stop the graveyard for Ill-Gotten Gains, it became kind of hard for the deck to kill you. Assuming you knew what you were doing. There's always this chance that you can natural tendril someone. But at the time, people were playing a lot of hard counters. And if they targeted your rituals, you would never actually get a chance to cast tendrils with 9 Storm. It just wouldn't happen. So it was sort of this fantasy that they're just going to counter some spells. They're not going to matter. And you're going to play tendrils anyway. And maybe it worked like that a little bit, but mostly against people who didn't know what they were doing.
Okay. And is this the time when we start seeing things like draw 4 into, say, ritual LED top? Or
yeah, so if you look at the fetchline tendrils, so I mentioned this is the metagame we live in. Where we have these, some of these threshold decks. We have a bunch of janky combo decks. Like there's the Salvager's Gamekeeper deck that uses Aurax Salvagers and Lion's Eye Diamond to make infinite mana, and then spellbombed one of the spell bombs. I think Pyrite Spellbomb.
Yeah, to kill.
Can
do
both draw a card
Yep.
and deal infinite damage. It used Gamekeeper to mill into Aurax Salvagers, and then Tainted Pact, and it played a bunch of one-ofs, or mostly one-ofs. That was an interesting deck. There was Solidarity and Springtide, which were 2 high tide decks. One was instant speed, one was sorcery speed. The instant speed one played Reset. It was Reset High Tide. And it killed with Brain Freeze. The sorcery speed one called Springtide played Cloud of Fairies, Snap, Ideas Unbound, and it tried to just sort of slowly accumulate advantage until it could kill you with usually Brain Freeze. Time Spiral wasn't legal yet. Time Spiral, a card, was not unbanned yet.
Yeah.
So you had these decks that sort of existed. People were playing just random board control decks, like black-green board control, black-green-white, red-white board control. There was a deck called Rifter, which was pretty awesome to play against when you're playing Storm, because it had almost nothing that it could do. They played the only thing they had was they sometimes had Orm's Chant out of the sideboard, and they played there was a one, I think a 1 and a white that gave that player Shroud, and they could cycle it, so they would main deck it sometimes. I don't remember what the card's called.
Are you thinking of Abeyance?
No, there's a card that gives you Shroud. It costs 2 mana, and then it cycles.
And it cycles, sure.
So, but the deck was based around Lightning Rift. So they would, and then Astral Slide. So they
the old slide.
Try to gain advantage that way. But it wasn't especially good. There were, so this is the metagame. So you could afford to play. Nobody was really attacking you that fast that didn't have other problems with your combo. So Storm could run over goblins pretty easily.
Yep.
But Storm had a problem with control decks. And so against control, they were so slow, you could just play the Black Draw Force. And so we started replacing Grim Tutor with that because it was just a fine draw. Like sometimes you would just play a bunch of rituals, play a draw 4, find your other, find a Tendrils, find an Ill-Gotten Gains, find an Infernal Tutor. Like it would get you there. And so we had since some tops, we had these draw fours we were already playing, and Breath Weapon suggested that maybe we could cut one of the two draw fours and play a Doomsday instead. Because then if you have top in play, you can Infernal Tutor for Doomsday, stack the draw four on top of your deck, top into it, and then you can draw off your 4 cards. Like
mana
you draw your
plus
top,
tendrils,
and then you draw like Lotus Petal, Dark Writ, and Tendrils.
Yeah.
And that was a way that could win the game without using the graveyard. It
And-
didn't really require a lot of life loss. Like you had to be at like 4 life, I think,
Yeah.
to pull that off. But it was like you could take a lot of damage and still have it work.
And you also could use LED mana to pay for that initial draw for.
Right. And so you could really abuse LED mana with it. And so I looked at that. I started sketching out piles like, how many cards that are completely worthless to my combo do I have to play to make this worthwhile? And it turned out the answer was almost none. Because like we already wanted to play the draw fours. We already wanted to play the tops. Like playing more of them was not that much of a punishment or not that much of a burden.
Yeah.
And, from there we started looking at piles like, okay, well, Doomsday is good, but what if you just draw it? Is there a way you can win the game if you pass the turn? Can you Doomsday and go? And we quickly realized the answer was no, just don't do that, because we didn't want to, without including a non-storm or a non-infinite storm win condition, like Grape Shot with Helm of Awakening or, Second Sunrise. You couldn't easily pass the turn and then get to 9 storm plus tendrils next turn.
Yeah.
It was just too hard to do. So we didn't pass the turn, which made Doomsday a 2-card combo. You had to Doomsday and have a draw spell, right? That's not the end of the world, by all means, but it is a little less efficient. But it was still, if you look at the mana cost involved, it was less mana than, or about the same mana you needed to win with Ill-Gotten Gains.
Yeah, and at this point, you weren't playing Ideas Unbound, were you?
We were not playing Ideas Unbound.
No.
We were starting to play Meditate, not necessarily because it was better with Doomsday, although it was, because you lost less life, but because it was just a good card against control.
Yeah.
Like you could just cast Doomstep or Meditate on your opponent's end step, draw 4 cards. You skip your turn, but they're a control deck. They can't.
So they'll just do like land go.
Yeah, they'll play a land. They might attack you for 2 or 3 or something.
Yeah.
Something irrelevant. And then you untap with like 11 cards in your hand.
Pretty nice.
You untap with 10 cards, draw your 11th card, and you're like, wonder if I can beat this counterspell deck.
Okay, so we've now got this Doomsday list building. Did it gain the moniker of Doomsday Fetchland Tendrils at this point, or is that a bit later on?
Well, that was, I think, into 2007 when we really started.
Okay, let's
putting Doom when we started seeing results with
Sure.
Fetchland Tendrils.
So let's jump forward to 2007. So we've got some interesting things. Flash, obviously, at the time there was at one point Flash became available to play at one point, and I believe it lasted less than a year, maybe a couple of months.
Actually, so what was happening was there was Grand Prix.
It was errated, wasn't it? So it was errated.
Yeah.
It was
Grand Prix
unerrated in March, and then banned GP in May. Was it?
Yes, GP in May.
Yeah. And then it got banned in June.
Yes. Actually, I think it was even not even. It was like late March. It was unerrata. It was errated.
Yeah.
So they removed some power level errata based on, I think actually Steve Meandeck was writing some articles on Star City at the time about he was trying to crusade against power level errata. Basically, the cards should play as close to their original printing as they can under modern rules, and if they're too powerful, we should just ban them.
So
that was a rule that Wizards pretty much was on board with until very recently with Companion.
Yes. So we obviously got this Flash deck that appeared and disappeared in the blink of an eye.
Yes, in a flash.
In a flash, which is really interesting. But around that, we've got some new printings. So we've got Edge of Autumn, we've got Street Wraith, so Free Cyclers, which at the time I don't think really did anything, at least to the Doomsday or the Fetchland Tendrils decks. But two key printings that we have here are Ponder and Thoughtseize.
Actually, I would say that's backwards.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Ponder and Thoughtseize are the most important cards eventually.
Oh,
the card we tried first was Street Wraith and Extirpate.
Yes.
And so let me explain why. We played 4 Mystical Tutors in our deck at the time. So Mystical Tutor and Street Wraith was very, very tempting. And we were already looking at playing some of these like clunky cards in our deck, like Grim Tutor, Intuition, extra copies of Ill-Gotten Gains, Sensei's Divining Top, like all these cards that are like, we're looking at them like they cost mana. They're basically like, could we just cut 4 of them, play 4 Street Wraith, have a 56 card deck, and a card that combos with our Mystical Tutors? The answer was yes. And a lot of Fetchland Tendrils, like, so I mentioned there were 3 branches of Storm that sort of came about in 2007.
Yep,
there
so
was
we've
the
got
Test
Test. Yep, we've got
Fetchland
Tendrils.
and then DDFT. Doomsday Fetchland.
Yeah.
Doomsday Fetchland Tendrils. And the regular Fetchland Tendrils still played Street Wraiths and Ponders. And just didn't play tops very much. Sometimes didn't even play draw fours. They're just looking to be the most efficient, Infernal Tutor to Empty the Warrens or Infernal Tutor to Ill-Gotten Gains deck they could be. And that was like a perfectly reasonable thing to do. Tess was looking at the time, Tess was still evolving and trying to figure out what the right numbers of things were. I think Street Wraith and Ponder allowed Tess to cut Plunge into Darkness.
Yep.
I don't know. I don't know. You'd have to find Bryant's tournament report from GP Columbus in 2007, GP Flash.
Okay.
He made debut that day with Tess, which was amazing because he played Tess in a metagame that was
full of Flash Hulk.
entirely devoted to beating a faster combo deck.
Yeah.
Like, that was some real dedication. I chickened out. I played Stacks that event. I played a deck that played Chalice the Void and Trinisphere and Aether Flash. And I did not day 2.
So
it's another story.
So yeah, so eventually, collectively, you started adopting additional cantrips into the list.
Yep, and so like we started playing Ponder pretty early. I think we started adopting Ponder pretty much. It was pretty close. We adopted Street Wraith. It was easy because we were like, well, a lot of these cards are garbage. We started playing Ponders, and with Ponder, there was this realization that we could just cut almost all of the clunky cards out of our deck. And then the question was always like, how many Ponders and Street Wraiths are we going to play? Thoughtseize was actually not heavily played in Storm very much. We played Meandeck, Orum's Chance, and Duresses at the time.
I guess at the time there weren't that many relevant creatures that you cared about other than maybe Meddling Mage.
Gaddock Teague, I think, was the same set.
Yeah, Gaddock Teague was Lorwyn.
So Gaddock Teague existed. I think Ethersworn Canonist existed in the block afterwards in 2008.
Yeah.
But you had Meddling Mage, Gaddock Teague. Gaddock Teague didn't matter at all to Doomsday. Because Doomsday played Chain of Vapor, and you had a very clear pile that just could cast Chain of Vapor as part of its as part of what it did when it was winning. It was free, effectively. And really, that was one of the, like, I think Gaddock Teague starting to see a lot of play was one of the things that sealed in my mind we should be playing Doomsday over regular Fetchland Tendrils because we're just invulnerable to more stuff. Like, we don't have a graveyard dependence, and we can really, as we're comboing, remove problematic permanents. So, like, yeah, there's these cards. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Dark Confidant existed in Ravnica in 2006.
Yep.
It was pretty important in the sideboards in 2007 of Storm. yeah, like if you look at both Tess and Fetchland Tundrels at the time here, our main decks we were playing like Orum's Chance. That was actually one of the reasons why Tess had to play Rainbow Lands, is they wanted to play
Orbs Chant plus
Brainstorm,
Rituals plus Rite of Flame.
Brainstorm, Dark Ritual, Rite of Flame, and Orum's Chant.
Whoa, and then Xantid Swarm from the side.
And then sometimes Xantid Swarm from the sideboard.
Okay.
It was a little greedy.
I do.
So the only way you could really make it work all on turn 1 or 2 or 3, like in the first 3 turns, was playing... Like, there was no way you wanted to cast a Brainstorm or a Ponder into... and then off of, like, an island, and then try to cast... And then need to cast Dark Ritual, Rite of Flame, turn 2.
Yeah.
Like, it just didn't... You didn't have the right colors of mana, or... You know, I need to cast Dark Ritual, Rite of Flame, and Orum's Chant after playing my Brainstorm.
So the last thing I've got here for 2007 is a community thing. So this is when you started the Stormboards forum.
So up to this time, we were playing... there was BZK forums. We were talking a lot on Magic Workstation, on AIM, and MSN, and Yahoo Messenger. I used to have this program called Game or Pigeon, which was like before Discord. So in the far days before Facebook, when Facebook was still largely just a college thing, a lot of discussion happened actually over MySpace, over instant messaging programs like AOL Instant Messenger, ICQ, MSN Messenger, Yahoo. And so I had a list of friends that I talked to that I met over playing, either met in person or playing online. And a lot of them I ended up inviting onto BZK. And it became weird because some of them had different team affiliations. I didn't care about the team aspect as much as we wanted to talk about Legacy Storm. And I wasn't very picky about which Legacy Storm deck I wanted to talk about. I just wanted to talk about Legacy Storm. So I was still at the time routinely testing tests, testing, Fetchland Tendrils, testing DDFT, testing SI. Probably should have been paying more attention in school. It all worked out in the end, but It definitely should have probably focused more on that than on Storm combo decks. But I've always seen these Storm decks as not so much like I'm a test player or I'm a Doomsday player or I'm a an Ant player. It's I'm playing a blue-black combo deck, and sometimes the metagame says I should be jamming into the Warrens. Sometimes it says I should be playing Dazes and Enforceables.
Yeah. I think anyone who has that Johnny/Spike streak in them, so you want to win, but you want to do it in a convoluted and hilarious manner.
yeah, it's very, very much Johnny combo player.
Yeah.
And it's, I think a lot of the skills, like a lot of the things we learned in 2006, 2007 are very relevant today.
Yeah.
Like sequencing of spells, like when we first thought about it and wrote down, explain, why do you cast Ponder before Brainstorm?
And why do you cast Ponder with a fetch land open or not the fetch land open, for example?
Yeah, when do you cast Duress? Do you just fire off that Duress turn 1? Like, it's, should you hold it? How long should you hold it for? Should you only play it the turn you go off? Like, when is it okay to play Duress on turn 1? Versus, say, a Ponder. We started learning these things, and they're still relevant today. Almost 15 years later. Sequencing, like Rite of Flame and Dark Ritual. I mean, that's still something that I see people mess up. Like, they're holding Dark Ritual, they're holding Rite of Flame, they're playing against Rug, right? Or they're playing against a blue deck, and they cast Dark Ritual first, and they get Spell Pierced or Dazed, and they're like, "Aw, what's going on here?"
So
I was like, I thought this deck was immune to Daze.
So we've got this group of people now. We've got a new forum to start discussing arguably the greatest archetypes of the format, and we move into 2008. So we've got one really key printing here, at least for certain, well, for TES really, ad nauseum.
Yes. So, well, it was a key printing for everything, because I think in, I think late 2007, 2008 is when we first started seeing the moniker DDFT.
Yeah.
But at the time, we were still very much fetchland tendrils, and ad nauseum was a very clear upgrade over, whatever else we were doing.
Yeah. So
Like,
goodbye draw fours. Hello draw infinite. Well.
Goodbye, hello draw a lot.
Yeah.
And so ad nauseum was actually interesting because it was the first challenge to. We were playing Doomsday because it was the best thing you could do if you had a top end play, right? And because it didn't use the graveyard, and it didn't require a lot of life. You didn't have to chain draw fours or anything. It required some life, but not a lot. It didn't require a lot of resources. Ad nauseum requires a decent amount of life, but it doesn't require very many resources. You can actually just play 5 lands, cast ad nauseum, and be fine. Or say 3 lands and some lotus petals, or 3 lands and a dark ritual. Right? It's very low cost to try to attempt an ad nauseum. It's cheap off of a 2 mana tutor, right? Granted, Burning Wish doesn't go and find it, but Infernal Tutor to ad nauseum 7 mana, you can easily win the game with no mana floating, especially if you have a land drop available with ad nauseum. So it was very quickly slotted into blue-black Storm.
Yeah.
It was not obvious at all how we should play ad nauseum in our Storm deck.
Because I've got some notes here. So this is where the divergence between sort of TES and other Ant decks came, where one set started focusing on this like Infernal Tutor and ad nauseum type lists, and then the other set, the Doomsday set, was still progressing using Mystical to play Doomsday and ad nauseum.
So yes and no. I'd say in 2008, TES was really figuring out how many ad nauseums they wanted to play, and I don't think that was really settled until Past in Flames was created. Early TES lists tried to play like up to 3 to 4 copies of ad nauseum, and they tried to play like Simian Spirit Guides to get more initial mana sources. And it was pretty common to see 2 ad nauseums, even in fetchland tendrils. I would say TES began trimming mystical tutors somewhere around 2008, 2009. I think they still played a few, 2 to 3 of them, but they didn't play the full 4. Fetchland tendrils always played 4 of them, and they played, some ad nauseums, between 2 and 3 usually. Some lists only played 1, and the question of how many ad nauseums to play is a question involving a lot of statistics and math, right? It involves words like variance, and it involves knowing what the, average and expected converted mana cost is at different points in the game of your deck. So you think what you're trying to figure out is how many cards is this ad nauseum going to draw me? What is the likelihood I'm going to cast this ad nauseum and draw enough cards that I can win, that I can seal the deal, win the game? It was really up in the air, and there were a lot of different ways to approach it. You saw lists coming out of I think the guy's name is screen name is Pizarro Jordi Amat out of Spain, I think, was playing a list that had it had Orm's Chance and Pact of Negations and a bunch of mystical tutors and a bunch of ad nauseums and no infernal tutors. And that was a legit Ant deck. He won some events with that and different iterations of that. The more standard fetchland tendrils was just playing like 1 to 2 ad nauseums. This is the deck that sort of iterated and helped to get Mystical Tutor banned. This sort of variant of fetchland tendrils. It was, figuring out how many lands can we play. which cantrips can we play? How many ad nauseams do we need? What's the disruption package? What are the sideboard plans? Like, that's really the list that ended up getting Mystical banned. And then DDFT was looking at how do we play both Doomsday and ad nauseam at the same time, because over time something to realize about Doomsday is we didn't sort of first start sticking Doomsday in our decks and have all of the same pile technology that we had in 2015 or 2020, right? Like, we've learned how to build these piles over the course of many years, and after a lot of thinking about what are the most efficient cards we can play and put in piles. So these are cards that net the most mana, that cost 0 or 1, that draw the most cards for the least amount of mana provided. So I think either in 2008 or 2009, Ideas Unbound was first seriously tested in Doomsday, in DDFT.
Yeah.
And it wasn't universally adopted yet, but the argument was, well, it's just cheaper in a lot of cases than Meditate or other draw force. So it only draws 3, but the only 3 you have to draw are LED, and a draw spell. So it was fine.
Yeah, and were you using Burning Wish at this time at all?
Yeah. So there was a deck called there were sort of two variants of Doomsday that were floating around. They were both Doomsday ad nauseam hybrids. One was playing Burning Wish. Was playing Mystical Tutor, Burning Wish, Infernal Tutor. The other was playing just Infernal Tutor and Mystical, no Burning Wish. I think we called one of them Next Level Storm because everyone was calling stuff next level things at the time. And I seem to remember I wrote some articles about this, about different play situations. One of them was like how to resolve ad nauseum, and like walking through the steps of like what you should be thinking about as ad nauseum is resolving with regards to worst case scenarios, right? Like, okay, I'm playing against Rug. I know they didn't have Force because they didn't counter this, but like they have a mana open. What if it's Lightning Bolt? What's my lowest life total I can go to and not just lose to casting Dark Ritual and then responding with Lightning Bolt?
Yeah, and I've got a Next Level Storm list here dated from September 2009, which is quite interesting. So it includes Tendrils, Burning Wishes, a Singleton Infernal Tutor, a Singleton Mystical Tutor. Oh no, sorry, no. One Infernal Tutor, 4 Mystical, 1 Ad Nors, 1 Doomsday, 1 Ill-Gotten Gains, 1 Meditate. It's quite a pile.
Yeah, and there were, we really started seeing a lot of, in 2007, 2008, 2009, we saw a lot of Doomsday results. Not as many as we saw for Fetchland Tendrils, and Tess really overtook Ant with results periodically, but I would say not really until Mystical Tutor was banned did you see Tess like routinely being in front of Ant in terms of like people playing Tess, like choosing us. I want to play Storm. I'm going to play Tess, and considering Ant just an inferior deck.
Yeah.
I wouldn't necessarily say it was an inferior deck, but that was like I felt like that was a lot of assumption when I would go to a new shop and I would hear people talk about, oh well, why aren't you playing Tess? You say you're a Storm player. Why aren't you playing Tess? And I'm like, I could tell you some things about Tess, but maybe you just go look up some tournament reports and
I have to say,
remember my name.
Even in my relativistically speaking shorter Legacy career, I've definitely had people say that to me.
Yeah, and yeah, you want to win, and at the time, the decks that had the best I think the decks that had the best performance at the time were statistically was Fetchland Tendrils. Performed better than Doomsday or DDFT or TESS. The reason we wanted to play DDFT was Maverick was starting to be a real deck. Like people were playing Gaddock a lot, and Gaddock stopped ad nauseum cold. You had to mystical tutor for it. Doomsday allowed you to play through ad nauseum, or play through Gaddock and win the game anyway.
Yeah,
that became a real big bonus. There were some alternate Doomsday plans, like that you could side in one Helm of Awakening and a Grape Shot, and have a legitimate sideboard plan against Ethersworn Canonist, which was just resolve Doomsday, build the Helm top pile, and it turns out almost all of those things are artifacts.
So you pass the turn, play Helm, play top, play top, play top, play top, and then your only non-artifact spell is the initial Grape Shot.
Yes. Which was kind of cool. I think I pulled that off at a GP, and my opponent was furious.
So we'll just quickly go through some of the key printings from this year before jumping ahead.
Yep.
So Spell Pierce, obviously for tempo decks and later on control decks. The enemy-coloured pair fetch lands, which is probably quite a big deal for at least some of the format. Because at the time you were obviously only able to access Polluted Delta and Flooded Strand.
Yep.
Or Bloodstained Mire. And so this allowed you a bit more access for potential splash colours, or at least more choices for getting around Pithing Needle on your blue duels. And we also had Silence. So I found a very interesting thread started by yourself on MTG The Source, just titled "Sorry Format Orum's Chant 5 to 8."
That sounds like something that I would post.
So
and at the time, like we legitimately played, we played four chants, and then we played some number of dresses as backup with mystical tutors to go and find them, and the stack-based control decks couldn't really deal with you playing Orum's chants.
Yeah,
they had to counter it, otherwise you were going to kill them, and it was simultaneously this also really good card in the mirror, because if they don't chant you and they play rituals, then you chant them, not only have you stopped them from comboing, you've cost them a whole bunch of cards.
There's also some interesting tech that was run on the next level Storm list I was talking about. 2 Vexing Shushers in the sideboard.
Vexing Shusher was actually Bryant's tech from TESS. It was played a lot by TESS at the time as a way of getting around Chalice of the Void. But also Counterbalance. So Counterbalance top was a thing, and Vexing Shusher could not be countered, and then it could make your other spells uncounterable, which usually for TESS meant it could make your Burning Wish uncounterable, and then it could make your removal spell for Counterbalance uncounterable.
Yeah. So we had a few interesting printings, and now I think
also in M10 you had reprints of Leylines as well as Leyline of Sanctity, I think.
Yes, Leyline of Sanctity was a thing.
So Leyline of Sanctity was important along with Silence, because that you saw the switch almost immediately to people playing Silences instead of Orange Chants, so that Leyline of Sanctity wouldn't cheese them out.
Yeah, and in Doomsday you could again chain a Vapor the Leyline if you needed to, whereas TESS obviously, well, I guess you could still, but you'd need to work for it.
So this was, I have a lot of fond memories of this format. A lot of people don't. A lot of people thought this was a very degenerate format. It had the sort of top 2 decks. The 2 decks to beat were Reanimator, featuring Mystical Tutor and Entomb.
Well, I was just about to get to that. So one key thing we can see here on the bans and unbans is Entomb becomes unbanned in Legacy.
Not only in Tomb, but Dream Halls and Metalworker didn't make as much of a splash initially, but they both fueled like very specific decks. But in Tomb was the one that came in. Reanimator was like almost kind of a deck. It got in Tomb, and then it was
the deck
like
to
2009 Reanimator is very similar to 2020 Doomsday. Like if you look at the lists, they're very, very similar. A similar protection package. They're playing,
Daze,
1 mana discard,
cantrips,
Daze, Force of Will, a bunch of 1 mana blue cantrips.
Yeah.
And then some way of winning the game.
And it's this kind of field that you're talking about, this meta game with in Reanimator and Tomb being really high tier, Tess being really high tier and stuff, that we start leading to June in 2010, Mystical Tutor being banned. Let's talk about that.
Yeah. So this was a sad time. Actually, I think also a sad time was right before Mystical Tutor was banned. There was a rule change with M10.
Yep.
And that's actually something that is very important to... Well, I mean, not very important to Doomsday, but I personally hate this change.
Okay.
Which is removed from game was changed to exile.
Ah, yes. So this especially changes wish cards, like Burning Wish. So previously, before this rules change, you could cast a Burning Wish, which would exile itself, and then cast another Burning Wish targeting your first Burning Wish that was in exile.
Or, as I wrote an article about, you could Doomsday away your Tendrils of Agony, and then Burning Wish for cards you exiled off of your Doomsday.
Oh,
which was really cool.
So
it didn't come up almost ever, but it was really cool.
Nice.
And it's a shame that it's actually something that's very inconsistent with the way that Wizards has reprinted cards, because usually when they reprint a card, they give it its most recent errata.
Yeah.
And there are other cards that have the exact same original printing as Burning Wish, or as the Judgment Wishes, that can search exile. So anyway,
so we've got this Mystical Tutor ban, which is pretty big.
The other decks that we're seeing a lot of play were various versions of Survival. Was starting to be heavily picked up. Was a metagame force. You had different variants of Survival were pretty good. I think Vengevine was printed in 2009.
Yeah, Zendikar.
And that fueled this blue-green base Survival deck, which played Force of Will and sometimes Daze, and then killed people with Basking Root Walls and Vengevines. It was pretty good. It had a lot of variation. You could play Survival that used Loyal Retainers, which we mentioned before, to reanimate a Grizzlebrand.
Not yet.
Well, not yet. What did it reanimate at the time?
Probably.
There was
the Leviathan, the Alara Leviathan with Shroud.
Right.
Or Sphinx of the Steel Wind.
Maybe. There was another kill for Survival, which instead of Vengevines, you would set up a Necrotic Ooze.
Yeah.
Which you use Survival to draw and to tutor and discard, I think, Triskelion.
It was Triskelion, Phyrexian Devourer, and Necrotic Ooze.
Yes, and then you play Necrotic Ooze and you mill cards and remove counters to deal presumably 20 damage.
Yeah.
It wasn't actually infinite because you had to sell cards, but
enough. So
you had Survival, you had Threshold, which was a Canadian Threshold, which was a very strong deck. I think it did really well in 2008 or 2009 Worlds. Counterbalance Top Control was played in various iterations. And then you had all of these decks were sort of like teetering on the edge of like not being able to contain Storm. and then they unbanned Entomb.
Yep.
Uh,
And suddenly the bubble
and
burst, and no one could deal with this very fast,
yeah,
very disruptive or protected combo.
yeah. Well, now you had Ant, which was sort of like after 3 to 4 years of fine tuning, being a very efficient Storm deck. You had this blue-black combo control deck in Reanimator. You had a blue-green sort of aggro control deck in Survival Madness. And it was unfun for everyone else because, they couldn't kill you fast, and they couldn't, reliably find and remove whatever targets they wanted because they didn't play Mystical Tutor. At the time, cards we didn't mention but were important out of Time Spiral Block were Krosan Grip and Wipe Away. These really powered up the Mystical Tutor decks like Ant and later Reanimator.
Yep.
Because when we talked about Chain of Reaper, but a lot of the lists played, a lot of the Fetchland Tendrils lists played Wipe Away main deck. Because Wipe Away could be tutored with Mystical Tutor, and it was uncounterable, or rather, it wasn't uncounterable. It has split second.
If you were lucky with your counterbalance, you could still stop it, but
counterbalance largely skipped 3-drops, so
yes,
they were unlikely to be able to counter a Wipe Away, and they couldn't respond to it, which was usually good enough. And
so Wizards obviously come in. Mystical Tutor gets banned for probably very good reasons, as the format is defined. And it makes a lot of people, yourself included, very sad. However, we have this other card printed this year in the form of Preordain.
Yeah, so actually, before Mystical Tutor was banned, Emrakul was printed, right?
Yeah, he's a pretty cool guy.
Emrakul combos with this other card we didn't talk about much, but we mentioned Shelldock Isle.
Yeah.
And if you've never seen this combo, what happens is you Doomsday, you put Shelldock Isle on top of your pile, you put Emrakul somewhere else, you draw Shelldock Isle, you play it, you put Emrakul under it with its Hideaway trigger, and when you untap with your Shelldock Isle, either with just another turn, or because you played something like Cloud of Fairies to untap it because you want to, you can now trigger the Hideaway cost. You can trigger its special cost because Doomsday has conveniently made you have less than 20 cards. That means you get to cast Emrakul, which means you get its extra turn. So now you have a 15/15 and an extra turn and a couple cards in your library.
Yeah.
So you get a couple attacks, and they probably can't do anything about it. This was sort of a very important printing, less so for Doomsday than for Ant, because that caused Ant to start sideboarding Doomsdays. Because they would sideboard 4 Doomsdays and an Emrakul and a Shelldock Isle, and their plan against Counterbalance was just play Doomsday and pass the turn. And even if it took 2 turns, Counterbalance wasn't killing you anytime soon, and they would lose to a 15/15.
Yeah. It's also around this time that we start seeing some people making full use of this combo with Doomsday to play a main deck plan of Shelldock Isle and utilize the card Show and Tell. So these lists were called Rev 614.
Yeah, there was a name that I liked. So it's a reference to the Book of Revelations, chapter 6, verse 14, which has a quote that I thought appropriately described the artwork of Emrakul. And it turns out was a very you're apparently not supposed to mention biblical things in reference to a card game, especially a fantasy card game, because it makes people very, very unhappy. I received a lot of flack for that. But the core of the deck was, you're a Show and Tell deck. You can either Show and Tell Emrakul, you can Doomsday for Shelldock Isle for Emrakul,
I believe
theoretically,
I think the quote is, "The heavens receded like a scroll being rolled up, and every mountain and island was removed from its place." Notably in
yes,
reference to Annihilator 6.
yes. Well, and also at the time, the counterbalance decks were blue-red, which I thought was pretty
Yeah.
great.
So we've got some interesting things happening. So obviously we've got the next level Storm list, the Doomsday Fetch Land Tendril list. They were previously playing Mystical Tutor. They are now adopting this Preordain slot instead. And we've also got this cheeky little Divergent list, which was played, which basically is all in on Doomsday, Show and Tell, Emrakul the Aeon's Torn, Sheldock Isle, to either Doomsday, Sheldock Isle, put it in play, or just slam it down with Show and Tell.
Yeah. That, and so there was a list that actually top aided so Mystical Tutor got banned, and then they had a GP the next month. And the decks that did well, a couple of the decks that did well are decks that suffered almost nothing from Mystical Tutor being banned. Rev 614 actually played Limdul's Vault over Mystical Tutor because it wanted to go find Emrakul for the Show and Tell Emrakul plan. And it top aided, although maybe a little suboptimal list, but it still did well. Test did really well. Test at the time had evolved to being this ad nauseum deck that was only playing a couple Mystical Tutors. And so they cut Mystical Tutors, the two Mystical Tutors for, I don't remember if it was Preordain or what it was.
And
but
interestingly, if you can actually find that, so the Rev 614 list, you can find, I think it was piloted by Chris Goslin. You can find one match and the deck tech on YouTube from the Star City Games archives, I think.
Yep. And his list was kind of interesting because it played its alternate kill condition was, instead of using Emrakul, was to put Shared Fate under Sheldock Isle.
Yes. So Shared Fate is a 5-mana blue enchantment for 4 and a blue, and it basically says, if you were to draw a card, instead your opponent exiles the top card of their library, and if your opponent were to draw a card, you exile the top card of your library. You may play cards exiled from your opponent's library. So it basically turns it so that you're drawing off your opponent's deck, they're drawing off your deck. However, in theory, you've resolved a Doomsday and therefore have no cards left to draw from your library.
Yes. So, and it's a replacement effect, so the game doesn't actually technically end yet, because it's not like they can't draw a card and they lose. They just have nothing left to exile, so the replacement effect, doesn't really do much. And meanwhile, you're drawing and playing their deck. Presumably, they can kill themselves. That's
you'd hope that they have a threat or two.
Yeah. So that was kind of maybe one of the more humorous Doomsday win conditions I've ever seen.
So how easy was it to just slot these Preordains into Doomsday as a deck?
Pretty easy. So there was, leading up to the Mystical Tutor ban, there was someone who went by the screen name Pulp Fiction, who was advocating to drop Ad Nauseam from Next Level Storm. He said the problem with Ad Nauseam was that it was just too high variance in the deck. Like, the deck was trying to do too many things. And that if you focused on being a Doomsday deck, so if you just played 3 Doomsdays and 4 Burning Wishes, you could more reliably resolve turn 1 Doomsday and just main deck Sheldock Isle and Emrakul. Because if you cut Ad Nauseam, you don't have to worry about flipping a 15, which is almost never what you want to do. And sort of afterwards, at least I sort of took that list that he was championing, which was basically Next Level Storm, but we had cut. It was a straight Doomsday deck. It was actually very close to what we ended up playing in 2010, 2011, with Dark Rituals, Reign of Filth, Burning Wish into Empty the Warrens or Burning Wish into Tendrils, main deck Sheldock Isle and Emrakul, a bunch of duress effects, Something interesting, something we were learning around 2009, 2010, 2011 was that the extra mana cost involved in playing chant on the turn that you're comboing mattered a great deal when your opponent played duress. And being able to fire off duress ahead of time mattered quite a bit. And having the hand information allowed you to actually play around cards where otherwise you just have to pass because they, you know, um, you could often play duress before you were going to combo, see the coast was clear, and then you can make a calculated decision next turn based on how many cards they had access to about whether it was still safe to go off. Um, it the way I'm talking about it, it sounds like you might go, yeah, well, that's obvious now. We did not find that obvious then, and a lot of people were still playing Orm's Chance.
Yeah, so still a lot of learning happening
Yeah,
into
yeah,
the format.
a lot of learning, and even like that was a common rift in the Doomsday lists. That like after we adopted this preordain, it was a common divide between, do I want to play a bunch of duresses, or do I want to play, duress and Thoughtseize, or duress and Cabal Therapy with Gitaxian Probe whenever it comes around,
And
or do I want to play,
especially
or
as
do I want to play? Yeah, sorry.
you already had Brainstorm, you had Ponder, you had Top, you had Street Wraith, which wasn't even played all the time. So you had a lot of these, cantrip or filter effects already. So I
Yeah,
guess, was it even necessary?
yeah, and I think early on, playing Preordain was something that a lot of lists started to do, but uh, the main cantrips were always Brainstorm, Ponder, and uh, Sensei's Dividing Top. And I think people played Preordain in the in-between time between Mystical Tutor being banned and Gitaxian Probe being printed.
Excellent segue. So, 2011. Okay, we
Yeah.
have a huge set here. So big was this year that people started trying to design formats just before this year occurred.
Yeah.
So we have the introduction of New Phyrexia and
Yep.
Innistrad. So New Phyrexia presents us with Phyrexian mana, which notably gives us tools like Mental Misstep, which is very quickly banned, Surgical Extraction, which becomes, and is still to this day, one of the sort of most seen graveyard hate cards played. We also see Gitaxian Probe come in, which immediately becomes a 4 of in any degenerate deck. And we also see two notable printings, one for Doomsday, one for Ant/Tess, in the form of Laboratory Maniac and Past in Flames.
Yep. And so this was actually, so I would say up until Innistrad was released, was sort of the golden age for maybe in my mind, it's like the golden age of DDFT. It was a powerful deck. It got an upgrade in Probe. It, it was not too terribly beat up by Misstep while it was legal. Like it just overloaded the one slot.
It allows you to run
Did a
Cabal
lot of,
Therapy as a 4 of.
yep. It played Cabal Therapy, played Duresses. It had the ability to both Emrakul people, to Tendrils people, to Empty the Warrens people. Did a lot of really interesting things. It even had past the turn kills with both Emrakul as well as another really kind of fun, interesting alternate pile, which was a draw spell. So either Ideas Unbound or Meditate. LED Burning Wish, and then the second Burning Wish. So a mass draw spell, 2 LEDs, 2 Burning Wishes. The first LED goes and gets Time Spiral, and the second LED goes to get Tendrils. It requires a little bit of setup in that you need like anywhere from 4 to 5 mana available to pull this off, and You need like an extra card or two in hand to make sure you don't die to your time spiral, but it's a lot of fun. Was a pretty good time.
Yeah. So
and
we also see, obviously, Lab Maniac come in.
yes, and so I was mentioning it was a golden age. So up until that point, Doomsday had a real advantage over Ant. It didn't rely on the graveyard, and its life total didn't matter that much. Right? So Doomsday's life total definitely matters. You can't even cast Doomsday from 1 and win the game. It just kills you instantly. But you can't profitably cast ad nauseum under about 14 life, and even that's pretty tenuous. Whereas, at least in most lists, whereas Past in Flames allowed you to swap out Ill-Gotten Gains into Past in Flames, and now you're still graveyard dependent, but you don't give your opponents back Force of Will. So you're not worried that if I go low on life, I have to worry about how do I, what if I give my opponent back Force of Will plus blue card? Or what if I give my opponent Lightning Bolt times 2? Past in Flames just said, okay, well, if they let this resolve, you're going to win. So that was sort of like, at that point, the main reason to play Doomsday was you liked Doomsday, you were really concerned about Gaddock Teague, which was Maverick was being heavily played. Like it was nice that it had similar matchup profiles and just ignored something that was kind of a bad matchup, because they had Green Sun Zenith for it. And then the other thing was Doomsday cost less mana some of the time. So when I first mentioned like the first way Doomsday came into Fetchland Tendrils, it was, okay, this is a card for when I'm casting Infernal Tutor, Breaking Lion's Eye Diamond.
Oh, we've lost you again quickly.
Say that again?
Okay, yeah, carry on.
So the first way that we sort of played Doomsday was we had a top in play, we cast Infernal Tutor, and we broke LED. We cracked LED in response. So we go get Doomsday, we play Doomsday, we tap top to draw into something. Okay? That was the first way. We realized part of the evolution of Doomsday was, well, what if we have Doomsday in hand? That win condition cost 8 mana, which was the same that usually Ill-Gotten Gains cost a lot of the time. Like 7 to 8 mana was what Ill-Gotten Gains cost. So 8 mana to not be graveyard dependent was pretty good. But if you had Doomsday in hand and you had a top in play, you could win the game for 5 mana. And that's something that was really interesting. Because the cheapest way for Tess or for Ant to win with Empty the Warrens involved 6 mana. And so when we're playing all these Doomsdays, as our technology is improving, we're getting better at constructing piles, as we're getting cards like Gitaxian Probe to draw, to both add storm count and to have draws for 0 mana.
So at this point, the basic pile is something like Ideas Unbound, LED, Gitaxian Probe, Burning Wish for Tendrils, because assumably you cast Dark Ritual Doomsday for 2 storm, a draw spell into Ideas Unbound, so 3 storm, your 5 cards in your pile, plus your Tendrils for 11 storm total.
Yes.
You could also do it the same thing with a Sensei's Divining Top, so you would, and that takes away a mana from it, takes away a storm, but it would still be 10, but it doesn't actually because you recast the top anyway. It would also give you super mana efficient piles like double cantrip piles, which are 0 mana post Doomsday Resolution other than the cost of your cantrips, and something like Gitaxian Probe plus Sensei's Divining Top piles. So it'd be probe into an LED, top into Ideas Unbound, crack the LED, draw LED, your original top, play top, crack the 2 LEDs, top into Burning Wish, to Burning Wish into Tendrils.
Yep. And so this is when we're looking at Doomsdays here, we're looking at very early on. I mentioned Doomsday was about abusing the most efficient cards in your format, the most busted cards in the format. That pile illustrates like what are the cards that pile is playing. It's playing it's utilizing Sensei's Divining Top, got banned. Utilizing Gitaxian Probe, got banned. Utilizing LED, which is a pillar of the format, and people have clamored off and on through its history for it to be banned. It's using multiple LEDs. It's a way of how I can have 5 cards and I can stack 6 mana in those 5 cards. So I can usually end up with a pile that either is mana positive or mana neutral, altogether, which is really interesting.
So yeah,
as we were evolving these piles, we learned how to use Brainstorm and Top better. So we learned that we could win the game by tapping Top and drawing Brainstorm, and then casting Brainstorm as long as we had like 1 card still left in our hand. And the first piles that did that involved like using Brainstorm into like LED. It was like LED and like a cantrip. It was like, and then to get an Ill-Gotten Gains and then a Tendrils. We realized pretty early on you didn't need Tendrils at all or Ill-Gotten Gains at all.
Yeah, and
that
you could instead
the pile itself would just generate like 7 or 8 Storm.
Yeah, and you could instead do it into, so you Brainstorm, assuming you've got a card in hand, and draw LED, Gitaxian Probe, Ideas Unbound, put back Ideas Unbound plus the dead card to then draw into your pile.
Yeah, and so like as our pile technology improved over the years, and we received a few upgrades, one of them being Probe, we sort of like, we had this golden age where Doomsday was a lot more mana efficient than Ant was, but at the same time, didn't have to play as many ritual effects. Instead of rituals, it got to play cantrips.
Yeah, I believe it played 5 rituals, the 5th being Rain of Filth.
Yes. And that was, and the deck played a bunch of disruption for the time period, which was a big advantage against control. It could remove if you had a top in play, putting Chain of Vapor in your pile cost you literally nothing. Like, it was just a standard way of winning the game. And if you didn't have a top, it cost you like 1 or 2 extra. You could Burning Wish for things like Massacre, if things got too bad. And you still sort of had this, because you had so many LEDs and you had, Top and Probe and Brainstorm, you could actually assemble a lot of scenarios where you like incidentally made just enough mana to Burning Wish into Empty the Warrens and put 10 goblins into play.
Or even just natural storm your opponent.
Yes. And so like it was a very interesting deck, and I think that deck, although it was only ever probably as good as Ant, was really a deck that hooked a lot of people into playing Doomsday. Like it was a reason why a lot of people love to play Legacy, because of how intricate and interesting the deck was. You got a bunch of different scenarios. It's one of the reasons why I played it for so long, is because it was just this iterations of these decks where every time I would sit down, it's a new puzzle. And it's a new puzzle that's still competitive enough that I can, have a hope at, making top 8.
Yeah. So then, obviously you say this is the golden age. What goes wrong in the as Innistrad comes into play? So what happens? So we've got 3 cards on the screen here from Innistrad. We've got Lab Maniac, which is obviously really good for Doomsday.
Yeah.
That adds the another Plan B kill, which is very mana efficient, slots very much into the thing, doesn't require playing around Wasteland or anything. But we also have Past in Flames that, as you say, makes Ant a lot better, can slot into Tess as well. Doomsday can't really leverage it properly, and so suddenly Ant becomes the premier Storm deck of the format. And we also have a really horrible card that's just sitting there in the top right of my screen. What does that card do?
So that card is a 0/0 under Engineered Plague on wizards or humans. And that's all that I'll say about it.
Okay. So basically, what happens is the format suddenly becomes a lot more efficient.
Yes. So we saw with Mental Misstep, the format was getting a lot more efficient. Actually, with Reanimator, when Entomb was unbanned, Reanimator really pushed the format to be more efficient. And, Mystical Tutor got banned. The format didn't really take a step back, though. Like, yeah, Mystical Tutor made Ant and Reanimator worse, but everything else had sort of leveled up to deal with those, or tried to level up. And over the next year, we see some interesting printings like Flusterstorm, Mental Misstep. Probe made it very common to see Cabal Therapy, because Cabal Therapy wasn't nearly as much of a guess in the dark anymore. And over the course of 2011 and then going into 2012, you see Ant upgrades Ill-Gotten Gains to Past in Flames. This means one of the big advantages Doomsday had, which was it didn't cost very much mana, and it didn't give your opponent back blue cards, which meant Doomsday could play all discard spells, whereas Ant had to play, you usually had to play like Chants or Xantid Swarms. Didn't happen anymore. Wasn't the case. So Ant improved their disruption capabilities and their ability to execute and win the game. And then Delver, being printed, upgraded Canadian Threshold almost immediately. So up to this point, there was this deck called Canadian Threshold, or Thrash. It was blue, red, green Threshold. It played Nimble Mongoose and Tarmogoyf. And then occasionally it would have a couple other creatures. It was primarily those 8 creatures. And then it had Force of Will, Daze, Spell Pierce, Spell Snare, Stifle, Lightning Bolt, in either Chain Lightning or Fire Ice, and some cantrips, Wastelands. It was a highly efficient tempo deck, and it went from getting a 1/1 Shroud that became a 3/3, on turn 5, 4 or 5, to getting a blue card that was an evasive 3/2 from turn 2 most of the time. A little bit of an upgrade in power.
Yeah, so now additional blue count synergizes already with the rest of the deck being predominantly instants and sorceries. As you say, evasive, aggressive stats. It's pretty good.
Well, not only that, it's so aggressive. It is the same rate that Zoo was contorting its deck to play.
Yeah.
So before this, Zoo existed, and it was trying to play like Wild Nakatl.
So Wild Nakatl is a 1/1 for 1 green. It's a cat warrior, I think.
Yes.
And it gets +1/+1 if you control a plains, and +1/+1 if you control a mountain.
So people would play these 3 colors, these like Naya colored red, green, white Zoo decks with some 1 mana creatures like Curd Ape and whatever the white Curd Ape is called, the white green Curd Ape is called.
Loam Lion.
Loam Lion, that's it. And then Wild Nakatl, and then backed up by a lot of burn spells. And like a few larger efficient creatures, but mostly burn spells. Like usually like Tarmogoyf. Sometimes they would have even go up into Knight of the Reliquary. They'd play 4 Lightning Bolt, 4 Chain Lightning, sometimes even Price of Progress because it hurt your opponents more than it hurts you. Although I think that might have been a sideboard card. And then they'd play Fire Blast. So they usually had like 2 to 4 Fire Blasts and then 8 1-mana burn spells. So, and then sometimes like Swords too, or Paths.
Yeah. And
it's like ultimate aggro deck. and almost all their creatures were outclassed by a blue creature.
Yeah, because the Delver allows the tempo deck to run the aggro plan, so the fast threat, lots of pressure, but also having the disruption, whereas the Zoo decks would have all of the aggression, but then would just die to Tendrils for Agony for 10.
Well, not only that, but like they would, like their efficient threats were less efficient than Delver and not evasive.
Yeah,
they weren't even evasive.
So we also see
Delver's a pretty absurdly high power level.
we also see another printing from Commander, the first Commander set, in this form of Flusterstorm. So finally they revisit the storm mechanic, first time since Time Spiral block. But yeah, what do you think about this card?
This was a I mean this didn't matter a whole lot to Storm decks at the time. Like it's printed, it looks like it's a card that just beats Storm. And on the face of it, yeah, like you play a Tendrils, they play Flusterstorm, you probably can't pay for all the Tendrils copies, and your Tendrils is effectively countered. In practice, because it was printed around the same time as Cataxian Probe, and around the same time as Past in Flames, you had Doomsday, which was starting to play, which played a mix of like silence and duress effects, moving into duress and therapies. And you had Ant, which played silence and duress, and moved into duress and therapies. So, like, actually getting caught by Flusterstorm didn't matter too much. What did matter is it's an efficient 1-mana counterspell. And so, before we had Spell Pierce was, you could play around it, usually. Like, if they had a lot of pressure, maybe you couldn't, but, like, it was a card you could play around. Flusterstorm is basically always going to counter a spell. Like, it might counter a duress, but it's going to counter something. And that was a big upgrade for Control. Yeah. And other combo decks, even. And you start seeing Ant play this in the sideboard.
And also the new Delver deck that appeared on scene, the tempo type style.
Yeah, well, Delver was replacing Spell Pierce with it, right?
Yeah.
And so Delver already had Spell Pierce and Reb, which were pretty good against Doomsday and against Ant. Because the traditional way of fighting Ant wasn't actually to fight them on their Infernal Tutor. That usually didn't work because they would play chant effects. But you would fight them on their cantrips with Rebs, because your bolts didn't really do anything to them. And so you could upgrade those to Rebs, and then your Spell Pierces, you would just try to fight over their ritual effects and, their cantrips where you could, efficiently counter them. And they often wouldn't be able to assemble that critical mass to, empty itself into a Tendrils. Yeah. And so if you fought the rituals, if you fought the cantrips, you often never ended up dealing with Infernal Tutor, Ad Nauseam, or Past in Flames.
And the final card that we'll quickly go over, Surgical. So obviously this became a super efficient extirpate replacement for 0 mana. And the obvious interaction with Doomsday is it causes you to shuffle your deck, which doesn't always affect it, but can have some pretty big implications if, say, you're trying to use a Cataxia Probe to draw into your pile.
Yeah, it's anywhere from a half a card to a full card against Doomsday. Sometimes shuffling doesn't matter because you're just casting you're breaking into pile with Brainstorm or something. Sometimes your pile, though, especially at the time, your pile's very intricately stacked with LEDs and cantrips and things, and shuffling the pile was disastrous. When Laboratory Maniac was printed, that became less of a problem, because Lab Maniac allowed you to win without using Storm. And so you could, if you got shuffled, you still had a chance of just drawing into your Lab Maniac and playing it and winning the game. Maybe not all in one turn.
So the Lab Maniac pile, very similar, very, very similar to the Tendrils of Agony Burning Wish pile. So it'd generally be some variant on Ideas Unbound into LED, Cataxian Probe, Sensei's Divining top, Lab Maniac. And the idea would be you draw into your... use Ideas Unbound to draw into LED, get Probe top. You'd play LED, play top, Casket Probe, crack AD for blue, cast your Lab Maniac, and then you could tap your top with 0 cards in your library to win the game.
Yes, and that was there was a minor variation of that was played by maybe like 60-70% of the lists, which involved a chromatic sphere.
Yep, so Chromatic Sphere is an artifact from Mirrodin, the original Mirrodin. It's 1 colourless, and it has an ability for 1 colourless, tap it, sack it, add 1 mana of any colour to your mana pool, draw a card. Now, this is a very interesting ability because this ability is in fact a mana ability and therefore cannot be responded to. So where you would have Lab Maniac in play and you would activate your Chromatic Sphere, even if the opponent had removal, they could not respond to the Lab Maniac trigger because your draw effect was part of the mana ability.
And thus did not use the stack.
Yeah.
Yes. It was very cute. The only minor thing is Chromatic Sphere was actually first printed in Invasion.
Oh, Invasion. Apologies. Yes,
Yeah.
my bad.
It was a reprint. It was a reprint in Mirrodin.
You can see which copy I own. So and
I didn't know that for the longest time because I didn't play Invasion block very much. So the first copy I ever saw was in Mirrodin. That was sort of when I started playing competitively around that time.
Yeah.
And it was. Yeah, I learned that because I learned that when I was looking for a full copy of it for my deck.
So, and the final thing of this year is actually this was the year that I started being taught Legacy by
Nice.
a guy from Bristol. So I'm based in Bristol, UK. It was a guy called Ryan Pugh, who was this guy who could just field an entire Legacy, 8-player event by himself. He had power. He had vintage decks. He was like the coolest man. And he was actually the one who taught me Legacy and also taught Autumn Lillian Bichette, who is currently in the Pro Tour. So he taught one of my first Legacy matches, because I actually built Manless Dredge to begin with, was me on Manless Dredge and Autumn on white stacks, but like budget stacks, playing against each other.
The classic Legacy matchup.
Oh yeah. So we've had huge printings in the form of Innistrad.
Is that matchup actually? I'm actually just curious. Just sidebar.
Yeah.
Complete sidebar. That matchup feels like it. At first glance, it would be really favorable to Manaless Dredge, but white stacks played like Ghostly Prison, right?
White stacks did play Ghostly Prison, yeah.
Was Manaless Dredge at the time? Did they have access to a way of winning without using the combat step?
Yes, it did.
Okay, so it was as one-sided as I initially thought.
Okay. Because this was Dark Ascension actually was the set that gave the printing the flair of the hate band.
Right.
That allowed you to do that. So we're in 2012. We have Dark Ascension, Avacyn Restored, Plane Chase 2012. So Baleful Strix appears, Talia, Guardian of Thraburn, and the Miracles mechanic. So that's how Legacy is adapting. We also have Return to Ravnica, which brings Abrupt Decay as a card, which obviously starts pushing sort of Bug as a colour combination for control a bit further. And we have a little interesting segue. So the DDFT deck doesn't really change here at all much, other than it doesn't because
it gets Abrupt Decay.
It gets Abrupt Decay. Talia doesn't matter so much because you can Burning Wish for Massacre. The Miracles decks are just a straight upgrade on the OG Counterbalance top decks. So they can then start fighting the aggro decks or Delver a bit better.
Is Dark Ascension or Avacyn Restored where Grizzlebrand appeared?
Yes, and also Avacyn Restored, we get Grizzle Daddy.
Yeah.
Which gives Reanimator and Show and Tell decks a huge boost.
So I just want to talk about we'll talk about Meandeck Doomsday, but I want to talk about there's a deck in 2020 that plays Doomsday called Tenfens or Entombsday.
Entombsday.
So it's Tenfens, it's a Entomb deck that entombs Grizzlebrand and uses Shallow Grave or Corpse Dance or actually I don't think they use Corpse Dance. I think that's too much mana. They use Shallow Grave and they use
Goryo's Vengeance.
Oro's Vengeance to return Emrakul, or to return Griselbrand, pay a bunch of life, draw a bunch of cards, and then they can use Children of Corliss to regain their life, draw more cards, and eventually they can set up a situation where they entomb or discard Griselbrand to put all their cards back in their deck and restart, and they just get all of this storm, all this mana, and eventually they can choose to like play a Tendrils of Agony. They can choose to reanimate Emrakul and attack for 21. They can just hard cast Emrakul and then take another turn with like Griselbrand and Emrakul in play.
There's also later on infinite collective brutality castings. So
infinite
pitch Emrakul with collective brutality.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool one. And then in 2020 they sideboard, actually even before 2020, but definitely in 2020 they sideboard into Doomsday to avoid some of their harder matchups. But at the time, before Griselbrand was printed, there were other decks trying to abuse Corpse Dance and Goro's Vengeance. Or not Goro's Vengeance, but Corpse Dance and
Shallow Grave.
Shallow Grave.
Yeah.
And so the first one that I was ever aware of was actually Magus of the Jar. And Magus of the Jar is a Magus, so it's a memory jar as a creature. And so it's a 5-mana blue creature. It might be like a 2/2 or a 3/3 or something.
I think it's a 3/5.
Or a 3/5. It has some power and toughness. It honestly doesn't matter that much. It taps and it's a memory jar. And so one of the first really cool off-the-ball decks that I had never seen before was when somebody walked into my shop and had this deck with reanimating Magus of the Jar, doing draw 7s, trying to chain these together. Because if you can get enough mana, you can actually play... if you can get enough mana to buy back your Corpse Dance, you can actually then break LED, you get your Magus back, you tap it to draw 7 more cards, and you have Corpse Dance still in hand. Right? So you can just get into this position where you have so much mana that you can go through your entire deck. Really cool. 10 Fins was, Griselbrand. Grizzle Daddy is just like the much, much better improvement to it. It made Reanimator much better. It introduced a deck that eventually became 10 Fins, which was really cool, and has played Doomsday off and on in the sideboard.
And it pushed the show and tell decks with Sneak Attack into a much higher tier, I think.
Yeah, so up to this point, Sneak Attack existed as a blue-red deck, but it was playing Progenitus, which didn't necessarily... it played a few different creatures, but it played Progenitus as one of them, and it didn't necessarily kill your opponent on the first creature. Well, once you got to Griselbrand, you can Sneak Attack a Griselbrand, pay some life, get an Emrakul, Sneak Attack that, possibly off of a Lotus Petal or Simian Spirit Guide that you happen to draw along with your Emrakul, and just kill them all in one shot. It's quite nice.
So we're going to quickly jump into talking. So Meandeck Doomsday, we've already mentioned Team Meandeck being one of these like vintage teams of the sort of, OG era. We've mentioned Stephen Menendian, who was a big connoisseur of vintage and vintage Doomsday. So Meandeck Doomsday was effectively an attempt at a legacy port of the vintage Doomsday style into Legacy. So the idea behind Meandeck Doomsday was you, instead of playing Lion's Eye Diamonds, instead of playing Tendrils of Agony, instead of playing this Storm deck with proactive discard, you would play this control deck with counter magic. You'd run four forces, you'd run misdirection, you'd run pact of negation, and you would be all in on Laboratory Maniac. And the titular kill was Mental Note, which is basically a Thought Scour that doesn't target, it only casts on yourself. So 1 blue, you mill 2, draw a card, Lab Maniac, a card of your choice, Unearth, and a Lotus Petal, I think.
Yep.
Was the main kill, and the idea would be that you would have some sort of counter magic to back that up. So it was a pseudo efficient pile for blue black.
Yeah.
So what? I know what my thoughts are on this. First of all, I guess where was he trying to come from, and what logic was he following?
So 2011, when we received, we already had a Doomsday deck that existed in Vintage. In fact, if you go to the manager, and you can probably find, maybe it's not very heated between me and Steve and Jaco, but it was heated between another one of my friends who went by the screen name Ambivalent Duck and Meandeck, sort of around a fundamental disagreement about whether information should be free or not. And at the time, Meandeck was kind of famous for, writing a bunch of articles, doing some really good work, churning through math, really thinking through things and writing them down, explaining things. But he also charged for all of his work. And that struck some people the wrong way. People who had come up sort of in the internet era, come up around free software and, what was later open source came up in a sort of hacking culture. The idea that information was not freely available did not sit well. And there was this sort of animosity between the two. And at the time, we were working on Gush was unbanned in Legacy or in Vintage, and I think I had top aided an event with a Tendrils deck right before Lab Maniac was released by just abusing Flusterstorm. So I built a Gush Bond deck that had 4 Flusterstorm, and I think 4 Duress or Thoughtseize and 4 Force Will, and just annihilating people en route to splitting the finals. Lab Maniac got released. The deck got better because we didn't have to win with Storm. And Meandeck started releasing, I think he released 2 articles pretty close to each other. One was on Vintage Doomsday, where he outlined a philosophy of Doomsday is not a combo deck, it's a control deck. And Doomsday is more analogous to Tinker than it is to the combo card from Doomsday's past. That the idea was, I'm going to play this control deck, and instead of only playing 1 Tinker for Blightsteel Colossus, I'm going to play 4 Doomsdays, because Doomsday is unrestricted, and it's going to have the same effect as Tinker, of being a cheap way of just winning the game. And the upside of that is you don't even have to pass the turn. Sometimes you can win the turn you cast Doomsday. And the way he presented this deck was with, you're just going to play more draw and more, this is the ultimate Gush Bond control deck, where you are playing, because you don't have to play as many threats and very few combo pieces, you can just load up on I think 17 or 18 pieces of counter magic and disruption. It was absurd. And, you will just incidentally eventually win the game with Doomsday. Eventually you'll have drawn so many cards, you'll have more counter spells in hand than your opponent has cards in hand. And you'll naturally win the game that way. Meandeck Doomsday in Legacy was trying to port that style of concept to Legacy, and it was based around the philosophy that once you cast Doomsday, you needed 2 draws and 2 mana to win the game. And 2 draws, 2 mana was what won the game. At the time, I probably lambasted this pretty well. I think I reviewed his initial primer on Meandeck Doomsday and some of the situation, some of the pile situations and things, because it was being published through a mutual friend of ours, Jason Jaco. And I think I seem to remember talking about using Predict as an alternate way of winning that wasn't Mental Note, because Mental Note just seemed super embarrassing to me. And being able to work in ways of winning if you had 1 LED. Could you work in 1 LED? Or no, it was 1, I think maybe there was a Lotus Petal and a Cabal Ritual and a Predict there were a few changes that made the list a lot better and a lot more resilient. But it was the same sort of idea that I'm going to play Force of Wills, I'm going to play Thought Seizes, Dazes, Misdirections, Pact and Negations. And I'm just going to eventually cast Doomsday, and even if I have to pass the turn, passing the turn means I get a draw step, which is one of the draws that I need to win the game. And it was sort of designed, I think, in my opinion, it was designed for a metagame that never really existed.
I think so. From my perspective, the main flaw in the philosophy of the 2012 Meandeck Doomsday was, unlike in Vintage, where you have these huge powerhouse cards, you had Ancestral, you had Necro, you had Gush, these cards that just gave you raw card advantage. So when you're playing these, 2-for-1s on yourself, the Force of Wills, the Misdirections, you could accrue that loss back. Legacy doesn't have any of that. So, you try and play this game where you're forcing their threats and you're playing this control game, and then you're stuck with, no cards in hand, and your opponent still has, 2 or 3 plus a threat on the board. You're so far behind, and in Vintage, you could just rip the Ancestral and just get back in the game. Whereas in Legacy, you can't do that.
Well, the thing is, at the time, Vintage Meandeck Doomsday was a Gush Bond deck.
Yeah.
It really was designed as a Gush Bond deck. I'm going to play 4 Gushes, I'm going to play Fast Bond. I'm going to do...
You've cut out there. So, Gush Bond deck.
Sorry, Discord is angry at me.
That's okay. So, it was a Gush Bond deck.
Anyway,
yeah.
Gush, you're doing all the things Gush Bond does, which is draw a bunch of cards, be able to Ancestral Recall, be able to Yogg Will, draw even more cards. You can gain a lot of card advantage, but there's this fundamental disconnect. In Vintage, at the time, it was perfectly reasonable to be a stack-based control deck. So that means I'm just not letting my opponent resolve spells, and if they do resolve spells, they probably don't matter, right? In Legacy, you don't see pure stack-based control decks. Why? Because some people play 20 creatures in their deck, 30 creatures in their deck even.
Especially with now Cavern of Souls making tribal decks a lot more palpable. So goblins, merfolk.
And Aethervial even.
Yeah.
It's just hard to make sure that your opponent never resolves a spell, or never resolves a relevant spell. So I think it was designed for a metagame that was a lot of combo decks, and I don't think that metagame really existed.
Yeah.
Ant was definitely heavily played and was a good deck at this point. Doomsday was a fine deck at this point. Test was a fine deck. But you had these Storm decks that were all fine, but you didn't have a lot of Storm players.
And
you had some people that were doing really well with them, but it was kind of a rough environment to learn Storm, because you had Delver players and you had Counterbalance Top still. You had Miracle, the first iterations of Miracles, which was this this Counterbalance Top deck with a vastly improved efficiency, right? So the big innovation in Miracles is, or in Counterbalance Top is, I get to play Terminus. What does that mean? Well, if I get to play Terminus, I don't have to have as many removal spells, right? Because I have a 1-mana Wrath of God. It's instant speed. So I can play Swords and I can play some Terminuses, and I don't have to play anything else. I don't have to play Moat or Humility. Play extra Path to Exiles. I don't have to splash into Lightning Bolt or Fire Ice. I don't have to play a creature threat that can hold down the fort like Rock's Warmonk or Tarmogoyf. None of that matters.
And your threats can be things like Jace the Mind Sculptor, your Entreat the Angels, which is a new one from the set.
And you get all this extra space to fight combo decks.
Yeah.
Right? You get to play more Snapcaster Mages. You get to main deck Spell Pierces. Or even Flusterstorm in some cases. You're a lot more efficient, and that efficiency opens up slots to be better against matchups that Control's never been bad against combo, but there's definitely been situations where, especially as a combo player, I have felt very, very good sitting down and shuffling up against a counterbalance opponent. I felt very good shuffling up against like blue, red, green counterbalance top. I felt very good against shuffling up against, Threshold or Landstill. I never felt great shuffling up against Miracles.
Yeah.
Like they were too efficient.
And
it's like Rug today.
Yeah. So the Meandeck, the 2012 Meandeck list had two clear problems with it, other than what we've already mentioned. It was graveyard reliant on its primary combo because it was trying to dump Lab Maniac into the yard and resurrect it with an Earth, and it was also weak to removal because the Lab Maniac kill, if it's killed with the trigger having not resolved, with the draw trigger still to resolve, you just die. Effectively.
Yeah. Like, that's a pretty major drawback, and I think it's there were definitely people that tried to. I was definitely one of them who tried to take that same basic shell and do some minor tweaks. Like, could I fit one LED into it? Could I make it so that I don't have to cast Mental Note as often? Like, could I get by with Predict or Ideas Unbound? And it turns out you could, and it improved a lot of matchups because you could win in one turn more frequently without using the graveyard. But none of that was ever really enough. Like, the deck saw some results, and it was definitely sort of a foreshadowing of like what Doomsday turns into in 2020, like where our win condition is more efficient, and our like the technology improves a little bit, and suddenly that same scenario is like suddenly good enough. But at the current technology level in 2012, it wasn't ever really.
And although Steve did post again one of his sort of known for primers on it, it was really interesting. He also presented a load of interesting puzzles with it, and if nothing else, I know for the next 5 years, so from like 2012 through to 2017, people kept joining the Storm boards and asking, hey, what's up with this Meandeck Doomsday list? Is it any good? I want to try it. So despite a lot of people having sort of, pushed it down, it did generate a lot of interest in itself into the concept behind the deck.
Well, Steve is a pretty good writer, and he's a very detailed writer, and he can explain things in a lot of detail that really helps you understand. He really frames how to think about problems, or how you might think about problems. And that's pretty valuable if you haven't ever had someone be able to sit down with you and really sort of challenge you. Like, why are you making these plays? And what should you be thinking about when you're trying to make these plays ahead of time so that you can do it? Like, think about them while you're reading an article, while you're, practicing a puzzle, so that you can be fast enough to do it in person at a paper event.
Yeah. But yeah, so that is the origin of the name Meandeck Doomsday. It basically, come 2020, which we'll get to, we couldn't think of a better name for Doomsday plus Force of Will, and there was already this community precedence for Doomsday plus Force of Will being called Meandeck Doomsday. So the name has just stuck.
Yeah, so we have these decks that actually, at this point, Fetchland Tendrils has not very much bearing on how Fetchland Tendrils originally looked. And Meandeck Doomsday actually looks not too dissimilar from Meandeck Doomsday in 2020, like the original Meandeck Doomsday. And there have been some times when it has been more even closer. Like Legacy Doomsday in 2020 has played Predict. It has played
Unearth, yeah. So let's start jumping forwards again. Keep the ball rolling. Yep. So 2013, not much happens, to be honest, for Doomsday.
I mean, there are some things about like delve spells. I think.
No. That's not 2013. Okay, so
that's 2014.
Young Pyromancer comes out. This gives blue-red base Delver an additional threat base to move away from Tarmogoyf and things like that. So it allows Delver to go wide as well to go large. So that's
this
pretty
was
big.
Particularly important given that we had Gitaxian Probe and Cabal Therapy in Grixis Delver.
Oh yeah, and Grixis Delver starts becoming more of a thing.
This really, I think Young Pyromancer really started putting Grixis Delver over the top.
Yeah.
Because you could get so much value out of your Cabal Therapies.
So,
and
here comes the fun bit. Okay.
Yeah.
2014. So we have some interesting cards appear, which is Treasure Cruise and Dig Through Time.
Right.
So this is actually when I joined the Storm boards. In fact, I've been sort of interested in Doomsday a little bit in 2012, 2013, just perusing the internet. And then I found, obviously, this Storm boards place. So that's when my account is registered. I had to check. And I joined, I think, at the beginning of the year before Khans was released and before the Delve spells truly became, talked about and accepted. So let's talk a little bit about Treasure Cruise and Dig Through Time.
So these were both very interesting times to be playing Doomsday, and a very clear example of a card that might be really good in a deck, but is not the best deck for it. And so let's talk about Treasure Cruise first, because it was the first to get banned.
Yep.
It slotted into Blue-Red Delver pretty easily, Grixis Delver pretty easily. People saw that, we play a bunch of cantrips, we play a bunch of burn spells, counter magic, free cards. Hey, playing 4 Ancestral Recalls might be okay. Turns out they were right. What a shocker.
And it was really Blue-Red Delver that leveraged this the most effectively. So I believe it was GP New Jersey, which we saw. One, it was one of the biggest GPs ever held for Legacy. So it was really good on that accent. And 2, it showed just how well Blue-Red Delver, running Young Pyromancer, running Delver of Secrets as its main threats, running 4 Treasure Cruise, could just steamroll ahead.
Yeah, it was... it had enough card advantage that it could close out games. It got a little bit ahead, and then it suddenly was a lot ahead, and then it never gave up. And... we talk about cards like Arcanist, or Jace the Mind Sculptor, Arcanist, Dreadhorde Arcanist, steamrolling advantage now. That's nothing compared to Treasure Cruises being chained.
I know. I think the quick I saw Treasure Cruises being cast on like turn 2, turn 3.
Yeah,
because you still had Gitaxian Probe at this point of the format, so you could
had
be
Probe,
like,
you had fetches.
Yeah,
like
it was crazy.
Doomsday. I tried playing this in Doomsday. It was pretty good in Doomsday, right?
And
you could Burning Wish
you had a Burning Wish target. I remember that being.
Yeah, it was like something you could go and do with your Burning Wishes if like Doomsday alone wasn't good enough. But it wasn't nearly like I played it. I beat a bunch of people with it, but like I knew when I was playing it, it was worse than Delver.
Yeah. And again, this pushes like the tempo-based Delver lists, which are obviously a natural predator of combo, or at least storm-based combo, up the food chain, as it were.
Well, also with Dig Through Time, I started becoming heavily involved with Omniscience, Omni.
Yes, so Dig Through. So Treasure Cruise gets banned at one point, not this year, 2015, I think. But yeah. Dig Through Time. So whereas a lot of decks were utilizing Treasure Cruise, Omni decks, so Omnitel or Omnishow as they're sometimes called, were utilizing Dig Through Time more. So what they would do is they would become mono blue, and they would sway away from using sneak attack and focus purely on show and tell into omniscience, and then they could just ride a Dig Through Time chain to find a Cunning Wish to get the combo kill, or to just Dig Through Time into Emrakul to cast the Emrakul.
Well, so before this, I think in 2013 and 2014, we were developing a Dream Hall show and tell omniscience deck. Wait a minute, was Omniscience 2015? 2013, maybe?
I forget.
Basically, when Omniscience was spoiled, we put together... actually, I want to say I started talking to Lee J on the source or on the source and on Storm boards. I think it's John Marie Cart. I'm not sure that's how you pronounce it in French. He is French. He was one of the main Doomsday admins at the time.
Yeah, and he
was
posted
responsible
a lot of
for a lot
things.
of sort of key innovations in Doomsday around like just thinking through some of the piles. He pushed Ideas Unbound very hard early on, probably a year before everyone else picked it up. And he was working on developing. I was talking to him about like, hey, like we should be able to put together a Dream Holes deck here, like one that doesn't play bad cards or doesn't play many bad cards. And he let me in that he was working on a deck, a Dream Halls Omni deck, and we had been working on that. I think Dig Through Time came out, and at the time we were using like Enter the Infinite. I think.
Yeah, it was Enter the Infinite.
It was Enter the Infinite, and it had like a really sweet kill because we didn't have to play Emrakul main deck, and so we would Enter the Infinite. We would Cunning Wish for so we get an Omniscience into play, cast Enter the Infinite. Enter the Infinite allowed us to go to Cunning Wish. We could Cunning Wish and get a Research and Development. We could Research, which allows you to find 4 cards from outside the game, shuffle them into your deck. Cast another Enter the Infinite to draw those cards. Cast a Cantrip, play our Lab Maniac, and have like a fistful of counter magic, in hand. And so our win condition was actually in the sideboard, and we were just playing cards we already wanted to play. It was really cool. Then they printed Dig Through Time, and it was way better.
Yeah, so from this, we sort of moved to 2015. People realise that 4 Ancestral Recall in your deck is totally broken, so Treasure Cruise get banned. World Gorge Dragon gets unbanned, which is kind of fun.
Nothing comes of it until 2020. Actually.
Until 2020. Well, until 2019, I think.
Yeah, to 2019.
Yeah. And then September, Dig Through Time is banned. So between I know I was playing Dig Through Time in Doomsday before everyone else had put down, everyone else was playing Treasure Cruise, just because I preferred the style of it. But when between Cruise ban and Dig Through Time ban, Doomsday actually leveraged Dig Through Time really well.
Yeah, it did. It turns out, so Doomsday had all these cantrips and all these discard spells and Lotus Petals, and it was just really, really good at getting to Dig Through Time before anyone else. And the secret is, the first person to resolve a Dig Through Time probably resolves all the Dig Through Times.
Yeah, I remember
because of how much it snowballs.
I remember the classic thing was going Dark Ritual Doomsday, and my Miracle's opponent forces it, and I say, okay, pass turn. In their end step, I cast a Dig Through Time, exiling my Dark Ritual and Doomsday to find another Dark Ritual and Doomsday to try again next turn.
Yeah.
I also remember an excellent game because we spoke about Omnitel. So Omnitel became, I think, one of the top tier decks of the format during the Dig Through Time era. And I remember a very fun match of Legacy, which was me versus a local Omni player who had a fully foiled deck. It was beautiful, and I surgicaled all his show and tells. He surgicaled all my Doomsdays. We had both resolved all our Dig Through Times, and it was decided by me resolving a Lab Maniac and beating down for 2 every turn. That was a game.
the classic combo decks devolving, combo control decks devolving into who has bigger, incidental creatures.
Yeah,
that's actually a long tradition. It was started by Elvish Spirit Guide in Long.
So obviously we had Dig Through Time and Treasure Cruise. Doomsday utilized both, but again, we still have Delver decks, we still have Miracle decks being the top dogs of the format, and they are just better against the wider meta, I would say.
Yeah. Well, it was interesting. They banned Dig Through Time, and the rationale for banning Dig Through Time was that both Omni and Miracles used it. And at the time, Omni is, of the decks that have ever been legal in Legacy, the Omni deck that got banned is So in terms of most broken decks, you have clearly a Flash at the top.
Yeah, Flash A number 1, the turn 0 combo
Flash
deck.
Well, it wasn't even really a turn 0 combo deck. Like, nobody played that version. It was a turn 1 combo deck that could occasionally stretch the game out into turns 2 and 3. And it could play Counterbalance top, and it had 8 free counters, and, it had very little in the form of things you could do against it. Like, played well, the deck was very, very difficult to beat. Like, it's telling how many people, like, top 32'd with that deck that hadn't picked it up more than a week in advance.
Yeah.
Like, the deck was that powerful. They didn't understand how to play it very well, and it just crushed people. You have tier 0, you have Flash. Tier 1,
Underworld Breach.
I really think...
I love that deck. I love that deck.
I don't think Breach was significantly... Breach was very good. I don't know that it's significantly better than 2020 Delver.
Yeah, sure.
Like, as Delver has settled out now, like, it's good, but I don't know that it's... I don't think Breach... I think Breach was banned too fast.
Yeah, I would agree, and that's not just from the bias of me having played 4-color Breach. I think it definitely had a lot of angles it could be disrupted that people didn't explore or change enough. But I think people were still sore after the Ren and 6 issues from the end of 2019. But yeah, so
I put Breach, I put I put Omni, Omni with Dig Through Time and Probe, and I put sort of Reanimator and Ant from 2009, 2010. Yeah, as decks that are just completely absurd. And, they, like, I don't know, it's I think 2015 Omni is one of the best decks to ever been fielded in an event. And the fact that it was allowed to stay around for almost a couple years, was pretty silly.
Okay.
Like, it had very little in the way of bad matchups.
So 2015, we also see Monastery Mentor being printed. So one of my favorite creatures ever made. It's actually a Storm card. It just happens to be a 2/2 and costs 2 and a white. But
you see that mostly in Vintage, really.
Yes.
Vintage, people just cut all their Storm cards and played Mentors, and everyone was happy.
What's interesting is this causes Miracle's variants to become a lot more aggressive, a lot more creature based. To some extent.
And that was important for the speed that it gave to Miracles.
Yeah.
It also provided a really, not immediately, but it started providing in 2019, 2020, really interesting alternate win conditions for some combo decks.
Yeah, so previously in 2014, when Young Pyromancer had been printed, obviously we heard that Dark Confident was sometimes run in Storm sideboards, and then that got replaced by Young Pyromancer as a more aggressive threat in Storm sideboards, but Monastery Mentor is Young Pyromancer cranked up to 11.
Yes. And yeah.
Yeah, enough said. So
2016, I think we also see in 2016, is this when we have Probe banned?
Not quite. No.
That's 20.
Well, we haven't even got to top yet. Let's.
Yeah, we lose top.
So after the delve spells again, the deck just the Doomsday as a deck basically just reverts to how it was pre-delve spells being printed. So it's still that 4 Probe, 4 Ponder, 4 Brainstorm, 7 Discard Main, 3 Doomsday, 4 Burning Wish, Tendrils, Lab Maniac build. I don't think there's much that happens. Collective Brutality comes out, which people explore, but I don't think does enough because the mana efficiency of the deck just doesn't allow it.
I think Void Snare might have been in this set.
Oh yeah, Void Snare from...
Or Void Snare was There was
it was one of
core
the core
sets, maybe?
sets. Yeah, it was a core set. So Void Snare was a 1 blue sorcery, return target creature to its owner's hand, or was it non-land permanent? It was
non-land permanent.
Non-land permanent. So it was a burning wishable chain of vapor.
Yes.
I never liked it. I never even bought a copy. But I know a lot of people were running it to good effect.
Yeah, I've played it, but it's one of those cards that it's the Doomsday has always had so few business spells that it's really hard. You have to be in pretty dire straits to burn your Burning Wish on a removal spell.
Yeah. Especially one that doesn't deal with Chalice of the Void.
Yeah. When do we get? Is Biforce around? Or that's a little bit later still.
That is next year. So 2016 was really boring, so we'll skip that.
Yeah.
The interesting things is Miracles is becoming the top tier deck of the format. Abrupt Decay is being run by... So Doomsday is pretty much Berg at this point, so it's Grixis main with a green splash inside for Abrupt Decay and Xantid Swarm, sometimes Carpenter Flowers. 2017, so first of all, this is about the time that I start trying to get actively involved with sorting out the Storm board. So the Storm boards at this point is showing its age a little bit. It's a little bit haphazard. There's dust some places, and so I asked to be a mod and start trying to clean up a little bit at this point.
Yeah, and I think at the time I was like, I had not completely lost interest in Doomsday, but I had lost interest in talking to other people about Doomsday because they
were asking the same questions
for 10 years.
And as you can see, the deck hadn't changed in the last 4 years other than the delve spells. So, not much was happening. So I came in and started trying to give it a bit more life because I'm way too enthusiastic about these things and have no life whatsoever. So what happens then is, just as we're doing this, we also have I think Benozzi and yourself started building what was the start of the wiki, so the Doomsday wiki. This was an idea that had already been chimed in years back, actually. You had this idea with Lejay about this central repository of information, but it's not until 2017 that you actually start putting it on GitHub and realizing it. A lot of stuff had been ready and written to go, that had been transferred from the forums, and I remember this was sort of after a lot of people were getting excited. The deck was still it was ticking along, I would say. And then April 2017 comes along. Miracles is the top deck. There are loads of people playing it, including loads of people who don't know how to play it. Matches are there's literally a Miracles bracket in every GP. And
yeah, it was one of those things. You go to an event and you'd play against a Miracles opponent, and I've played Doomsday for a long time, and I can play it pretty quickly, and I can I know the format usually. I usually know the format well enough that I can sort of talk to my opponent about their plays as they're making them, which is fun for me, probably less fun for them.
I remember in GP Prague 2016, one of my friends who I was with from the Bristol crew, he brought Jund, and Jund had a very good matchup against Miracles. And what happened is his round 1 or round 2, he got a draw because his opponent was just slow playing loads. So he got dropped into the Miracles bracket. Lo and behold, he was smashing it for the rest of the day.
That's
so
it was one of those things you have to really be careful about your opponents, about, as someone who played a deck with Sensei's Divining Top and with Doomsday, which could take a long time to resolve if you weren't careful. It had all these cantrips that could take a long time. Managing the game clock was important, and managing your opponent was also important.
Yes. I know.
Otherwise, they would slow play you out of a game 3.
So basically what happens, Sensei Divine Top banned, I believe on that day, I think it was April 24th, was the highest number of visitors for a long time the Stormlords had. Somebody saying, "Rest in peace, deck." It was fun. I'm switching to ant.
Yeah.
So, you know, I've copied here. So guess the deck is kind of dead now from Leet Washers. Odd MTG switched to ant. There's this interesting comment from Odd MTG that says, because I was there being like, no, it's not dead, we can still make it work, honest. You know, it might just be a little bit of time, but sure, we can make it work. And there's a comment from Odd MTG saying, I'll definitely check in to see if Doishy can make it happen through, though I'm trying the blue-back pile with Limdol's Vault, main Tendrils, Lake of the Dead. And he basically said, yeah, I'll see how you're doing. So Odd MTG, if you're out there, we did it. We got back in the game. And I can't take any credit for it, but we did it. But yeah.
I'm trying to see if I had any public comments on it.
So
it was, yeah.
And this is the period of time where I probably take over a little bit from Brandon. So as he said, he was already kind of getting not off the deck, but he was exploring Omnitel builds. He was a bit fed up with the forums themselves, and I believe you also had some family stuff going on, having kids and stuff. So you were a lot less active. I think Top basically did it for you, at least for a little bit.
I think I posted on Twitter like, you know, so long SDT. I'll still spin you in EDH.
Yeah. So, and that's, funnily enough, that's where all my tops still live. But yeah, so what happened was suddenly this community, the Stormboards community, basically just died overnight. Except for a few lone, sad individuals, myself included, that started trying to build it. So huge shout outs to a couple of people. So Benozzi, who was the one who initially started writing the Doomsday Wiki, Goldrook or Albert Huang. So he was, you know, exploring. He's a US based player, and he was trying to try out things. Leland Curtis, or D8DK32. He's been championing it for a long time, so he kept exploring new avenues. And Nanda, or Namita, or he goes by a number of things on all the forums, but he is now Agye PA on the Discord group, Poor Agyekum, and he and I started talking a lot on the deck over this year, and are now very good friends as a result of that. But basically what happened is the deck died as it seemed. People were trying various things. I myself were trying this blue-black list with Limdol's Vault, Lake of the Dead, Meandeck Tendrils. It was really good fun. It was really bad, but I loved it. And then Goldrook started trying out this card called 3 Wishes. So 3 Wishes is a very old card from Visions, I think. For 1 blue, instant, exile the top 3 cards of your library. Until end of turn, you may cast those cards. At the end of your turn, or at the beginning of your next draw phase, it's a really weird wording, you put those cards into your graveyard. So he started trying this, and he also was trying this fun build with like Mox Opals and stuff at one point. It was really cool. But basically he started trying this, and then this Japanese player posted these results. So he never posted on the Stormboards, but this Japanese player called Suzuki Yuto, he was posting these lists up using Act on Impulse. So this is a card from a couple of years back that basically is color shifted 3 wishes. So it's red, it costs 2 and a red, and it's a sorcery, not an instant. But 2 and a red is a lot easier to cast than 1 blue, and it doesn't get red blasted. And suddenly, after this summer of trying all these dirtly and derpy blue-black lists, D8 tried Act, gave it the thumbs up. Goldrook started trying it after having a look at some Esper builds. I started trying it, and so Brandon, you actually suggested Act on Impulse early on in its printing, but it didn't really catch on at that point. I know Benozzi and myself started working heavily on it. We were chatting a lot on Facebook Messenger, and we started using Conjurer's Bauble again. So this is the second coming of Conjurer's Bauble. So I know you said, right, if there's anything close to top that we can use, it's Conjurer's Bauble. And we started looking into things, and working out that you could start looping spells with Conjurer's Bauble. So you could make piles such as Act on Impulse, Conjurer's Bauble, Lion's Eye Diamond, Tendrils of Agony, and then having a second Conjurer's Bauble or another Lion's Eye Diamond next one down, or you could replace the Tendrils with a Burning Wish, and you could create these cool little mana efficient piles that made use of the fact that Tendrils was exiled with the Act on Impulse, and therefore you did not need to you could use LED mana to cast it. So you could make these piles.
I think the actually I was looking through my Stormboard's activity, and I don't have much activity after 2017 because but I think one of the things I had was I created a single card discussion on 3 wishes. I think the day that Top got banned.
Yes.
And the first thing is just 3 wishes can make this pile. 1 blue, 3 wishes, LED, XY. This lets us LED, X and use LED mana to cast X. Mention Y because Y needs to be relevant in order for 3 wishes to be better than Ideas Unbound. So what can we do with 6 mana on a card?
So
and that sort of kicks off a Facebook chat, I think, and Benozzi has actually in this thread a bunch of like a whole table on where I comparing Ideas Unbound to 3 wishes / Act on Impulse. And mentions Conjurer's Bauble in here.
Yes.
This was probably going to be concurrent. He posted this a couple days after the initial thread, and he's referencing a Facebook post, which he's referencing the Facebook group, and I'm assuming there's the conversation you were mentioning with him on Facebook.
Yes.
Was what led to this.
So yeah, we started exploring, and actually we realised that at this point, Meandeck Tendrils was better than Burning Wish for Tendrils, because due to the mana efficiency of LED plus Conjurer's Bauble, if you were to do Act on Impulse, Conjurer's Bauble, LED Tendrils, Conjurer's Bauble, you could Conjurer's Bauble into Conjurer's Bauble, Conjurer's Bauble, loop Conjurer's Bauble, and then Conjurer's Bauble, loop LED for the 4 mana, and you net as much Storm as you would with Burning Wish, but then any additional mana you had gives you +1 Storm per mana.
Yes. It was very similar to the what we did with Top previously.
Yeah. So, and this is when the wiki obviously had the basis for it had been put in. So this is when I started writing with Benozzi and actually took over a lot of it, because again, real life, he had kids as well. Real life got in the way. And so I started writing so much. There's an ungodly amount of effort that was put into building the wiki as we know it now, but obviously for post-top, pre-Gitpro ban Doomsday. And we also had the Facebook group that was made. So finally a group of us built this deck, and it was really interesting. We had people like 8-bit 9mm jump in as well. He was originally a Strawberry Shortcake / Painter player who had been hurt by the top ban as well. So yeah, it was a really good little community that started being built. And we've got a few tools that came in 2017. So Byforce is a big one. So this was a huge upgrade on the wishable artifact removal. Consign to Oblivion was also printed. So this was a better Void Snare, because you could wish for the Oblivion side of things and cast the Consign side of things, I believe.
So this is a wishable Echoing Truth.
Yes.
Which is important because it can get around Chalice Open.
We also got given some alternate answers such as a Braid, Fatal Push, and Hope of Girapur to mean that you could potentially cut green should you wish to remove certain types of permanents or protect yourself against counter magic. So, basically for me, the golden era, the silver era for me of Doomsday was this, from the Tensei Divine Top Ban, obviously a horrible thing, but this community that was created from 2017 through to July 2018. We created the Doomsday Discord, which was made, and I can see So this was created by, actually, there was this guy called Wolfgang13. He actually made a Discord server, and I made a Discord server on the same evening. We actually used Wolfgang's, but then he gave ownership to me for some reason. And we have a lot of players who jumped in. So we had Lucius, who was a big Stormboards user as well, DK32, Odds, who I believe was Odd MTG, Eric Klaus, who is Hula Hula.
Yes.
We had El Dorte as well, who's a Swiss player, 8-bit 9mm, and Angry Bacon, who had jumped in as well. Angry Bacon, I think, had seen a post on the Legacy subreddit about Doomsday and got interested, and he's a very interesting French player. And what's important about him is he actually takes over from Benozzi of the technical side of running the wiki. So Benozzi, obviously family stuff came up, he got less and less able to get into it, and so Angry Bacon actually took over the technical side of the wiki from him, and started as a hobby building his own sort of back-end client to generate it with a few extra touches and a sort of mobile interface and stuff.
I still feel a little bad about that, because I was running a startup at the time, and I wrote the site generator using some stuff I used at my startup, which was written in a weird language called Lisp. And I was it wasn't the best choice for a community project.
Yeah.
A little esoteric.
And I'm not good with sort of programming or computing or anything like that. So I could generate content, but I can't do any of the back end stuff.
Someone actually asked me at a job interview in 2018, when my startup was crashing and burning, and I was looking for a way out. They asked me what one of my regrets was. If I had any technical regrets. I'm like, well, I introduced Lisp to a side project that I ended up walking away from, and I saddled other people with, this sort of really esoteric technology, and I, should have thought a little bit more about not just, like, if I had the intention of this thing surviving, and I thought I might, because I knew early on that, like, I was going to do this, but I might not, shepherd it daily. Like, it might be something I just get started, and I probably should have picked a different technology to do that with. And I was happy to see somebody actually did that.
Yeah, so Angry Bacon, Matthew Marks from France, he's amazing. Yeah. He loves everything derpy in terms of legacy combo, and I've talked to him a lot now. We also had some other people like Ape of Justice join, and a few more people come in. A lot of people who I would now consider friends, which, some of them I've met in real life now. Some of them I'm hoping to post-coronavirus kind of go out and visiting. But yeah, so we basically, as a community, the community died, built it up from zero, had this wiki put in place, had this Discord put in place, everything was looking great, and then July 2018 comes around and Gitaxian Probe is banned. Oh my god.
So it's really this, if you look at Doomsday's history, I would say we've been affected by bans a few times. We were affected by the Mystical ban, by the Top ban, by the Probe ban. Of those, I think the only place where we could really justify and say, we weren't just we weren't playing we weren't just playing the card badly. I think with Probe, we were definitely not the most optimal. Like, we were maybe the most efficient use of Probe, but not the reason why Probe got banned.
Yeah, so people say Probe got banned because Ant and Tess were using it the most, but actually Probe got banned because Grixis Delver or 4-color Delver was using it the most.
Right, and it's sort of the same thing with Dig Through Time. Like, Dig Through Time got banned because they were looking for something to take Miracles down a peg. And Omni was a deck that people were starting to complain about. because it was kind of uninteractive. Like, it's not an interactive deck. Like, it looks like, oh yeah, it's a mono blue deck, plays a bunch of counter spells. It should be pretty interactive. It is interactive in the same way that 2020 Doomsday is interactive.
Yeah.
Like, we do play interaction spells. I wouldn't say the games are especially interactive unless you're playing against a rug. It's mostly Doomsday doing things to you, and you not really having a choice about it.
So
that was what Omni was doing.
Yeah. So we get hit by another major ban. I had always advocated against the Gataxian Pro ban for obvious bias reasons, but also because I didn't understand the arguments people were giving towards it. I'm not going to talk about it anymore because it makes me very angry. But needless to say, again, we went from having this huge community that had been built up again from nothing within the space of a year. All this work that had been put into the wiki, writing out all the content, coming up with the piles, coming up with the new piles with the country's bauble loops and using this new technology, and I just felt it had been just kicked down the drain by wizards. So needless to say, I was very upset, and I had always said, if Probe gets banned, I'm probably not playing Doomsday. And unfortunately, I did stick to that. I basically went to Ant featuring Days, so Saratari Ant, for a while, and yeah, that's I started building Omnitel, I think, as well.
Yeah, I played Omni. Sometimes I played Ant. I think when I traveled to Australia in 2019, like mid to late 2019, and I took Ant with me.
Yeah. So
it was a deck it was a deck that I was intimately familiar with.
Yeah.
Not that I had played a lot over the last few years, but it felt exactly like Fetchland Tendrils from 2006, 2007, but Ill-Gotten Games was Past in Flames. That's better.
Yeah.
So
we
had upgrades.
We had a lot of very sad messages. Some people just left the Discord. Some people stayed around, and actually a big group of people who are still there now just stayed around to chat because we had become online friends at this point. So we were just fucking around, brewing, bad Doomsday decks. Again, fair play to Lee Curtis, D8, DK32. He has championed the deck. He was trying everything. He was trying draw fours. He was trying to port it into a Nick Fit shell, more like the old SI shells. He was, still running it throughout this entire time. But we cut forwards.
Yeah. So Experimental Frenzy was printed, and I remember seeing this card, thinking that this could probably enable something in Doomsday.
So,
and then
it
was one of those cards. I always evaluate new cards for Doomsday, and I was like, oh man, that's too deep for me. I've gone pretty deep to play some cards.
So this I can tell you exactly. So Guilds of Ravnica, or Return to Ravnica, gets printed with this card Experimental Frenzy. So Experimental Frenzy, 3 in a red enchantment. You can look at top card your library at any time. You can play the top card your library. You cannot play cards from your hand, and it has an ability of 3 in a red, destroy Experimental Frenzy. Now, it was Reverse Mermaid on the 26th of January 2019 who realised the true power of this deck. He was drunk and just messing around with it. And he said, oh yeah, it should probably have a main deck Tendrils, have, a draw 4 to make a non-frenzy pile more viable. However, you can just run an easy frenzy pile of, the easiest pile is so darn stupid, lol, LED, 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 Burning Wish. Makes enough mana to Burning Wish for Tendrils and sack Frenzy. And then he drunkenly goes, wait, damn lol, these piles are trouble generating of Storm, just did that pile, and Storm count was like 7 man, doing some embarrassing misplays. Followed by, shit, you can pull double Doomsday piles out of your ass to generate Storm with Frenzy, this is so cool, at 4 mana sources. And finally he goes, oh wait, fuck, it goes infinite.
Yeah.
So, for those who are not aware, if you get Experimental Frenzy out and you resolve Doomsday, you stack LED, 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 Tendrils of Agony, Doomsday. And this lets you cast Tendrils, cast Doomsday, build the exact same pile with the original Doomsday you resolved, which is in your graveyard, and just repeat until the opponent's dead. It was then realised you can do the same pile, but replace Tendrils of Agony with Collective Brutality.
Yeah, so this is interesting. This reminds me of something that happened to me, I think in 2007 or 2008. I was playing at like a monthly event, a local monthly, and my opponent brought in Wheel of Sun and Moon against me.
Wow.
And it was because I was playing DDFT, and they thought this was a hate card. Like, they had to work hard for hate cards back then. And so they target me, and I got to thinking about it, and as I'm playing and trying to cantrip, and I'm playing a little bit slowly, trying to think of the way out of it, and I realize eventually that goes infinite with Meditate, Tendrils, and a second Doomsday. And
Nice.
I did basically the same thing, but it was only because somebody else cast Wheel and Sun and Moon against me.
Yeah. So
you can alternate there. You have to alternate between casting Doomsday every other iteration and then Tendrils every other iteration.
So this was the biggest resurgence of Doomsday since the Git Pro ban. It got some good results. So Ape of Justice took it to the top of a largish online event, and El Dorte did some good results with it as well. Hilariously, so at this point, Grixis Control was one of the best decks of the format, and it was really good versus Grixis Control. They could not beat a resolved Experimental Frenzy, even if it was just for the card advantage. I bought my copies, I took it to a couple of locals. I didn't like it because it made you rely literally on your top decks, and if you hit like 2 lands in a row, you just kind of lost a turn to yourself. And there was this one horrible game against a local player who was on Ant. Most people were running 4 Frenzies because it was a card you always wanted to see. I was on 3 because you wanted to see it, but you didn't want to hit another one while you were playing it. And I had versus Ant in this game 1 all 3 of my Frenzies out at one time, which was really embarrassing. And I managed to win that match only because I frenzied into Flusterstorm for his Tendrils, and then the card beneath the Flusterstorm was Surgical Extraction, which I could surgical his Tendrils with. So that was the only way I won that match. But yeah, it was fun, but it felt a little janky, and it was a little reliant on the top of the deck. So
yeah, it was definitely a scenario where I was looking at it, I was seeing people, suggest it. I saw some results with it. I looked at it. I thought about playing it. I tested it a little bit, playing it online, and I'm like, you know what? This is going to a lot of effort considering the card Past in Flames is still legal.
Yes.
But again, without my I've played a lot of Doomsday, but I'm not necessarily devoted to Doomsday, so I'm willing to concede that sometimes it is not the correct deck to play.
So we go into 2019. Some Experimental Frenzy has been happened. I'm still playing Ant featuring Days, and actually I go to on holiday to Japan and pick up some cards, including most of the Japanese pieces for Omnitel. And this coincides with the release of War of the Spark and of Modern Horizons. So suddenly, through most of 2019, I was actually playing a Omni show, what I call Omni Snow, Emrakul runnings. So it's turn 1 Arcane Lastrave, turn 2 Teferi Time Raveler through your Soul Land, turn 3 Show and Tell Omniscience kill you. But we get some interesting cards here. So Echo of Aeons is probably the only one that makes it into Doomsday, and Veil of Summer to begin with. So Veil of Summer, obviously objectively super powerful card. I really like it as a design. I know people say it's a bit too pushed, but I think it has some really interesting counterplay with Flusterstorm, with Rebs, with Forces in terms of sequencing, which I've written about before. And Echo of Aeons, so again, D8, DK32, he starts playing around with echo lists, so you can build a Doomsday deck that then tries to storm off building piles around echovions. So you draw into an echo, LED, crack it, cast echo, draw your entire stack plus your hand plus whatever, go off. Which is not great. So we're finally okay. So this is probably the darkest age. So the darkest age is probably probe ban to experimental frenzy. That's the darkest time. Experimental frenzy is, almost as bad, a little bit madness fueled. I think people were desperate to play Doomsday. 2019, nothing really happens, and then we hit this year. Oh my god! So, we have Theros 2 come out, and we have 2 cards that catch my interest from Theros 2. One is Thassa's Oracle, and the other is Underworld Breach.
Right.
One of them I can see is playable in Doomsday. The other is a deck unto itself. I buy both cards, and I decide out of which to try first. I will try Underworld Breach first because I think it's the one that's going to be banned first. Lo and behold.
I had the exact same discussion. In fact, a couple of my friends, when I saw the Thassa's Oracle leak, I messaged a couple of my friends on Facebook, and we immediately started brainstorming piles with it. And people started messaging me like, "Have you seen this card? Have you seen this card? Have you seen this card?"
So actually,
like, what is the list?
So I think at this point I had messaged you sometime during 2018 last, saying, "Oh, Angry Bacon's got this new front end. Can we take the domain name for the wiki and move it to his thing?" And out of the blue, out of nowhere, I get a message from you just as you were boarding a plane from the Netherlands about Oracle. And suddenly I'm bombarded by Brandon, who has, in my eyes, just gone off the radar. He's probably not going to play Doomsday again, to suddenly being very excited. You were talking about deep analysis, you were talking about thought scour. It was really kind of cool. And it was a deck again, and it was actually Ethan Formicelli or Monkeys Can't Cry who really took it for its first run as close to the current iterations as it is, and got a result with it. Suddenly,
I think the so I think my initial thought with it was, how can I make the Doomsday pile most efficient?
Yeah.
And so that involved, obviously there's a brainstorm kill, which is pretty efficient. It requires 1 blue and a card, and then just make the game. But I was looking for, you can only play 4 brainstorm, usually. It's the 5th might be worth it. It really is that good.
Yes.
But if you want to be able to win the tournament and say you didn't cheat, you want to be able to say you stacked your deck, not that you cheated.
Yes.
There's a fine line.
So
with Doom.
So obviously at the beginning of the year, Underworld Breach was the newcomer and one of the main decks being played, along with Delver, normally blue-red Delver, or Rug. It'd previously been Rug with Ren and 6, but that turned into blue-red once Ren and 6 had been banned at the end of 2019. And then every deck, the Underworld Breach decks were running obviously 4 main deck Brain Freeze, and running Doomsday in a meta full of Brain Freeze, not the best. March comes around, Underworld Breach is banned, suddenly Brain Freeze not a problem. And this sparked a lot of people.
I was so angry about Breach being banned, because I went to, I think in February and March, I went to Amsterdam. It was like right as the COVID lockdowns were starting, as travel was ceasing. And I was very lucky to get out of the Netherlands back to the US.
Yeah.
And I was even luckier to be, negative on my tests. But and then I really haven't done much. I haven't really left my house too much since then. But I was sad that I never got to play Underworld Breach because I was too busy doing work stuff, and I only brought 1 laptop with me, so I couldn't play on Moto with my work laptop. I didn't play on Moto with my work laptop. I bought all of the cards for Underworld Breach, but they didn't arrive in time for me to take them with me to Amsterdam. And then by the time that I got back, Underworld Breach was banned,
Yes.
and I had my cards, and I was like, oh, this sucks.
I ran 2 or 3 locals plus one of our local quarterly events for Legacy Staples, and I have to say it's one of the most fun decks in any format I've ever played. I am so much so after it was banned, I've turned it into an EDH deck. Jeskai
Yeah,
Breach.
I goldfished it a few times. There were a couple lists that I found that I think I liked. A little, I think I liked the intuition lists, the intuition Savine's Reclamation list.
Yeah, I had Savine's. I was 4 color, no black.
Okay.
And the 4th color was just for Veil. It felt so good. But yeah, so
when I was looking at Oracle, I was looking at really how do I build the Doomsday deck with to be most efficient for resolving Doomsday, which is interesting because I would say over the last 3 months, I have completely about-faced on the needed efficiency of your Doomsday piles. Like I was thinking about, like, when I first saw it, it was historically, it wasn't about finding Doomsday. It was about, what you took Doomsday in hand as granted, and then like how cheaply could you win after that?
Yeah, because you had Burning Wish, you had pseudo 7 cards.
Right.
7 copies of Doomsday.
But here, we didn't have really other good tutors. And so I came up with some efficient things to do. So one of them, which was kind of cute, is if you're holding a Mental Note or a Thought Scour post-Doomsday, you can stack Deep Analysis and draw into Lion's Eye Diamond off of the draw. And then you can Deep Analysis into, you can play LED, flashback Deep Analysis off LED mana, having 1 mana floating, drawing 2 cards, which can be like Cavern Oracle, right? And then like a Cycler in there somewhere.
So it's
but it turns out that just doesn't matter. Like it's like that's really cool. And don't get me wrong, I would love to be able to like just jam a deck of value like Thought Scours or Predicts and Deep Analysis. Like the dream.
I feel like if you're trying to build this deck in Canadian Highlander, that's something you would definitely want to consider.
Yeah, like, and my thoughts, some people recently have asked, if you're trying to build a more controlling version of Doomsday, where you're not playing Dazes, like you're trying to get card advantage, what are some of the things you can do? And I've almost hesitated. I'm like, I don't know if I should tell them about Predict into Deep Analysis. Like, how far off the deep end am I really going here?
So it's really interesting this year how it's gone. There's a lot to talk about. So obviously Oracle gets printed. Monkeys Can't Cry does really well in that first one, and he initially ran a bug list. Then I believe he wasn't running Ideas Unbound, he was running Predict and Unearth.
Yeah, I think nobody was running Ideas Unbound,
Yeah.
and when I first started posting about when I started looking at the list when I came back and posting about it, one of the things that I came on pretty early on was that I did the same thing that I did a few times in the past, which is I just wrote down all of the piles I could think of, and then I started analyzing them for what are the most efficient cards to go in these slots, and then can we play them? Like,
So I think there's 3 names that really come up tops in this very beginning of the year. Monkeys Can't Cry is one of them. Hula Hula is another, and Neville Shoot is a big one as well. So these 3 guys, Neville Shoot used to run Storm-based Doomsday for a bit and a lot of Ant. He took a large break from Legacy and came back in 2020 just in time for Oracle to be a thing. Monkeys Can't Cry has always been a bit of a combo nerd, and he has been playing a lot. He had played a lot of Lance before as well. And Hula Hula, or Eric Klaus, lovely chap, has one of the nicest looking decks ever. He's got, at least for pre-probe ban Doomsday, he had it completely alt-arted to full art, his deck, so well worth a look. But he was also championing it, so he suddenly had 3 people who grind Magic Online a lot, put a lot of effort into the deck. We had bug lists coming out. We had Hula Hula championing an Esper list with Astrolabe to Fairy, Monster Mentor on the side, which did really well for a while. And Neville Shoot start testing a Grixis list at one point, which then became Grixis Splash for Carpet. So we already had 3 heavy kind of champions of the deck getting results with 3 different colour sets.
Yeah.
And obviously, Brandon, you jump back into the scene suddenly. I become very excited again because Breach gets banned and suddenly my pet deck is back on the scene. I get very sad because before I can play it, COVID happens and I'm suddenly not able to actually cast the cards in real life. But suddenly we have a load of people who were gone to the aeons of history just reappear to the deck. And it was amazing because we already had this community Discord built, all these people who were just chatting just for fun for the most part previously. Suddenly we were already there. We had the infrastructure in place to start, really discussing and drilling into the lists. And we also had the wiki that we could quickly update with the new tech and start putting Meandeck Doomsday back on the map. We obviously early on the tech was predict unearth a lot of the time. People try and Baleful Strix. People still try Baleful Strix. I think those people are wrong, but let's not get into that. We had no Cavern to begin with, or it was a sideboard slot for the most part. And then
I pushed that pretty hard.
Yeah, so with ideas, so Brandon comes back into the scene. The older hands start talking Ideas Unbound a lot more, because that gives the most mana efficient piles of Cantrip, Cycler, Petal, Oracle after Ideas Unbound. And throughout this whole thing, one of the major changes that Oracle really gives is the ability that you do not need to use Lion's Eye Diamond. So you can, it's optional, and it does make some of the quickest and most efficient piles. However, it's not required for your 2 blue win. And so you can hold up Force of Will, and actually initially Daze wasn't being run, and Daze I think starts getting introduced sometime in April, maybe. And suddenly we start becoming this horrible mass of counter spells with a cheeky combo package involved. People start running oracles. People start running 2 oracles main. People start looking at Divining Witch. Do you want to talk about Divining Witch?
We should, just because it is one of the coolest alt win conditions I think I've ever seen.
So Divining Witch is a spell shaper, a human spell shaper for 1 and a black. It has an ability for 1 and a black and tap. Name a card, exile the top 6 cards of your library, and then keep exiling cards from the top of your library until you reveal the named card. Put that card in your hand.
So it is Demonic Consultation on a stick.
Yeah.
Or on wheels, rather. Not on a stick. It's on wheels. And it's interesting because if you play more than 1 Oracle, you're very unlikely to... You're likely to be able to both activate Witch to find Oracle, and once Oracle resolves and the triggered ability goes in the stack, you can activate Witch again and name something not in your deck, and you're just going to mill yourself. And so, as long as you're playing at least 2 Oracles, it's pretty likely you're not going to just die to the Witch activation. And then it's a creature-based combo that only costs 4 mana total, and on the turn you win. It's in blue-black, and it's it's invulnerable to being creature-based. It's invulnerable to to a lot of the common stack interaction, and you can play it in a deck that plays a bunch of discard, a bunch of counter magic, and your opponent goes from trying to stop a 3-mana spell to trying to stop a 2-mana creature, usually after they've sighted out creature removal.
Yeah, so they bring in Flusterstorm, say, or bring in
Spell Pierces.
Thorn of Amethyst.
Yeah,
any of that, and you can just ignore it.
Yeah.
It's also
What happens when you win game 1, your opponent opens Ancient Tomb Thorn of Amethyst, you play Fetch Land Go, they play they make a play, you play Divining Witch. Your opponent now has alarm bells going off in their head.
Well, first they have to read the card.
Yeah. First they read the card,
First they
and
read
then
the card.
they read the card. They read the card a couple times. They're like, "This is bad for me," but I don't understand why it's bad for me yet.
So yeah.
But
yeah, so it's been really interesting. So obviously, Brandon, you talked a lot about those like early years when people were learning the format, putting the fundamentals in place, learning cantripping, learning fetch lands, learning piles. Now imagine compressing that learning and putting it into 1/2 of a year, and that would be the start of 2020. We were suddenly coming up with these piles to do with brainstorm piles, how you could win super efficiently off just brainstorm plus a card in hand, and the variations on that. So you can win off brainstorm and a cycler and a card in hand, but no blue mana, or you can win off blue mana, a card in hand, and a cycler, because then you can cycle into brainstorm. It became crazy, and so we suddenly went from these early iterations which ran like 4 street wraiths at one point, or like no street wraiths, to very quickly optimizing the 2-1 split of cyclers. We cut away from predict, we cut away from unearth, we cut away from astrolabe, although that is still perfectly viable and a lot of people are still running that. We added days because it becomes a lot more like efficient. And suddenly, so through the first half of this year, at least up until Ikoria gets printed and released, so actually it's not even the first half, it's like the first quarter of the year, we go through this very rapid process where a lot of very dedicated minds start building this deck from scratch almost, but weighing in on this like 10 plus years of collective experience in the format and in deck building to sort of come out with what we have today.
Yeah, it's I know when I was looking at when I wrote a snow day primer, and I wrote this in March of this past year. I think I first published it March 2020th, which probably wasn't that long after Breach was banned, I seem to think. Underworld.
Yeah, Breach was banned in March, so...
Yeah, it was banned March 9th, so 11 days afterwards. I started looking at this deck, and one thing that I saw was that people hadn't really... I mean, it was still new, but it was clear people weren't thinking about sort of like... In chess, you do a lot of things where you study end games, you study opening sequences, right? In Doomsday, or I think in Magic, it's beneficial for you to do the same things, especially in combo decks, so you can sort of recognize what these patterns are. And in Doomsday, that comes down to knowing what are your most efficient piles. I don't think you should necessarily memorize, thousands of piles for every situation, but having a framework in place of, this is what the most efficient pile looks like. Here are places I might want to tweak it. And this is how it changes the pile, is important because it lets you make decisions on the fly, as opposed to being someone who just has to look up in a note, in their notes, every time they go to resolve Doomsday, in which case you'll never actually be able to play it in paper, where outside notes are banned. And so one of the reasons why I put together an initial primer was just I was trying to get out the information on what I found to be the absolute most efficient piles. I look back on that list and some of the judgments I made, and I kind of shake my head 9 months later about those. And I'm like, well, 3 Dark Rituals, that's bad.
Yeah.
That's real bad. There are some things that I disagree with there. And I did another primer more recently where I called it like DDEFT.
TLDR.
Yeah. Which was just Like, it's not really a primer. It's more of if you've played Storm combo before, if you've played Blue-Black combo, this is enough to get you started. But even so, it's something that I point out to people, like, here are some basic piles and here's frameworks for working around piles. And if you've never seen our basic piles, it could be quite hard to come up with some of these on your own. Like, it's not that they're super difficult, but doing it on the spot, is not necessarily the easiest.
Yeah, so the way I always describe it is Doomsday is not a difficult deck, it's just an unintuitive deck. And it's that unintuitiveness that gives people a false sense of perception that it's hard to play. Once they learn the tricks, learn the thought process behind it, I think anyone can pick it up and do well with it. It's just having that mentality to go, okay, let's look at this a little differently, try and work out how the pieces interact, and then jump into some matches.
Yeah, I mean, I would compare it to sort of learning, algebra, geometry, trigonometry as you're going, like, working through identities and proofs, right, as you're going through school. And if you've never seen something before, it can be quite hard to work out, the right identity or the right proof to use, the right steps to use. But if you've seen it before, you can kind of apply that past experience and, arrive at a solution pretty rapidly. And once you've seen it before, it's like, the first time you see it, well, now you'll never run into that roadblock again, most likely. Yeah, it's definitely, I would say it's not necessarily easier to play than it is before, because I think, and I've had some arguments with people about this recently, where people's like, Doomsday, I hate Doomsday now because it's too easy to play. And I'm like, well, I don't think you successfully played it before, because it was much harder. It's much harder now than it was then, because we never passed the turn.
It's now a lot more forgiving, I would say, is the main thing. So previously, most of the time, you had to win on the same turn, or win on a turn and hope to bypass removal, or play some kind of janky cards like Chromatic Sphere to bypass that removal. Yeah. Now you can cast Doomsday, pass the turn 4 or 5 times, and still eke out a win against a lot of decks in the format.
Well, now I would say now Doomsday utilizes skills that are uncommon for Storm pilots to need.
Yeah, so actually, I think both of us had a bit of an advantage. So we both said we turned to Ant / turned to Omnitel in the 2018-2019 period. Obviously, Omnitel is a combo deck with Force of Will. It's probably the close pre 2020 Doomsday. It was the closest thing to a combo control deck in the format, and Doomsday 2020.
I would argue that it's the closest thing that still existed. I think classic Reanimator, like Blue-Black Reanimator from 2009, 2010, was very much Doomsday light. Yeah. It wasn't as fast, it wasn't as aggressive, it wasn't as controlling, but
so even despite taking some of that learning from having played both a Storm deck in 2019 and a Force of Will combo deck in 2019, some of the precepts that 2020 Doomsday has given, such as you can just let Chalice on 1 resolve and it doesn't matter, still doesn't quite sit right. Sometimes it's just it's crazy.
The big thing for me is it's the closest thing that I can get to it is I've played combo decks in the past in other formats, like in Old Extended or in Standard, where you have a creature component and sometimes you devolve into needing to do combat math or plan out multiple turns in advance.
Yep.
It's actually not that uncommon of a skill for Magic players to have, because it's exactly what all of the regular decks do.
Yeah.
Right? You evaluate, what's my opponent's board? What could they possibly draw? How are they going to attack? What if I have a blocker here?
What if they have removal?
Yeah, what if they have removal? What if if I set up this scenario, what can they do in 2 turns, right? And then things that other decks have to think about, like, well, what if they play Oko and make an elk, right? Or they, and they attack me for 3 here. Like, historically, Doomsday didn't care about that. Ant didn't care about that, right? They're like, well, I'm either killing you on my turn, or I'm waiting till the next turn.
Yeah.
And if I have 1 life, I have enough life. In Doomsday, it's if I have 2 life, I have enough life. But in Doomsday, it's like, well, can I Doomsday Go? Well, what's going to happen to me if I Doomsday Go? Well, they have a 1/1 in play, but they have a couple mana up, and maybe they're going to flash in another snake. And what if they slam Oko here? Am I dead on board? Or they have an Oko in play. They don't have an artifact in play to create with it, or another artifact. But what if they flash in a snake and plus it? Then I'm taking 6 here. Can I afford to take 6? Things like that. And it's just those types of plays are less intuitive, I think, for dedicated Storm players than more well-rounded players that have just played a lot of other things in other formats. That's been a personal challenge for me, because I have pretty much always played combo.
So I'm the same. I'm rubbish at combat mass. Combat mass to me in Legacy is I swing with Emrakul, or I swing with 10 goblins, or I swing with Mentor and a load of tokens. I don't do combat maths. Combat maths is for blockers. So
combat math is what my opponent does when I'm attacking with them with goblins.
Exactly. So and the Oracle deck is really interesting, because although you do need to do this combat maths, a lot of the time it's not just combat maths. It's just thinking about a lot of what if scenarios and trying to make informed decisions. I think it's the point where the deck. So it used to be that people said the best deck in the format was Death and Taxes, so long as you know the format perfectly. I think Doomsday now is as much of that sort of statement. So you need to know what you're playing against to be able to know what you need to build around, especially given that we've got that leeway.
Very much so. And it's important to know, this affects sideboarding a lot. So Doomsday being a deck that utilizes a lot of tutors, specifically Doomsday, it's very important, when you choose to side out certain cards or side in certain cards, because a card like Massacre can have a huge difference, because we can literally find it. We can just put it in our pile, cast it for free, and we know we're going to be casting Doomsday if we're going to have a chance at winning. And so having cards like that, having knowing that my opponent might have access to Reb, so I shouldn't side out Cavern of Souls. Or knowing that my opponent
plays Chalice of the Void and therefore could Chalice on 2.
Yeah. Or so I might need Cavern of Souls.
Yeah.
Or they might bring in Chalice, so I'm supposed to bring in Abrupt Decay and Echoing Truth here, right?
Yeah.
If you're just fast forwarded from 2010 or 2005, and you're given Doomsday, and you learn the deck inside out, you goldfish it a ton of times, you understand how to play how all the cards interact together, you'd have a huge leg up on the competition. But then you'd run into a Goblins player, and you'd keep a hand that you're thinking, well, this is pretty good. I've got a Daze, I've got a Forcible, I've got some cantrips. And then they open Cavern Lackey. And you're like, what?
And then you get...
Put in a bucket, and then you're dead. It happens.
Yeah.
And then game 2, you're like, well, that was pretty shitty. I can't do anything about that. I guess I'll cut some of this counter magic. I'll leave these discard spells in here. And, you play a cantrip on turn 1, and they play a Chalice at 1 on turn 1. Off an Ancient Tomb, and you're like, what? Huh?
Yeah.
Was I supposed to bring in Echoing Truth in this matchup?
So...
yeah. Okay, what was I supposed to do here? And it's the matchups change over time, and it's one of those things that you kind of have to be aware of the metagame when you're playing a deck that has as many tutor decisions as Doomsday does. Just because you have to have an idea of like, you now see Depths playing this rainbow mana base with Stifles and Flusters. Like, that means to me that I need to keep Duresses in, even though I know they're also going to have Veils. Right? Like, because I might need to cast Duress, I might need to build a Duress into my pile, so I at least have a chance against a Stifle. Right? Like, maybe they have Stifle plus Veil and they get me, but I want to have a chance. And I see people doing that wrong, and then sometimes people get frustrated when I'm watching matches on Twitch, and they're like,
yeah, that's me. I get frustrated watching matches on Twitch.
I'm sure I would get frustrated watching my matches where I constantly click through turns.
So very quick aside. I would love to watch more things live on Twitch, but I find the disparity between the time it takes for the streamer to declare what action they want to do or decision, the time it takes for me to process that, type out a response to them, and then the time it takes for them to read my response when they've already done the action I didn't want them to do. So in that regard, Brandon, you stream quite a bit on our Discord, which yes. I am super thankful for, because it means I can watch a stream and verbally interact in real time, which is huge.
So one of the ways that I grew up, or that I learned to play combo, that I learned to play competitively, was sitting at a table in a card shop, playing against an opponent, playing decks that were metagame decks, where we had other people surrounding us, basically looking at both of our hands and stopping and commenting on the matchups at every turn and saying, like, why'd you do that? Or what are you trying to do here? Like when you cast Gifts Ungiven in Vintage in 2006, like what cards are you hoping to get out of this Gifts Ungiven? Right? Like, why are you casting this here? Or, why didn't you cast your Merchant Scroll here? Things like that. I've had the same things with Rug, with Canadian Threshold, with Doomsday, with Ant. Like, it's really valuable to get just other people's perspectives on why should I do this, even if I think I have a pretty good handle on why I should or should not make plays. And I mean, you probably noticed it a few times on Twitch when people would like, oh, well, we should cantrip here. And I'm like, no, we shouldn't. Sometimes I explain it, sometimes I don't. But it's one of those things that I've learned over time. But it's important for both, one, just social interaction, but it's nice to have people be able to offer input on, mistakes you might have made or things you could have done better. Yeah. Because I mean, I still make mistakes. Like I play pretty well, I hope.
Oh yeah, no, you are a very good player.
Some of the time I play pretty well. Sometimes I've had a lot of bourbon, or scotch.
Yeah.
And then I play decently. Like, it's not too bad. But the it just becomes having people be able to point out problems to you is very useful for learning, because it's going to be very hard for me to catch all of the mistakes I've made unless I go back after the fact, like a week later, and then rewatch my match.
So right? One of the ways that I started becoming sort of more friendly with Nevilleshoot is he started posting up videos, and if you haven't seen them, you should check out his channel. It's really good. And he was posting videos, and I asked him whether he would take feedback on some of his plays, and he said, yeah, please go ahead. So I started probably pissing him off to begin with, but basically timestamping a point in his video where he would make a play and I would question it. So it was basically kind of reviewing his plays as they went, and I think he actually started really appreciating that, because some of them he was like, oh, this was my thought process, but I didn't explain it. Others he was like, yeah, that was just a punt, I probably should have done this way. But that sort of peer review and sort of two-way communication process, I think, is really important for just playing any deck. as it
Yeah,
were.
I mean it's one thing to just grind games over and over again, but to get feedback on your plays, even if it's from someone who doesn't have as much experience from you, having a fresh set of eyes can be really important.
Yeah, and like I think my recent stream with the no bad cards Doomsday really highlighted that. Wally playing with me. I think he's new to the deck this year, but he's become a really sort of involved, active member of the community. He's really nice to talk to, and he jumped in as my co-pilot, and more importantly, as my sober co-pilot. And there's definitely a few points where if I was just rolling as I would be naturally without him having been there to point out some other things, I definitely wouldn't have done the result I did.
Yeah, I mean, there have been a couple things where I usually don't miscount mana in Doomsday piles, but every once in a while I'll be like, oh wait, what did I stack that right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, wait a minute, I might have punted on this stack. Let's see how we can make the best of this situation. And that really helps when there's people watching. Like sometimes they say something, but I think a lot of times people are afraid to talk to me when I'm playing.
Yeah.
And or they'll say something afterwards, and I'll be like, okay, well, yeah, that was a problem, that was a mistake, or that was a punt. How do we fix it from here?
Yeah. So it's really interesting. So obviously the deck has gone from a very small community at the beginning of the year to a huge community. We've had Jarvis, you play the deck. We've had Ari Lax with him. We've had Julian pick up the deck. We've got Kai Sawatari, who is now championing the deck as well. Recently, Marcus Iwaldi has started playing as well. Max from MinMax blog, Max Dortion, he's started picking up the deck. We have a lot of people suddenly on it. And dare I say, we've gone from tier God knows what, tier dead, to tier 1, I want to say.
So I've heard tiers described in two ways. I have heard tiers described in the likelihood that you'll face an opponent, in terms of the likelihood that you'll face a matchup in an event.
Sure.
And I've also heard it based on like power level of or expected value of playing the deck in an event. And I think they're often people talk about them from these two different perspectives, and talk about tiers from these two different perspectives. And they get into some disagreements. They'll say things like Doomsday is tier 1 when it's very easy to never face Doomsday on Moto.
Yes,
like
that's
there
true.
there are comparatively a bunch of Doomsday players, but like a bunch relative to a couple years ago is like 10. Like there's probably 15, 20 Doomsday players on Moto, like over the course of a 24-hour period. And yeah, you might face them, you might not. It's not like Rug where you're basically going to face it one or two times an event.
Yeah, or Snowco.
Or Snowco, even Death and Taxes and Elves.
Yeah.
Like you see just way more often. In terms of power level and expected value, I think I really wish we had access to the Moto.
I know. So
like the full data. I strongly suspect that in some of the events where Doomsday puts people in the top 32, puts multiple people in top 32s of events, there's nobody below the top 32.
Yeah, so during Eternal Weekend, we had a really good collective showing. We had some loads of challenges this year where a lot of people did really well, and I think a lot of those events have close to, because our N value is so low, close to 100% top 32 conversion or top 8. Sometimes there's one pilot and they make it to the top 8. So there's this thing I tried to champion for the Doomsday community, which is this community spreadsheet, which is basically a results tracker similar to what Brian Cook does for TES. But ours is a little more involved. It tracks things like what's in your deck, what turn you go off, whether you win, whether you pass a turn, whether you use a brainstorm pile or not. And so some people aren't, a big fan of filling it in because it does require a little bit more data than just opposing deck, win or lose. But what we've found using this data, so there's like, again, massive thanks to Hula Hula, because he is a machine at putting results in this thing. So we're trying to obviously minimize pilot bias. But what we found is that through the results of this year, against the top 8 most commonly faced decks, we average around 70%, if not higher, win percentage against most of them, other than Rug Delver, which is around the 35 to 40% range.
And that's something that boggles my mind, given my own personal experiences with Rug Delver. But I'll also say, like, my match win percentage for Moto is 81%, right? It's like, granted, I'm not grinding every single day, like multiple leagues a day.
Yeah.
But I get in 3 to 4 leagues a week.
The collective overall match win percentage result of the Meandeck Doomsday list for 2020 is around the 69% mark. And taking into account that includes Delver as the top deck for most of the year, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're definitely in a place where historically Doomsday was like, there were very few people that could play it well, because it was it was Storm that you had to think more about. And so the EV of Doomsday only mattered. You were only getting higher EV with Doomsday versus Ant or Tess if you were playing in a metagame that was like infested by Gaddock Teague, or infested with graveyard decks, so that you were expecting to see a bunch of ley lines and poor mod scripts and things.
Or infested with combo decks, actually. Doomsday versus Ant.
I mean,
pretty
historically, DDFT was not that great against other combo decks. It wasn't bad, but it didn't have any inherent advantages. Like, you had top, but like in a match where you're both playing chance and discard, and like one of you has a top, like, yeah, maybe the person with top will have a slight advantage, but it's going to come down to who draws better. It's a 50-50 matchup.
Yeah.
Most of the time. And that was the way Doomsday was for a long time. Doomsday now is sort of this, it has the Delver shell. It wears the Delver, suit, but then it kills you. Instead of playing Delver, it plays Dark Ritual. And so, and in fact, it's for opponents, and I've talked to people who've played against it, sort of trying to get their perspective on what are the cards, because I know what cards I think are important in matchups, but it's hard to get the perspective without asking of like, what cards do Miracles players think are important? Or what cards do Rug players think are important? Beyond just what do they try to counter, which, if I'm doing my job right, I can probably make them counter just about anything. I've gotten people to counter like Edge of Autumn before. Counter Lion's Eye Diamond quite a bit. Yeah. Personal Tutor. I won't say all of these were optimal plays, but I can definitely make it appear under a lot of circumstances where I really need a card, and they sort of play along, I guess. But getting the other people's perspective on these, it's important. And one thing I've learned from them is that it's hard to tell Doomsday is Doomsday unless they cycle a Street Wraith. Like, until the point where we cast Duress or cycle Street Wraith, it's very difficult to, or like play Personal Tutor. Like, you don't know we're playing Doomsday. And so it looks like we're playing Allurin or Snow, usually Snow, or maybe we're on Delver.
Or Tess.
Sometimes we can look like we're on Tess or on Miracles.
Or
we look like we're on some generic blue deck, and then all of a sudden we're casting a Thoughtseize. And that's still kind of generic blue territory, but it makes you a little suspicious. Yeah. And then we cast a Dark Ritual, and then it goes to, well, are they Ant or Doomsday? Am I losing to a Storm spell here, or is it Doomsday? And it matters to opponents because they don't know what they should be afraid of. Right? It's like how you play against Ant and how you play against Doomsday are very different now.
Yes.
That wasn't always the case. Like, you can't YOLO jam against Doomsday and expect to have that pay off.
Yeah.
We're playing six. A lot of lists are playing 6 forces, 4 dazes, 3 to 4 discard spells. Like YOLO jamming is very irresponsible. Yeah, it's seeing what people value against us. I think rug players value carpet pretty highly.
Yep, because that mitigates a lot of their soft permission. And
I don't think they value Dark Ritual highly enough.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Which does the same thing. I think Miracles players, they don't value the discard highly enough. Like, it's a real problem for them if I discard and I take their thread and see all they have left is a Force of Will, because I play my own counter magic, right?
And also Cavern of Souls. Huge tool.
Yeah, part of that's just my observation. Part of that's talking to people about sort of what they value. I think I don't think the match win rate against Delver is as bad as 40%, based on my personal experience. I think the match win rate against Rug Delver is higher than it is against Blue Red Delver. But I haven't found either of those to be below 45%. And Rug, I'm positive on. Not much. Enough that it would be, I think, statistically, you would say it's a 50-50 matchup. But I have not found it to be... a good matchup. It's definitely... And especially if you're used to just crushing people.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you're used to sitting down against Snow and going, oh, look, my opponent plays Astrolabe. I guess I'm winning this match. It's not exactly that easy. Like, they can still have cards that matter, but their cards line up very badly against ours.
Okay.
And I think that happens in most of the format. And so if I sort of bring this back to the tiers,
yeah,
I think the power level of Doomsday, definitely with pilots that understand what they're doing, you're rarely going to do less than a 4-1 in the league. Like, yeah, it's possible you get some, you can have variance. Variance happens to everyone. I'll pull a 3-2 every once in a while, but it's almost always 4-0s, 4-1s, or 5-0s, 4-1s. I don't have the schedule that I'm allowed to play a lot of challenges. They happen like on work days for me.
Yeah.
I don't get the chance to play those very often unless I take time off specifically for them. But from what I've seen, the people that are playing Doomsday, like, it's not yet popular enough that I would consider it tier 1 from the perspective of you're going to face it all the time. And because of that, I think the only people that are playing it are pretty dedicated pilots.
Yeah, for sure.
And so you don't have a lot of people that are playing it that are just like, oh yeah, I picked up Doomsday this week. Like, it happens, but the people that are picking it up knowing it has a, it has a reputation for being difficult, whether that's deserved or not. I don't know if this list is, I would say it's harder to play overall, but I think the piles are a lot easier. It's a lot more forgiving.
Yeah.
It's a lot more powerful than it's ever been.
Oh, yeah.
And part of that is, we are playing the deck that plays 8 to 10 free pieces of counter magic. Our other interaction are 4 to 8 copies of 1 mana, hyper efficient, discard or counter spells.
Yeah.
We're playing just a bunch of 1 mana cantrips or 0 mana cantrips.
Yeah.
And like the top of our curve is 3 mana, a card that we can cast off Dark Ritual. Like, one of the things, actually, one of the reasons why we're a better Daze deck than almost everyone else is just how aggressive we are. But also, Dark Ritual negates the mana disadvantage.
Yeah.
Of our dazes. Like, we can afford to daze something, replay the land, cast Dark Ritual Doomsday, and we're not left only dazing sort of after we've played a threat.
Yeah.
Which is like, there's a real cost. Like, if you're a Rug and you're trying to resolve Oko, like, do you really want to days something, like it's a real cost. Like you might still do it, but
Yeah.
it's a cost. Doomsday very rarely has that cost.
Yeah, I mean, in the mirror, I cut lands and I actually cut rituals, and a number of times I have functioned very happily off a single land with dazes to kind of help mitigate that, and won those matches. So it's really, really crazy how mana efficient the deck can be now, and
one of the things I think when I was looking at how to evolve the deck, I came to this realization that I was playing a bunch, and the games I was losing most often were just I wasn't finding Doomsday.
Yes, and this is
so
definitely the problem
it's
statement.
Like the number one reason why I lose. It's not that my opponent had a good draw. It's not that I made bad plays. It's not that like there was something else that I could have done. It was, oh look, like my deck didn't give me Doomsday in the top 20 to 30 cards. And so I was looking at ways of mitigating that. I've tried playing a lot of stuff.
So the main ones are Limdor's Vault and Personal Tutor.
Impulse, Peer Through Deaths,
yeah.
Wishfall Talisman,
yeah.
Grim Tutor.
Yeah.
Let's see here. What other nonsense have I played?
Main deck Divining Witches.
Yeah, main deck Divining Witches. Main deck Mentor.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Anything else?
I think I've tried Narset. I've tried Narset before.
I have not tried Narset.
Don't. It's not worth it.
Every time I've tried Narset, I haven't found a matchup where I wanted Narset. It was always one of those things like, yeah, if I have it against the mirror, or theoretically if I have it against Snowco.
Yeah.
But I'm left. Cards that I want to bring in against Snowco are cards that I want to be flexible for other matchups, because Snowco is already a decent matchup. So, yeah, I want to cut some number of dazes and be, have a little more, power behind my punches. But I don't necessarily want to change too much in that matchup.
Right.
And having cards that are like dedicated good against Snowco, like we're already good against Snowco. We're already good against combo. I don't know that I need to improve those matchups too much. The matchups that I'm always very that I worry about the most are matchups I can lose to variants a little bit easier. So like it's like Oops, and Belcher. Yeah. So I've always been a big proponent of having both Flusterstorms and Force of Negations.
Yeah.
Which help out there. And of having cards against permanent-based hate. So things like Thorn of Amethyst or Sphere of Resistance or Chalice of the Void. Stuff there. And then Rug Delver. And in fact, it's... you can probably find me in the Discord telling people play Carpet of Flowers and Defense Grid against Rug Delver.
Yeah. Also,
don't cut your LEDs.
Yes.
Your LED.
Yeah. I have to say the Rug Delver boarding, just the blue deck boarding evolution across this year has been really interesting. Because to begin with, it was cut LEDs, cut your LED, go for a slower game plan, chill out, and now it's, oh no, keep your LED and just go fast. And if you don't want to go fast, then don't. You don't have to. you can do whatever.
For the record, I've never advocated cutting LED in a blue matchup.
Yeah. Anyway, so
you'll not find me doing that. I don't cut my Black Lotus from my deck.
So we're gonna quickly jump to the end because we have been doing this for almost 5 hours now, and it is 2:30 in the morning for me. So,
one thing that I wanted to mention with regards to the evolution of the deck, you called out a couple people in the beginning.
Yeah,
I think Jax has actually had.
Jax, huge player. Love his work. He's Italian, I believe.
He's not a dedicated.
He's a dedicated degenerate.
Yeah, he's not a dedicated doomsday, but dedicated degenerate. He's in the Discord we have some threads. We have off topic, and then we have some doomsday threads for DDEFT. So the
experimental frenzy
DDFT list, which is still like the tendrils burning wish list.
Yep.
We have the Meandeck one. We have an Entombsday
And
variant now.
we have the Doomsday Pipe Dreams.
And that's what I was going to mention, Doomsday
Yeah.
Pipe Dreams. Jax is a frequent contributor to Doomsday Pipe Dreams.
And I think actually Jax was the one who was first championing Days in the deck properly, if I remember.
Yeah,
I think he was.
I think Days, as well as he was one of the first people to seriously suggest Personal Tutor.
Yeah, he was also the one who was trying Peer Through Depths
Yep.
a lot. Yeah, so you're right. Mad respect to Jax.
Sort of, he was championing sort of these low to the ground lists compared to some of the initial Bug and Esper lists that were playing a lot of 3-drops. Like, don't get me wrong, Teferi is absurdly powerful. Mentor is very strong and a very good alternate win condition. But certainly the way that I've taken the deck recently, and I think the way Jax was championing, was much more aggressive and low to the ground, as efficient as we can be.
Yes.
Just because it's, Legacy has become a format more and more about efficiency, and it's Rug Delver sort of sits at the top of this, of everything they do is just cheap and powerful, and trying to beat them without doing a bunch of cheap and powerful things is a lost cause.
Yeah, agreed. So I've got.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna start cutting it. So if
Wrap up.
Yeah.
Yep.
So final questions. First of all, favorite Dark Ritual
art. Sandra Everingham's.
Okay, so that's the OG.
That's the alpha art.
Alpha art. Favorite Brainstorm? You already said Ice Age.
Ice Age, yeah.
Nice. Favorite basic land art?
I like Alpha number 2, the Blue Island.
Okay.
And the Blue Mountain. And I like the Alpha Swamp that has I think it's Beta Swamp number. It's the one that has the branch going low across it.
Sure.
Yeah, those are.
Okay. And finally, favorite card in Magic?
Oh.
Because I know you collect Dark Rituals, for one.
I collect Dark Rituals and I collect Doomsdays.
Yes.
I think it's Dark Ritual and not Doomsday. It's
That's
really
fair.
close.
I mean, to be honest, looking at your history of play, Dark Ritual has trumped Doomsday longer for your experience.
Yeah, I've played a lot of Dark Ritual decks. It's very difficult for me to come into an event, see Dark Ritual is legal, and not register it.
Unless you're registering Smokestack.
I was misguided misguided youth.
Yeah.
Everyone wants to turn one Trinisphere someone in their life.
Nice.
Actually, everyone wants to turn one Aetherflash against goblins sometime in their life. Aetherflash, if you don't know, is a 4-mana red enchantment that shocks creatures when they come into play.
Nice.
Very good against a deck full of X2s. Let me tell you.
Do you have, before we close off, do you have any final thoughts or words about Doomsday in general? Anyone?
It's interesting to see how this deck has evolved over time. It bears very little relation. Like the thought processes, how you evaluate Doomsday piles hasn't changed, right? We have more efficient cards. We have some more efficient cards. We have a more efficient kill now. We have more powerful forms of disruption. We can integrate Cavern of Souls. We've lost a lot of things. Like, we've lost a lot of things, and we've learned a lot about how to play Doomsday over time. Sort of the tragedy of DDFT was we didn't understand how to play it until they started banning things. Like, we didn't finally understand how to play it until they started banning Top and Probe. We didn't have our most efficient piles, and we hadn't really thought about all the different ways that we could construct things. and it's something that I'm constantly evolving, you know, how I play, how I play this version, but I'm always on the lookout for other efficient things I can do with Doomsday. And you know, you know this. I don't know if I mentioned it here, but I've talked about how I don't see Meandeck Doomsday as I don't refer to it as Meandeck Doomsday as much as I refer to it as Doomsday.
Yeah.
And that's because I don't see Force of Will as being a critical component of it.
Yeah, that's fair. I know, I think at some point, Jax, again, tried a list that was Daze's 8 discard, no forces, and I think they got 4-1 or 5-0 on a league with that, and that still was just as good. Obviously, it would lose some numbers to, opposing turn 1 combo, but...
I 4-1'd a couple leagues with a Meandeck style list that had just discard and veils, and it was playing 4 LED and 4 Burning Wish, and so basically we're swapping out the disruption for things that work well with LED. We're playing more LEDs because we're trying to maximize the number of times that we can have Doomsday go, because the observation is that if we play Doomsday go, for the most part, we're going to win the game. Like, there's very few opponents that can really punish us for passing the turn. And so how could you build a list so that you can more efficient or more frequently cast Doomsday on turn 1 or turn 2 with some amount of protection, even if it's not Force Daze? And so I don't consider Force and Daze to be critical components of the deck. They work really well together, and they've definitely been the most successful. But I think if you were to tell me Daze is banned tomorrow, is that going to sink Doomsday? Or Force of Will is banned tomorrow, does that sink Doomsday? I don't think so. And I mean, really, I think the cards that would really hurt, this list, Cavern of Souls is a card that being banned would dramatically lower the power level of our deck.
So you wouldn't switch to Unclaimed Territory then?
I would not recommend that, despite your excellent results with it. I will say Unclaimed Territory is 5-0 in Legacy. And
not just in the Humans deck that it's been running before.
Yeah. 5-0 in Legacy Doomsday.
Yes.
I don't know that anybody else has ever ran it. LED, having LED banned would not be the end of the world for the deck, but it would probably remove it from the tier 1 conversation.
Yes.
Because it would be too slow.
Yeah.
I also think, banning Brainstorm would be problematic. I don't think it would be enough to necessarily sink the deck, but again, like banning LED, it would make the deck much slower.
Yes.
It might be worth it in the abstract, like in the overall, because everyone else loses Brainstorm. But banning Dark Ritual would be, would change how we have to play the deck. I don't know that it would be viable in its current form. You could build a more controlling version of it.
Yeah, I think you'd probably have to go to 4 Lotus Petal, probably maybe 1 Cabal Writ. I don't even know if that's needed. Do you know what? I don't think it's needed.
I think banning Doomsday, obviously banning Doomsday, that's not going to...
And Oracle obviously sets us back to...
Yeah, I think if Oracle is banned, there's not enough upside to playing Doomsday over Omni.
Not at all.
I think Omni is already close to the power level of Doomsday. It has a slightly better rug matchup, I think. Or it can be tuned to have a slightly better rug matchup than Doomsday does. But I think it's much worse across the board. Like, it just plays more dead cards.
Yeah.
And it's easier to interact with.
It's also like a 4-part combo as opposed to a 1-part combo. At its heart, it really is, like, because you need show and tell, you need your omniscience, you need your payoff card, you need the mana to cast it all, and you need the protection.
It's like a 2-card combo because the third card doesn't really matter. Like you need a third card, but you don't care which third card it is.
Okay.
Like it's like Doomsday needs a draw spell. Like
well, it does. You see, Doomsday doesn't need a draw spell anymore. That's
it
the
does.
thing.
I mean, that's actually why I list my when I list my piles out, I list things like dollar draw, and I mention in my notation that draw, the cost of that draw can be paid with a draw step. It can be paid with, a cantrip. It can be paid with life for a cycler or a land for a cycler. But there is some cost to it. And it's part of that is learning. That goes back to kind of learning the framework of the piles, because we're lucky in that this iteration of Doomsday allows almost all of the piles are also past the turn piles.
Yeah.
It's really only brainstorm matters to only brainstorm into Ideas Unbound matters much with passing the turn.
Yeah.
Just because you might not have quite enough cards. Sometimes Ideas Unbound has to become like a Ponder or a Preordain. Other than that, it's pretty, like, you'll find a lot of times when you're playing, you cast Doomsday, like, you might go to cast a draw spell, they fight over that because it's blue, and they can Pyroblast it, and you're like, oh, well, guess I'm going to wait till next turn, and then go for it again next turn. It's a lot more resilient now.
Yeah.
So, overall, I think it's... I'm really happy with where Doomsday's at in the metagame. I enjoy... I know a lot of people sort of dread the rug matchup. I enjoy that matchup. Maybe that's why my matchup percentage is higher than other people, or maybe I enjoy it more because I've been luckier. I'm not sure exactly.
For me, I'm really happy where it is, because one of my favorite matchups is the Doomsday Mirror. I think just because of the sheer amount of interaction and how certain cards interact or don't interact with other elements, it becomes really interesting.
I think the Doomsday Mirror is interesting only because it allows me to attack people with Street Wraith.
Yes.
That is one of the more interesting parts of it. I enjoy attacking with Street Wraith. I have a Street Wraith playmat. I actually have two. I have one drawn by Cyril Vanderhagen.
Very nice. Very nice.
That he drew for me before he passed. And, I love Street Wraith. So I love attacking with it. There's not many matches where attacking with Street Wraith is a viable plan. The only other one that really comes to mind is against Red Black Reanimator.
Yeah.
Where sometimes you get lucky and you can mize with cycling Street Wraith in response to Exhume. And then sometimes they've lost enough life due to reanimate that your swamp walking 3/4 wins the race.
Yeah.
But
right.
So I'm happy where Doomsday is. I'm impressed with the way the community has evolved. That's something that I have definitely not put as much time into the community recently as you have, as others have. And it's nice seeing with Doomsday becoming viable again, or maybe not viable. It's not that Experimental Frenzy wasn't viable. It's
no. Let's be honest. Becoming viable.
More viable.
Yeah.
That I've been able to see a lot of old friends and a lot of people that I've known over the years that I remember having conversations on with, like, MSN Messenger back in the day. And having them pop in and get to talk to them again. That community aspect's nice. And I think the Doomsday Discord, like the Doomsday community, is much stronger than other communities that I've seen.
Yeah, I know historically on a lot of forums that I've seen while researching for this, there's a lot of people who ask, can I learn the deck? Is it hard? And a lot of answers that may not actually be condescending, but at face value could be taken as condescending because people are saying, oh, it's a very difficult deck, you need to put time in it, you're not going to understand it. And because of this sort of reputation it had, there was a lot of people I heard who called, for example, the Stormboards a very toxic environment, which is obviously not the words you want to describe anywhere that you're hoping to, engage in good discussion about your favourite deck.
Part of that, I think, was the initial attitude that I had and that I know Bryant shared, which was we responded to a lot of early questions with use the search button, or with a link, like with a quote of ourselves from earlier in the thread. And so we did not respond well to people asking potentially legitimate questions that maybe did not we were expecting everyone to do the same level of effort of reading through almost everything.
Yes.
And that's not necessarily a fair thing to expect. That could have been handled better. But at the same time, I don't think it was, from what people told me specifically, I didn't get too many reports of that. What I got was a lot of, people told me that, their ideas were dismissed quickly on the Stormboards.
Mm.
And a lot of that was true because people were suggesting, there would be in fact, there was, I think part of the FAQ was in fact, I might even have it here. It was ask questions that are useful or something like that.
Yeah.
It was, let's see if I can find it. Forum rules, maybe? Yeah, there were, it was read the codex. I think we had a few rules. Be sensible, please post in English.
Yep.
Try and keep things in-house, which is something we kind of later relaxed on, but early on it was, we were talking about things that were sort of a fringe deck, and some of our advantage was
the fact that people didn't know. Yeah.
And so it's not that we were against anyone joining and reading in, but we also weren't broadcasting out, by the way, your sideboard plans are garbage, we're going to ignore them. These facts. Just like we don't go out of our way telling people oh, that pithing needle, you better not name LED because it won't do anything.
Yes.
We just don't do that usually. And then we had read the codex and ask for help. Things that we saw most often were just questions that had either been asked over and over again, or questions that were asked in the form of hey, what about this? And rather than explaining why you think this card is useful or what applications it might have, it's just, hey, what about this? And when you get a similarly curt reply of no, it's, the thing is did you expect the responder to, post a detailed discussion about why that card was bad? They're not bots, considering every scenario for you.
Yeah.
And that there's definitely a feel of that in the Stormboards, and I definitely did not discourage that.
Fair enough. But that's fine, because we live and we learn.
But I developed somewhat of a reputation on other forums for flaming people for asking questions that I thought were not the strongest questions, or coming to conclusions that I did not think were justified.
Yeah, that's fair. Right. Thank you very much Brandon, Emidln, Adams for joining me. This has been amazing. I didn't expect to be sat here for 5 hours, but here we are.
Yeah, hopefully we can get this edited down a little bit.
So what I'll be doing, what I'll be doing is probably throwing the entire unedited thing on YouTube and then doing a curated summary as an article for the more palatable read. So thank you everyone who has God help you if you've actually listened to the entire thing. You need to check yourself because this was long and I do not advise it. But hey, here you are. If you're interested in the deck and you don't know anything about it, then check out the wiki. You can search doomsday.wiki or ddft.wiki. We have so many bloody URLs, it's ridiculous. They all go to the same place.
I have a problem with buying domains.
Yes. And you can also find us on the Discord server, which we'll post a link to as well. But otherwise, I've been Doishy. This has been Emidln. Thank you very much. I'm going to bed. And
thank you.
Good night, sir.
Yeah, thank you and good night. Yeah, it's almost 8 o'clock here, so I guess I'll probably go to bed not too long, much longer too.
All right, keep it easy.